Qul huwallahu samad, lam yalid walam yulad walam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. So I welcome you all on this second day of International Symposium on Digital Technology for Future World. So we begin our session for this morning. So I will invite Dr. Bhagwan Das to be a session chair for this session. So I handed over the mic to Bhagwan Das.
Thank you, Dr. Sadiq, for honoring me into session the chair. So we are beginning with our first speaker. His name is Dr. Manzoor Ahmad Hashmani. He is head of Performance Cloud Computing Center, University of Technology Petronas, Malaysia. He's head of High Performance Computing Cloud Center, University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. Dr. Hashmani has more than 25 years of broad experience in both IT and with respect to academics and research and development. He has done both his master's and PhD from Nara Institute of Technology, Japan, in a very short duration of 4 years. He completed his graduation from Mehran University, Jamshoro, Pakistan in 1991. After completing his PhD, he worked as a NS Solution Corporation, Japan, for about three years. He has also supervised the part of large government projects in Japan. He has worked then more than 3 years into the project of broadband research. Beside the industrial experience, he has 5 years of experience working into the academia, around 20 years. He has also created more than 10 research projects. He has successfully supervised 10 PhD students and 50 master's projects. He has more than 100 research publications and so on. His list is going very large, and his research area of interest are blockchain, data analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So without further ado, I hand over the stage to Dr. Manzoor Hashmani to please present his research work. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Bhagwan Das. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my talk. Let me share my screen first. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, please make it at presentation mode.
Yes, I will. Just give me 1 minute. Go to the first. Right, okay. So the title of my talk today is Digitalization of Supply Chain Tracing using blockchain technology. I think some of you may already be aware of blockchain technology, but maybe few are not well versed. So I'll touch upon some of the details, basic details of blockchain technology. But before that, I'll also talk about the supply chain and the problems of supply chain. I work in University Technology Petronas, which is in Malaysia, and which is a top-ranking private sector university. And if you consider private sector and public sector together, then it stands at number 2 in whole of the Malaysia. I think a lot has already been said about me by Dr. Bhagwan Das, so no need for me to further elaborate on this. Just one thing, I'm heading High Performance Cloud Computing Center, which is a center of excellence in University Technology Petronas. Besides, I think we have a lot of Pakistani lecturers here in UTP, and they have a lot of contribution, which is duly acknowledged by UTP. Okay, just a word about UTP. Like I said, UTP stands top in Malaysia, and in Asia, it is right. Previously, it was top 100. Now it is top 70 universities in Malaysia. Okay, so what actually has happened with supply chains? I think we all are very well aware because the thing comes in news every now and then, which is the COVID thing actually has hit supply chains a lot, and it has created a lot of problems. But even before COVID-19, there were issues with supply chain. I will address both issues, and then I'll come to the solution as well. So what has COVID-19 done? COVID-19 has actually clogged the supply chains. I think recently we came across news that in United States, the ports where the containers ship in, they have thousands of containers, and the companies which are not able to even trace where the things are pending. So there was one report also by Ernst & Young. They highlighted that actually COVID-19 has impacted negatively in a big way. If you look at this graph, the negative impact, these two, let me change my mouse pointer. Okay, the negative impact, if you look at this one, there are two aspects. The pandemic has significantly negative effect on our company. 17% responded in affirmative, and actually 55% said that mostly negative effect has been observed by that company. So total negative effect, if you look at this, cumulative is around 72%. Whereas, of course, understandably, the positive effect is only about 11%. There are many areas in which it has affected, but mostly, if you look at the top part of the graph, mostly it has the people who are looking towards better utilization of the resources. They see that they want to increase the efficiency. The companies want to increase efficiency, and they want to increase the retail workforce. And these are the things that are mostly focus of these companies. But besides these challenges posed by COVID-19, even previously, before COVID-19 started, there were 3 or 4 major challenges faced by supply chains. And I will, of course, in subsequent slides, address each one of these challenges, and I'll tell you how these challenges can be actually addressed by new technology, which is called blockchain. I'll just name these challenges and then details later in the slides. Centralized systems. I think many of us already know what is centralized systems and why it is called single point of failure. Cyber crimes, lack of traceability. This is also a major concern of the companies. Not only the companies, now the consumers, the consumers which are actually consuming the products, the end products, they are also interested in trackability and traceability because of the 2 reasons. Because of the hygienity, because of the labor that is used in producing those products. So human rights issues, all these are very much a big concern of the consumers. Okay, let me tell you about the centralized systems and what is the main problem of the centralized systems. As you know, in the centralized systems, primarily there is only one or at most 2, a duplicate of this, 2 servers, and where all the data is accumulated, whether it is being stored or it is being retrieved regarding the supply chain data, but it is 2 servers. So which means that if anything wrong happens, maybe the disaster or maybe cybercrime, somebody attacks. One of the very famous example was the one that was done in United States by ransomware, and where the whole southern side of the United States could not receive the petrol because the company which was providing petrol got hit by ransomware. So if there is only 1 or 2 servers, both of these servers can be hit. One, for example, maybe by the disaster, the other may not come online because of one reason or the other reason. So there is a risk involved here. All right. The second most problem that this data faces, the supply chain faces, is the cybercrime. Like I said previously, many of the ransomware companies, they are very well known for their attack on the data centers and all the information involved in the stages of the supply chain. For example, I think recently also in Europe, one of the electrical supply grid was attacked by the ransomware, and they had to pay money to those people to get back online. So if you look at this data, the annual cost of global cybercrime in 2021 is huge. And then 64% of the patients' medical files were successfully targeted by cybercrimes in 2016. 4,000 ransomware attacks occurred each day in 2016. This is old data, but it has increased a lot. And thousands of failures, hardware failures occur all over the world. Okay, so these are the problems with supply chains, which is single point of failure because of the centralized nature of data management, and the cybercrimes, which in a way also is related with centralized point of failure. Okay, the other thing is a lack of track and traceability. So what do I mean by that is a product is created using ingredients, and then it goes through many processes, not only the processes of creation, but also the process of storage and transportation. Only then it comes to the shelf in a departmental store or a shop, and finally on the table of the consumer. But during all these processes, there are steps taken which involve human beings, and for example, and environmental factors also. For example, let us say medicines are involved. So medicines, in which environment they are stored, whether the temperature was appropriate, whether other conditions in that storage area were okay or not okay. This information is not available to everybody, number one. Number two, it might be available to some stakeholders, but there might be some mistakes or some change of the data, intentional change of the data that cannot be stopped. So these are the big problems. That means that we can actually maybe track the information, but only limited. And number two, even if we can track it, it is not reliable because we are not 100% sure whether some tampering has not been done later to make it look good. Huh? So these are the big problems in supply chains. Okay, so of course, all this leads to proper data management in supply chains, so that we can have useful insights. Okay, these are some of the examples. So when there are problems happening in inventory management, if you look at this graph, there are reasons for that. And one of the major reasons behind it is the human error. So 59% errors are because of the human. So maybe human make mistake or something. So what we can do is we can deploy actually two things, which is we can make it secure and reliable by using blockchain technology. And besides that, we can also use IoT so that human intervention is minimized. So together, IoT and blockchain, we can combine the two and make it highly dependable. Okay, so what is the solution for this? To me, the solution for this is the blockchain technology because of its inherent nature of security. I'll go into the detail, and if you have any questions at any moment in time, please do ask me. I cannot see the audience, but if you have, you can raise your voice and ask me. I'll clarify that. Okay, so how does a blockchain technology works? Why it is different than other centralized database systems? There are many features of blockchain technology, but one of the main feature of blockchain technology, it is the decentralized nature of the database. We call it ledger, so it is very similar to a ledger that is being used in businesses. So anywhere where you think there can be a ledger, we can use blockchain technology. What I mean by decentralized is this ledger, which is a database of transactions, mainly transactions. It's not like a normal database, but mostly it is holding transactions. So these transactions are stored not only in one place, but on each and every node that is participating in this network. So for example, if there are 10 nodes or 10 people participating in this network, then everyone has the same copy. And we do not have to worry about the synchronization, that this technology is such that it automatically synchronizes, meaning that each copy is same. It's not like one copy is different than the others. All are the same copies. That's why it is called distributed or decentralized ledger. And you can also easily imagine the benefits of having decentralized ledger, which is, of course, it removes the first big problem that we face, first big issue that we face, which is the single point of failure problem. So now you don't have a single point of failure. Even if one of the node gets disrupted or goes offline, or two nodes go offline, the others are there, they will respond. And once these two failed nodes come back online, they will update their database, their ledger, according to the latest status of the other nodes. So that problem can be solved very easily because of this nature of the blockchain. Of course, there is one disadvantage here, and that might be coming to your mind. Those who are belonging to computer science, they know it. Once you have a decentralized database or a ledger, then there is the issue of scalability and synchronization. Synchronization is done at the lower layer by this technology. And scalability also is a big issue. There's a lot of research going on. So hence, there is one thing that I want to tell you, which is blockchain technology cannot be used for very big databases. This is more like for the businesses, maybe even having millions of transactions, no problem, but mostly the transactional databases, but not the detailed databases like having billions of records simultaneously. Okay. So there is one thing, maybe there is some, just to clarify what actually database blockchain is and what actually it is not. So there are misconceptions. Even when you read the newspapers or articles on the internet, there are misconceptions. Okay, so this blockchain actually is a distributed and decentralized database, correct? And one of the major aspects of this blockchain is it is cryptographically secure, meaning it cannot be broken into. The data cannot be changed by one single person. Even if you want to change, more than 50% have to agree, only then you can change it. And even if you want to change it and you change it, the record is kept. The previous information is stored and this information is kept that the record has been changed. Okay. Immutable ledger means that this is what I was explaining, which is we cannot change the data in the ledger. What it is not. Most of the people think that blockchain is only regarding Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency systems, but that's not true. It was actually created and immediately used for the cryptocurrencies, but now it is being used by the companies. And later I will explain that how we are actually using this technology as well. Okay, asset storage. This is not just asset storage or anything. This is transactional database. And the concept that it is for money extortion or safety net or something very fishy about it, no. Previously, there was only public blockchain, and public blockchain was mostly used for cryptocurrencies and things like that. But now it is being used. There is now another aspect of blockchain has been introduced, which is called a private blockchain. And the private blockchain is actually used for companies for businesses, for finance, and for banking as well. Okay, I'll just skip this one because I am short on time. So key features I already explained: decentralized nature, immutable, greater transparency. Transparency, why? Because everybody has the access, so we can see the data. All of us can see the data, what is going on. Secure is secure, nobody can change it. And consensus, this is maybe a new word for you. Whenever we make a transaction, we put a transaction in blockchain network. The participants in that network have to agree to that. That okay, we must do it. Of course, it is done in microseconds. Not like it takes a long time. It has to be done in a defined amount of the time. More than 51. General rule is more than 50% must agree. Only then a transaction can be committed. Otherwise, the transaction cannot be committed. Okay. Well, decentralized nature, I already explained, and this is more detailed about it. In a centralized way of doing things, we have centralized server, and the others are just clients. They just download information or upload information on the centralized server. Whereas in decentralized networks, we have everybody is equal. It's not like client-server model. Everybody is a server, everybody is a client, acting at different times in a different way. And then once if you want to download something, you get information, different subset of information from different people or different nodes. Yeah, it is fast because it's decent. We can get data from different links. A part of the data may come from one link, another part may come from other link, and no single point of failure. So it's secure. Huh? Okay, immutability I already explained, but now I tell you how this is immutable. Why this becomes immutable? Actually, when the data is stored in block, when the transaction data is stored in a block, a hash is created. A hash is a mathematical function. You give data to it, and it creates a hash code, and more or less, not exactly, but more or less it is unique. And it is very, very rare that we have the same hash code for two different texts. That hash code is stored in a header, in a block header, to point to the next one. So for example, the hash code of this block 2 will have the hash code of block 1, and then block 3 will have hash code of block 2, so they are linked with each other. So if somebody wants to tamper with one hash code, the whole chain becomes disturbed, and it doesn't align. Okay. Transparency I already explained. Security, yes. This one I think I go and talk about the projects that are being done right now with us. Okay, so what can blockchain be used for? We can use blockchain in order to do trackability and traceability of the supply chains. So at each process, for example, at each process, the data is entered either by the human being or by the IoT, by the devices, by the sensors, into the block. We prefer that we use IoT instead of human beings, but initially at this stage, because most of these are manual entry of the data, so we cannot completely eliminate human beings. So we consider that we will have a hybrid kind of situation where the human beings will be entering the data, and IoTs would be entering the data as well. But of course, once the data is entered, that cannot be altered because of the blockchain's nature. All right, okay. So how does a blockchain-based supply chain looks like? If you look at this, so initially, for example, from here we have RFID, or QR code, or barcode at each stage. And for example, you can look at the supplier, for example, will enter the product information in the block. Everything goes to the blockchain and then shared with others. And once the product has been supplied, the transporters will use a QR code to enter the data into the system. And the things goes on until it reaches the shop or the departmental store, from where it is bought by a consumer. And then similarly, on each product, there will be a QR code, and the consumer, when scans this QR code using a mobile phone, he'll get all of the information from the start till the end. So what information I'm talking about? For example, which ingredients were used at the start, whether they were following certain specification. Let us say in case of halal, whether the ingredients were halal or not. During the transportation, what were the environmental conditions? That record has also been entered, so that will be there. The date of manufacture, the date of transportation, the time of the storage, everything will appear on the screen of the consumer using just simple mobile phone. Okay, this is the same thing. I believe I'm short on time. So this is another way of saying the same thing. You can see that when we are manufacturing things, there is a blockchain here, which is a chain of blocks. Block is just set of information, and at each stage, certain information, particularly, for example, if you look at this one, in the initial stage, certificate of origin, batch number, processing data, shipment date, all this information is entered at this stage. And then later stage, for example, more relevant information is stored. Transportation, the order number, shipment number, the driver's information, all is sent here. Why the driver's information? So that our other labor information, because we want to be sure that human rights violation is not done, and the labor is up to the recommendations, for example, not underage or anything. Okay, there are some use cases here, but I think I'll skip that, and I'll just tell you what we are doing in UTP. These are some of the projects being done all over the world. So my presentation, I have already provided a copy of the presentation. Those who are interested, they can look at those examples of different supply chains which are involving blockchain technology. So what is going on in Pakistan and Malaysia? I think you may have already seen that Alipay has deployed blockchain technology for the remittances from Malaysia to Pakistan. And similarly, there are other areas where blockchain is being used in Pakistan, but not at a very large scale. However, in Malaysia, we are mostly using blockchain for multiple things. For example, for finance, we are using it. For verifying whether a product is halal or not, we are using it. And in terms of the recent COVID situation, we are using it for authentication of the COVID certificate, whether the COVID vaccination certificate, whether the certificate is genuine or not genuine. We have in UTP created a nexus. A nexus is a group of the people working on the same problem faced by the society. We call it a nexus here, and we call it Halal Blockchain Nexus in UTP. In this, the main purpose of this nexus is to provide an expert platform to halal and other supply chain businesses. The main focus is the halalness, to check the halalness. We are trying to provide services, research and products to ASEAN market and the Middle East. Okay, recently this has been introduced where we are checking in Malaysia, we're checking whether a COVID certificate, you can look at the way it looks like, whether it is genuine or not genuine using the blockchain technology. Okay. Now, something that I have recently done, I'll just leave it. Yeah, we are doing one project actually.
Yes, to interview, Prof. Time is So we are running out of time. If you will conclude shortly, so it will be better.
Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. I'll conclude.
Thank you.
So just I want to, in the end, I want to highlight one project that we are doing. The name of this project is HAS, Halal Transparent Tracking System. We are doing it with the government of Philippines and a university in Philippines. We'll provide this product to a company which is producing halal products, and the users will be able to track whether this product, the ingredients to this product were halal, and not only that, with on the way with not only the consumers, but those who provide halal certificate, they will also be able to verify in real time whether their recommended processes are being followed or not followed. Because at this moment in time, what is happening is the certifying agencies come after 1 year, and only then they check the documents, which is 1 year lag, and consumer is also not satisfied. So to provide this information without tampering in real time, we are using this product here. We are developing this. Almost 50% is complete. Hopefully by the end of this year, we'll deploy the product. That's it for today. These are some of the characteristics of HAS. I'm over with my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Pro, for a very innovative presentation. Now, the floor is open for the question. If anyone has question, I would like to. Yes, please.
Hello, it's Dr. Mudassir, University. I have two questions regarding this blockchain supply chain management. One question is, what I have understand is blockchain helps to stop data changing during the supply chain, the supply of goods. But how it helps to track the products? This is one question. The other question is,
Yes.
the other thing is that you said this will be a distributed system.
Yes.
And of course, the blockchain is based on distributed computing. But
Yes.
when we are tracking the objects or of a product, how we are involving different servers from worldwide? What I understand, blockchain for the cryptocurrency, different persons are paying their resources, laptops, computers, or servers for maintaining these records. But when it comes to a supply chain management, why ordinary people will offer their resources so that the blockchain data can be stored distributedly? So again, this will come to centralized system that is owned by company or by a courier service. And again, it will be faced by attacks and a lot of other problems that you have described for the other systems. Thank you.
Okay, I think the first question first. Regarding the trackability, how do we track things? Track means to find out the information regarding each step. So primarily, blockchain has got nothing to do with tracking. Tracking means the information that the company or the other people provide will be actually retrieved. So the tracking is done by making sure that the data at each stage is input in the blockchain. So that is the answer to the trackability. The blockchain in itself has nothing coherent in it which enhances trackability, but we can use this using trackability. But transparent trackability means that the data is not temperable. Data cannot be changed. That's why I call it transparent trackability. Regarding second one, we do not assume that the common user actually would. This is not like cryptocurrency where all nodes are doing transactions and everything. No, basically the transactions are being done by the company itself, and the nodes in the company, and the nodes in the maybe the halal certification agencies. So these are some of the nodes, not one, but many nodes actually. And the rest of the consumers are actually only read the data. They are not actually participating as a node in the blockchain. So I don't think it is going to be a centralized one. It is a distributed one. But how much distribution? I mean, is it like every person on the face of the earth all the consumers are acting as a node? Yeah, that is not true, and that is not feasible. Also, I mean, you cannot expect a person, a lady sitting in a home cooking something and just using maybe a vegetable oil, a halal vegetable oil, to have a laptop and go and put the data inside that laptop. That's not acceptable or expected rather. But rather, what we expect her to do is just scan the QR code and retrieve that information. So the retrieval system is not part of the blockchain.
Yes, any other question?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Sir, my question is regarding the implementation of blockchain and upcoming challenges of the blockchain technology in the cryptocurrency. You know, just for the Binance, I'm quoting, I'm a user of Binance, and Binance has $1 trillion of worth. Market cap of Binance is going to. What would be the path for our Islamic countries or for the countries to adopt the blockchain for the legalizing the cryptocurrency? Because we can't avoid that, the halal or haram thing, but we have to shift or we have to cater the challenges made by the second question is regarding the latency issues. And the third one again is the career path is linked with the first one question, that if we want to improve, or if we want to utilize the blockchain technology, what would the career path for the graduates or learners to adopt the technology? What you would suggest? Thank you.
Well, the first question is a bit policy-oriented question, so it's not easy for me to reply because I'm a technologist, I'm a researcher, and my focus is more on the utilization of blockchain in enterprises, in businesses, rather than cryptocurrency. But anyways, still I have my opinion as a user of this technology or as a academician, which is, of course, you cannot avoid that. Somewhere you have to use it, but you can also see that now the governments are inclined to even regulate this area. If you look at China, if you look at the United States, they are now putting in place regulations. And recently, America has passed a law. I don't know whether it is a law or it is proposed law, where people have to declare their cryptocurrency valuations in their tax returns as well. So, well, it is being regulated, and I think, now or maybe of some time, Pakistan has to ride on the bandwagon and maybe tweak it a little bit as per the culture and the requirements of our country. Number one, the latency issue is there. That's why I said this cannot be used for a very huge number of users or huge number of transactions. So when the latency is not a big issue, we can use. But there is a research going on actually. Even my own student is doing research on. His name is Khan Dodo, and he's doing PhD, and he's actually working on the scalability of blockchain networks. And one of the parameters in the scalability actually is the latency. So yeah, work is going on that, but I don't think the same level of scalability you can get from the blockchain networks as you get from the centralized databases. Regarding the career path, I think like any other IT technology, there will be managers, there will be users, there will be technicians, there will be people who will be managing it. You cannot simply do away with it, particularly because now we have private blockchains. Previously, we had only public blockchains, and public blockchains means there was only once you put in place and everybody's joining in, so it's like an auto system, but still there are people involved at different layers. But now that the companies have started using blockchain for their operations, I believe the whole IT people are needed.
I guess we have one more question. This way.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Manzoor.
Walaikum salam.
This is Hamad. My question to you, first I'll tell you the question, okay? It is on.
Yes.
Well, my question to you is that, well, we are distributing our ledgers to many other people, all right? It's on many devices. So how do we ensure the, the security of our data?
Yeah, I understand. Privacy, you mean?
Yes.
I think you mean privacy. Yeah. So,
Yes.
yeah, I think this is a major concern. A very good question indeed. I appreciate it. When I started developing the product, designing the product, development is still a bit down the road. So, again, the same concern was there from the company as well. Now, if you look at the new paradigms which is introduced in blockchains, it is actually incorporating privacy as well. So there is 3-layered privacy incorporated in blockchain. So we can actually ensure privacy. So we can ensure, okay, these are the roles, these are the users, and this kind of participants will have access to this kind of blocks only. So there is a whole framework of privacy available. So no worries at all.
All right. So it's like we are distributing the networks.
Yeah, it's distributed, but it's still privacy is enabled in it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And we request you to please share your presentation so that we can distribute among the audience and they can.
I have already emailed.
Okay, so we will be giving to our audience. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. So with that, okay, we will moving towards our second speaker, Professor Tang Jung Lo. Professor Lo has obtained his bachelor degree in computer technology from Tayside University, UK, and master's degree in IT from UKM in 2001, and completed his PhD in IT from UTP in 2012. Professor Lo has been in the academic line for the past 25 years, teaching various electrical engineering and ICT courses in various public and private institutes. His research area includes wireless and mobile networking, embedded systems, IoT-based autonomous systems, high-performance computing. He conducted various research and consulting work for the past 20 years with the national and international clients. His ongoing research and development works are on blockchain consequences, model scalability issues, and IoT edge computing adaptive optimization. Professor Lo is the senior member and Hawaii certified network instructor. Without further ado, house is for your presentation, Professor Lo. Please, sir, share your presentation.
Hello, good morning, Chairman, and good morning to the participants in Pakistan, and perhaps good afternoon to other participants, mainly from other parts of the world. So I'm Dr. Low here from University Technology Petronas, and in fact, I'm working together with Dr. Manzoor, our first speaker just now, and he was the one actually introduced me to this symposium. Yeah, thanks goes to him. So without further ado, I think Chairman has introduced me here about my background. So I'll go straight away into my presentations. So let me share my screen with everyone. Okay, so I hope everyone seeing my screen now.
Yes, Prof, it's on.
Yeah, let me adjust a little bit on my screen. Right, so for my talk here, I'm talking about the 5G solutions from the Malaysia perspective, meaning what are those solutions or the 5G technology that the government of Malaysia is going to in the next maybe 5 to 10 years. So that is the focus of my presentation here to share with all the participants here. Right. By the way, UTP is now 25 years in existence. So this year is definitely our silver jubilee. So Dr. Manzo has given you a little bit on the higher level of what UTP is and then the ranking of UTP. So over here, I'll give you a little bit introductions on to let the participant knows where actually UTP is. Yeah, so a little bit more detail. So over here, you see that UTP is in Malaysia here. So it's 3 hours different with Pakistan over here, right? If you zoom into Malaysia, so UTP is here, right? It's about 240 kilometers away from the Malaysian capital, Kuala Lumpur. So this is the GPS locations. If you like to know more about UTP environment, you can zoom into these locations. Yeah, and quickly a little bit about our UTP logo here, right? So you can see that UTP logo is actually consists of a flower, right? A blooms of flora, and in there we have this twin tower. So if you have been to Kuala Lumpur, you must have seen these twin towers. Yeah. So one of the famous landmark worldwide, right? So this is twin towers is actually in the UTP logos, and definitely this logo reflects the beginning of a journey towards new standard and higher education, in Malaysia, hopefully worldwide. Yeah. And we have colors here to denote the deep, sorry, the peace and tranquility here through the gold color and the deep blue. Yeah, so this is something on our logo. And just give you a little bit on what UTP looks like, the place where I'm working with Dr. Manzo here. So this is the area view of the whole campus. So the main thing here is our Chancellor Hall. If you come to UTP, you will drive through this road and then you'll see the main hall. Then the Chancellor Hall, the huge spaceship building here. And then this Chancellor Hall is connected by 5 roofed corridors. Yeah, so people can walk around the whole corridors here. And under the corridors here, you'll see blocks of academic buildings. Right, so all academic buildings are along these 5 corridors here. And other than that, we have the research centers, research centers, research centers, students, villagers. And at the back here, this part will be developed in the next 10 to 20 years. So at the moment, we have a nexus here for more advanced research centers is around here, which is in existence at the moment. Yeah. So the rest will be slowly put in place, hopefully in the next 10 to 20 years. Okay. And quickly, just to share with you what is in the Chancellor Hall here. So Chancellor Hall, if you come here, you are here and you look directly into here, you see the main entrance of a Chancellor Hall. And in the Chancellor Hall, you see our main hall in there where graduation is going on. It can be held there. And we also house the libraries, 4-story libraries over here. And this is our academic buildings, right? All mostly with a glass wall, which is actually in line with the Petronas design using the glass here all around. So we have the walkway, and then this is part of the lecture hall, which we call pocket. And then we have the student residence, and this is the main entrance to the universities. You see the huge towers over here, right? So roughly that gives you some ideas what UTP looks like. All right, thank you everyone. So now let me go into my presentations here. I think not to drag on too much of your time. So I'll start with some facts on the 5G. So why Malaysia is going into 5G? Because if you look into this graph here, starting from 2021 and above, right, we can see that 5G is definitely moving on very strong. And in fact, the whole world is now moving into 5G. And in other words, the 4G is slowly going down. And in fact, in Malaysia, starting from end of last year, right, 4G is basically terminated, right, and replaced by 5G. So starting on January 2022, Malaysia is going into 5G. And in fact, before that, some of the research work or some of the fundamental 5G applications are actually put in place, yeah, by the Malaysian government. Yeah. So if you look at the rankings on the 5G, so this is a ranking, right? from this source, the report in June 2021. So it's quite new. So you can see that 5G at the moment ranking on the first is Northeast Asia. That is definitely including Japan, Korea, China, Taiwan, right? So these are the first ranking on the 5G. And then comes with the North America. And then the Gulf on the third. And Western Europe is ranking four. Yeah. So in other words, if you look at this slide, it's telling that by 2026, 3.5 billion 5G subscriptions are forecasted. With these big numbers here, I think that's why the Malaysian government is actually going into that and supporting very much into the 5G uh, research, applications, and so on. Yeah. So these are some of the numbers for your references. And in some of the further facts on 5G, right? So stating here, 5G will be set to penetrate almost every region by 2026, which is roughly about 5 to 6 years down the road. So in other words, as we can see here, 5G is definitely moving on everywhere and becoming a very strong force. Yeah. And therefore 5G devices will be everywhere by 2026. Okay. So as you can see over here, in terms of the mobility subscriptions, right? By 2026, as we say, 6 years down the road, right? North American seems to be will be holding on very strong onto 5G. And then as we move to the left, right, you see the difference, yeah, in terms of subscriptions through different part of the world. The Gulf would be about 3%, Europe 69, Northeast Asia drop a little bit, yeah, according to this report. And we have the Southeast Asia, which is where the Malaysia is, right, about 33%, and on the India part, about 26%. Yeah, so this is just another statistics, yeah, for you to look at to see how the 5G actually is going to take the world. Now for the 5G, I think because of the high speed connectivity, right, small latency, real-time applications, and therefore this IoT is actually riding on the 5G strongly. Yeah. So IoT, I will see that it is somehow cannot be separated from 5G. As I think most of us know that IoT is also going strong into the communication and data transmission technology and all that. So 5G and IoT, as I would say that these two are strongly connected. Yeah, it's difficult to separate these two nowadays. So with that, the high-speed connectivity, and therefore we have this type of IoT around, which we call massive IoT, broadband, critical IoT, and industrial IoT. Yeah. So these are some of the descriptions on the types of the IoT we have, and some of the typical applications is listed here for your information. So massive IoT is basically talking about the size where you want to implement or you have this IoT throw into the field in massive connectivity. It is not more on the speed, but rather the size, the coverage. For example, in Malaysia, we have this thing in agriculture, large agriculture field. So Malaysia is famous for the oil palm. So the oil palm can stretch for thousands of hectares. So how are you going to monitor such a big area? So this massive IoT come into play. Yeah. So it is one of the application here. Right. Broadband IoT is more on connectivities and the bandwidth. Yeah, bandwidth. So this type of IoT should provide much higher data rates and low latency, yeah, than the massive IoT. So this is more for entertainment, I would say that. Yeah. And then the other one, the third one is critical IoT. Now, I think critical IoT can be somehow broadly categorized as those IoT running on 5G that can provide real-time monitoring and control. Yeah. Typically, I think in Malaysia here we talk about telemedicine. Yeah. So you have IoT and high-speed broadband to help, yeah, on the e-health domain. So this is more like one of the examples for time critical task. Yeah, time critical task. With that, I think most probably because of the massive floods that we had in Malaysia recently, right? So this critical IoT could be one of the domain as well where the Malaysian government is looking at, yeah, to monitor the flood situations and all that. And of course, IoT is now used a lot in industry. Yeah. Typical example, for example, Petronas. UTP is actually built by Petronas. So Petronas is an oil giant, multinational oil giant. So they have a lot of these factories, refineries, where they'll be actually going into this industrial IoT. Or sometimes they call it OT, yeah, automation, operation technology, sorry, yeah, OT and IoT. Okay, so this is some information to link IoT with the 5G. And some of the technical concepts, yeah, when you talk about IoT and 5G, and we can see that, right, if without IoT, most of the, you will not talk about big data, then you will not talk about data science and data analytics, right? So this IoT with the 5G is actually producing massive of data, and especially when they are interconnected to form the internet, right, of things, so IoT. So these are those things that which I think, not to say we, which I think are related, yeah, together. So if you don't have IoT without the big data science, data analytics, as what forecasted by this NGI, McKinsey Global Institute, right, you will lose out. Okay, you lost out. And with that, I think that also applicable to the economic sectors or industry sector. And therefore, many of the industry and the economies is going into this BD, BDS, DS, and DA. And of course, all these things has to link with the IoT. The IoT. And in other words, those CEOs or presidents of certain big companies, right? It will be good that they are aware of the realities to manipulate data on time. So these criteria, I'll see that is possible with these four elements: IoT, big data, data science, and data analytics. And this data science and data analytics, basically, there are, okay, for big data and involving analyzing massive databases. I think the good example now, as we can see, is basically using R and Python. In fact, Dr. Manzo is also good in this, yeah? R and Python for analysis. And DA and DS, if you want to see the difference between DA and DS, so DA is more on the analytics side, right? Doing analytics based on those historic data that have been collected massively, forming big data or databases. Yeah? Example here given, for example, you want to know how was the market trend from 2015 to 2020. So in other words, we are looking back at the history to do analytics. But data science is more like helps you to do some predictive engine models. That will be more on the science part, yeah, science part rather than the DA part. So this IoT, BD, DS, DA, as what I can see, is finally boils down to something like this. Yeah. So with the 5G and IoT in place, strongly in place, then these three elements somehow comes along. And this whole thing here actually is now pushing, yeah, the world, I would say, economic side and also on the industry side. And that is also one of the reasons why Malaysia government is going into 5G and IoT. And this is just some technical concept, yeah. For you, I will just quickly go through this, yeah. So most probably in 5G, data science or IoT analytics, you normally have some big problem to solve, or maybe problems that may need a lot of data. Or what do? Right? Then you go into this data science, creating models, maybe using machine learning or AI applications to help you, right, to do the solutions. And with that, you come up with your analysis, yeah, and hopefully your strong analysis will give you the solution you want. So this is a cycle that involve IoT and big data analytic and so on. Yeah? Of course, these are the front end. At the back end, there will be some service providers or support, yeah, at the back end here. Just for example, you may have this thing called Google Analytics, right, for the back end data processing with a big data at the back. Yeah? So this is technically what we understand by 5G, yeah, in terms of data science, of course, supported by the high-speed IoT. Yeah? So the core of the 5G, I'll say that is basically these three. Yeah. So you have the enhanced mobile broadband (eMBB), and then you have the MMTC, massive machine type communications, and URLLC, ultra reliable low latency communication. So these are considered the three pillars of the 5G that actually give you a lot of 5G solutions or the showcase. So over here, between these three pillars, you see some of the common, I would not say common, or some of the applicable use cases. Yeah. For example, I think in Malaysia, we have smart building project. Yes, smart building project or smart city. We have it. Yeah, later I'll show you in the slides. And of course, industry automations, augmented realities in education as well. Yeah. So this is to show you some of the possible use cases, yeah, based on the 5G pillars, or we call it the 5G paradigm. So those are some of the information, yeah, for you to have a look. And now I zoom into what actually 5G in Malaysia looks like, yeah, currently. So we have 5 GDPs here. It simply means 5G demonstration projects, or can I say that some of the pilot projects that has been put in place, yeah, in Malaysia, and how the IoT perspective actually being looked at in the Malaysia environment. So to push, yeah, to push out the 5G technologies into the Malaysia, and therefore the government, the Malaysian government, yeah, actually form this thing called GOMSPV, Government of Malaysia Special Purpose Vehicle. So under this concept or these ideas, so a company is formed, which we call Digital National Berhad, or in English, simply say that is a National Digital, yeah, Berhad with things like PLC, yeah, public listed company, something like this. It's quite recent, about early last year, right? It is formed, this company. So this company is a special purpose vehicle to help Malaysian government to push the 5G infra in Malaysia environment. So over here, the supporting strategies and the 5G applications are shown here, yeah, for your references. So in telecommunications, we talk about 5G for the home. This is now going on, right? A lot of telcos in Malaysia is now pushing off their 5G services for the home users using this fixed wireless access. 5G is a high speed, so wired is taken up. It's more towards the wireless access and mobile devices. Media, this is more for entertainment. So we have the AR, VR gaming, and part of the project is also involved with education using VR. Yeah, VR. And of course, in manufacturing and agriculture, as I mentioned just now, right, there are a lot of these agricultures in Malaysia now, right, zooming into the 5G application with IoT. Yeah, with IoT. Transportation, autonomous driving is not in place yet, but it's mostly in the research stages. Yeah? And in car entertainment, yes. Smart parking, yes, is in Malaysia in certain big cities. Yeah, in certain big cities. And for the public services, at the moment, I think the focus point will be on healthcare, telemedicine, yeah? And partly education as well. So these are the 5G applications, yeah? That or sometimes we call use cases, yeah? in Malaysia. Now, why Malaysia want to go into that so strongly into 5G? If you look at the situations or the geographical position of Malaysia, so Malaysia is here and is surrounded by this ASEAN country. Okay, Singapore, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, Philippines, Indonesia. All these companies are now as the competitors into 5G. Everyone is looking into 5G. Northeast Asia is definitely they are in 5G now. Yeah. So if you look at Malaysia, it's surrounded by all these competitors. If Malaysia don't push on to 5G, so I think the outcome will be quite obvious. Yeah, we could be left out. So to catch up and to remain competitive, therefore, the Malaysian government had to roll out the 5Gs. Yeah, in critical industry or critical applications. Yeah. So at Q4 2021, as I told you, last year, end of last year, yeah, 4G is practically terminated out. So all the users are actually encouraged to change into 5G. So this is part of the strategy. And we have the blueprint and all that, yeah. But still, I would say that 5G is still quite new, right, in terms of pushing it out into the Malaysian government. Yeah? So there are still a lot of things to be looked at. Yeah, to look at. So, for example, what are the commercial and technical details, and how are they going to be worked out? So there are those agencies looking into this type of possible issues when pushing out the 5G into the Malaysia environment. And by the way, this ASEAN is going to be a market with about this many of people. So this is also one reason why 5G looks important to Malaysia. So some of the challenges, right, in terms of pushing out the 5G in the Malaysia perspective. So these challenges will be like 4G coverage, because 4G is quite mature and stable in Malaysia. So if you want to go to 5G, so many of the application side, implementation side, technicalities may have to be changed. So the thing is, how many of the 4G infra support or vendors will actually go into 5G, right? That involve investment. So that could be a challenge. It's not to say impossible, but challenges. Yeah. And then we have this SWN, right? So this is a secure wireless network. Now, when you talk about 5G and with the IoT, everything is almost going into wireless and mobile. So the security of this wireless network is definitely a challenge. So this is one sectors that will be looking at it by the government. And then the deployments of all those 5G infra, right, is also another challenge. And this outsource to the system, to the integrator, right? So that is also another challenge. So who will be our main vendors, for example, in pushing out the 5G? Yeah, so these are some of the challenges the government may have to look at. So that there's a big question asked. I would not say big question asked, or might be relevant question. Yeah? So it's argued that whether the government special purpose vehicle, yeah, can deliver the 5G promises. As we say, we are still at the early stage of pushing the 5G. So we should not actually jump too fast into the conclusion. Yeah? But let's see what we have, yeah, in the Malaysia perspective. Right, so the 5G in the Malaysia Verticals. So these are the sectors or the domains that the Malaysian government is looking at where the 5G could be implemented. Yeah, digital health, agriculture, entertainment, smart transport, smart city, education, tourism, oil and gas, where the Petronas is definitely going in. Yeah, and of course the industry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9. Yeah, 9 of these verticals actually aiming for the 5G. And it is somehow supported by this MCMC, which in Malaysia we call it Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission. Yeah. So this 5G demo project, 5DGP, right, is somehow, yeah, will be overlooked by the MCMC. So these are the examples, the 5GDP that has been pushed out in Malaysia. You can see the videos in YouTube. So I put the link here. If you want to see in more detail how the smart city is being implemented, you can look at the video. So basically, as we say, 5G, because of the high speed and low latency, so the last mile connections has been taken off but replaced with a wireless thing. Yes, and this is for entertainment, right? And this is more for the real-time data transmit, and this is for telemedicine. And it is actually implemented as a pilot in Langkawi. If you know Langkawi, it is one of the very hot tourist spot in Malaysia. Eh? So it is implemented over there, right? You can see the YouTube. There are videos. So all these YouTube link, right, allow you to see the real implementation of the project. Eh? And this is for education, VR. And one of the most important, I would not say important, sorry, I would say that most interesting is this one on the agriculture side. You know, the Malaysian is the main producers of durian and it's a huge market in China. So they want to increase the yield, right? To increase the qualities of the fruits. So they implement IoT in this, what we call a durian farm. It's a huge durian farm in Malaysia. Yeah? Maybe some of you may have tried this. Yeah? Dr. Manzo, I think he liked this one as well. Yeah? He's working in Malaysia. So this is a very interesting project where they use IoT with 5G, right, to improve the yield of the durian farm. Yeah, you can watch on the YouTube. Yeah? I share my slide with the organizer, so perhaps you can request a slide, yeah, to know the link to see all these 5GDPs. Then, in terms of a little bit more technical details, right? TM, this is Telecom Malaysia, yeah. So implemented this type of 5G project, which we call SLIM. This is for street light. This is traffic analysis, called STAR. Then we have a smart parking system, right? Allow the users to know more in hand about the parking at a certain designated areas, so smart parking. And then we have the smart community portals. And of course, the CCTV surveillance system on the street. So all these things, if you can imagine, is implemented out there and it will be monitored through some central control room. Yeah. So this is all possible, as we can see that is simply because of the 5G and the IoT. Yeah. So it boils down to what we said just now. Yeah. 5G IoT with big data, data science, and data analytics. Yeah. All that. And this is sometimes in September 2019, this is MCMC, as we say that, right? So established these companies, yeah, that actually set up as a task force to overlook the 5G implementation in Malaysia. Yeah. So it involved smart traffic management, public safety monitoring, energy management, and others.
So, Prof, if you could summarize, because we
Yes,
are.
yes. One more slide, I think. Just one more slide. Few more slides. So this is again investment in KL, yeah. Doing something on 5G, and this is for Kuala Lumpur smart cities, yeah, implementations and industry. Yeah. So one of the good industry actually implement this is the pineapple. Again, pineapple is one of the huge industry in Malaysia, exporting pineapples to a lot of countries. So they use IoT and 5G to help to improve their yield and production. Yeah. So this is a real one called My IoTA. Yeah, My IoTA. Right. So other things involve health. Sorry, this is for traffic, traffic, and for green building as well. Yeah, green building. Petronas is going into this solar panel. I think UTP is now going into that. Yeah. I think the important points to share with you here is the points to take over is our local companies are definitely not able to compete with countries like China, Japan, Korea to create those devices, meaning hardware devices in the system. I think Malaysia is not into that yet, but rather, right, we have a startup in Malaysia to look into using IoT and 5G to provide some, yeah, solutions to solve customers' problems, either in industry or in agriculture or in medicine. Yeah, more on the application side. And hopefully, right, our system will be device agnostic, and hopefully the application developed can be used anywhere in the world, and therefore Malaysia will be the solution providers of the 5G solution. Yeah, I think there's the possibilities. Right. So I think with that, I think there's end of my presentation, and I hope you have get some ideas, yeah, on what 5G is going on in Malaysia. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Low, for such an informative
Okay.
presentation
Thank
related
you.
to 5G IoT. Now the floor is open for the question. If anyone has question, please raise them quickly so that we can go for another presentation. Yes.
Hi, Professor. Sorry. Hi, Professor
Hi.
Tang.
Hi.
My question is that will 5G create an impact on the human health due to its radiation? Because in a research, 5G technology is being tested to some areas and experience the change in temperature. So, Professor Tang Jung, what are your views about on 5G technologies on the human health? Will this technology is creating on the impact on human health or not? Thank you.
Yes, I think it will. Yeah. For example, as mentioned by Dr. Manzo just now, yeah, we have a student who are supervised by us by using blockchain into securing those medical data. And where the data, instead of controlled by the service providers, health service providers, we are thinking of the health data supposed to be controlled by the patients. So how to make those data, healthcare data secure? So we are thinking of blockchain into that. That is one of the impact which we can think of at the moment. Yeah. So other than e-health in terms of the medical data security using 5G and IoT because of the big data, and also as you mentioned, right, climate. as we say, the flood controls in Malaysia will be also into this area. Definitely, there are impact in, I would say, many aspects.
Okay, thank
So-
you very much, Professor Low.
Yeah.
My question is related to the impact of 5G on the production efficiency of pharmaceutical industries. How this technology could be beneficial for the pharma industry, please?
I think the impact could be more on the data analytics side. In pharmaceuticals, when you talk about research, right? So there will be a lot of these data generated through the research, and hopefully this data can be shared among all the researchers or perhaps the industry. And with the quick sharing of data, I think definitely it will be actually impact on the pharmaceuticals products. Because I think pharmaceutical products may be different, from countries to countries or areas to areas.
Yes, any other question? Okay, so with that, thank you, Professor Low, for your presentation, and please share your slide with the officials so that we can distribute
Thank
among.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. With that, we are moving to our next presenter, Professor Dr. Bishwajit Pandey. Dr. Bishwajit Pandey is working as Associate Professor in Jain University, Bangalore, India. He has completed his PhD from Computer System Engineering from Grants and Science Institute, L'Aquila, Italy. He has also worked as Assistant Professor at Computer System Department of Birla Institute of Applied Science. He has also worked as working as Assistant Professor as Department of Computer Technology and Research in Chitkara University. He has also been the Junior Research Fellow with the South Asian University and lecturer in Indira Gandhi National Open University. He has completed his master's from IIT Gwalior in Computer System with the VLSI and Masters of Computer Application Technology. He has more than 150 publications with the citation of 1,800 plus. He has experience in teaching with cybersecurity, innovation startups, computer networks, digital logic systems, and system with a very long design. His area of research interests are green computing, high performance computing, cyber physical system with IoT designs, and cyber security. He is also board of directors of many startups initiated by his student, and also working as director of Gyan City Research Consulting Private Limited. So without further ado, Dr. Bishwajit Pandey, you may proceed to your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman, for introducing me. Now I am going to share my screen, and my topic is cyber ranges. Cyber ranges is the current term related to cyber security of cyber physical system.
Make it at the presentation mode so that we can see it clearly.
Okay. So cyber physical system is a combination of computing devices that are interconnected with one another across any network and interact with physical world via actuators or sensors in a feedback loop. The physical part comprises of mechanical component, biochemical process, or human machinery. The cyber part of the system is made of computation platform that may be actuators, sensors, as well as one or more computers, and the network structure that offers the mechanism required for interconnected system to interconnect. So these are the schematic of cyber physical system. Here you can see there are so many actuators, there are so many sensors, and there is a network and physical system in between them, and the whole system called as a cyber physical system. Sensors are devices who are sensing something and giving us data in form of sensor readings. And actuators are the device which execute on the basis of sensor readings. For example, assume there is a water level sensor that is measuring the level of water in a water tank. So if the water will full, then actuator that is pumped will off. If water will not full in tank, then actuator that is pumped will on. So characteristics of cyber physical systems are security, interoperability, reliability, dependability, stability. Primary concern is security, and my whole lecture from next slide will focus on security. Security susceptibilities of cyber physical resources can be misused by adversaries through numerous attacks. For any cyber physical system, safeguarding process as well as information security is significant, as the consequent infrastructure requires to have great operational competency with no interruption. Interoperability deals with large-scale CPS compromise of components from different vendors and portions that may be operated by different entities. So in order to achieve the full potential of CPS, interoperability among heterogeneous components and systems is required. Reliability and dependability deals with as many CPS are part of one's daily life, their utility requires high reliability and dependability. Limited computational power, memory, and energy may cause new problems and hinder the working of the system. To enhance the reliability and dependability of the system, all the system drawbacks need to be addressed and tracked and during implementation stages. Stability is prime concern. Factor behind in determining the stability of cyber physical system include linearity and non-linearity of the system. That may also bandwidth of the system, their sampling rate, and limitation of actuators and sensors. So now my topic will limited to security of cyber physical system. So here we discuss cyber attacks on cyber physical systems. Cyber attacks may be expensive and network could distribute those attacks all over the world quickly. Cyber attacks of cyber physical system, or we can say control system, are capable of turning the cyber physical system local power against itself. With the increasing number of cyber attacks, security as well as privacy become a chief concern amongst users and businesses. The hackers penetrate linked objects like cars, shopping mall, smart home, and smart bank for accumulating money, hacking systems, as well as infringing personal information. So what is cyber engine? Cyber engines are sophisticated virtual infrastructure that represent cybersecurity scenario of critical complexities and achieve best quality training in cybersecurity. It also delivers a research environment for studying numerous schemas as well as hands-on event management and response know-how. So you can see white hat hackers, staffs that may be trainee, instructors, and all network environment compromised as a single unit that is called cyber engine. So in cyber engine, there are so many levels. In every level, we train, test, and we give some exercise. And based on exercise, we again test, evaluate, and develop. Then the final cyber engine infrastructure will develop that will consist of tools, assets, and content. And the prime objective of CyberEdge is to make a either physical or virtual system, stimulate cyber attacks, and provide a structure on which we can make attack and can learn from the cyber security exercises. CyberEdge can model several technology like IT and OT infrastructures. Application of CyberEdge is spread across different industrial domains such as water supply, logistics, energy, smart manufacturing. Some key advantage of CyberEdge are they provide a safe, legal, and secure environment for product development and some cyber skill training and security testing. They are also fundamental in facilitating and advancing cybersecurity education, training, and certification. It can include physical or virtual tools or a combination of both. It provides instantaneous feedback with reference to the functioning of the network infrastructures. So this is the architectural design of CyberEdge, where users is sitting in front of user interface. User interface may be web browser, that may be Mozilla Firefox, Microsoft Edge, Google Chrome, Opera. So the user interface or web browser are front-end technology. They connect with web server technology that may be Nginx, Node.js, Apache, IIS, and they have capability to deal with HTTP request and HTTP response. There is an inside HTTP server and files. HTTP server, we may say web server. And then there is a cyber range capability. Internet service simulation, gamification, visualization, reporting, attack simulation, training method, data collection mechanism, platform, cyber security scenario, user activity simulation, all comes under cyber range capability. Then there is a orchestration. Cyber range infrastructure technology consists of emulation, virtualization, simulation, and containerization of cyber security exercises. So these are called cyber and code technologies. So types of cyber engine, there are three types of cyber engine: physical cyber engine, virtual cyber engine, and hybrid. That means the between physical and virtual. So first is physical cyber engine. A physical cyber edge recreates or duplicates an entire given physical network or computing infrastructure, which includes components like switches, firewalls, endpoint, server, router, etc. Advantage of physical cyber edge is that since it duplicates the entire infrastructure and its entities, it provides a realistic perspective when it comes to analysis and training. This is helpful in improving the defenses of a given infrastructure, and there are also disadvantages at the same time. Doing any modification in real infrastructure or its entities will require reconstruction of its entire cyber engine, which is financially exorbitant. The arrangement and tear down to modify new training setting in that cyber engine is time consuming. Ongoing operational cost consideration for things like cooling and power consumption is others. So there are so many examples of physical cyber engines. One is Cybertropolis. Is a project of the United States Department of Defense situated at the Muscatic Urban Training Complex. There is a one researcher, Ahmad et al., proposed a SCADA system testbed for research and training of cybersecurity exercises. One more researcher, they propose a model called SWAT, which is a test bed based on a model of a water supply system is proposed. In virtual cyber engines, the entire computing infrastructure is simulated using virtualization technique. Each component in the environment is emulated with virtual machine. So advantage of virtual cyber engines is the current operational cost is considerably less costly than in physical engines. The setup and dismantle to modify new training scenario in the cyber engine, that is virtual cyber engine, is less time consuming as compared to physical cyber engine. This virtual cyber range hardware becomes simpler, and that is because everything is virtualized to run on relatively common off-the-shelf hardware, and less expert human resources or fewer expert human resources are typically needed than for a fully physical notation. A virtual cyber range is always up to date as new updates, patches, and exploits are always available. So there are disadvantages of virtual cyber range. Virtual cyber ranges do not provide the same level of performance as physical cyber ranges because in a purely virtualized environment, accurate modeling of certain attack scenario similar to the real world scenario is not possible simply on the proposed physical execution constants of virtual architectures. This can essentially be an imperative issue in training. There are so many examples of virtual cyber engines. One is a Kaipo cyber engine. It's a Czechoslovakia project subsidized by the Ministry of the Interior of Czech Republic in the context of security research program of the Czech Republic. The Michigan Cyber Range is powered by Merit Network, the nation's longest running research and education network. The Cisco Cyber Range offers a specialized technical training activity to assist the staff responsible for the security to create and improve the skills and experience needed to answer modern cyber threats. Then there is a hybrid cyber range. Hybrid cyber range is hybrid of both physical and virtual cyber range. Hybrid cyber range provides an environment where both virtual and physical elements are used as when required. Hybrid cyber range is also referred as cyber physical ranges. So there are so many advantages of hybrid cyber ranges. They provide the best mix of positive aspects of physical and virtual cyber ranges. It has the flexibility of virtual environment along with realism resulting from the use of real-world hardware components of the reference infrastructure. The cost, performance, and evaluation of the resiliency of network defenses is comparatively better than a physical cyber range. There are so many examples of hybrid cyber ranges. Tevekami et al. Proposed a hybrid testbed for accessing the security and communication protocol in smart grid. In 2016, Ashoka et al. Proposed a testbed for accessing security of a smart grid called Power Cyber. So, when we are learning cyber security exercises from cyber ranges, we have to develop so many teams. First team is called red team, second team is called blue team, third team is called white team, fourth team is called admin teams, and fifth team is called design team. And this is the simulated attack in hyper-realistic setting. In training management console, there is a NIST goals, there is a trainee assessment tool, there is a debrief system. In virtualized corporate network, there is a traffic generator, there is a attack generator, and there are two teams sitting here, blue team scenarios, and there is a red team scenario. Blue teams are going to defend it, and red teams are going to attack it. Then there is a virtualized SOC, that is system on chip. So what are red teams? Red team's task is to attack and compromise the security of the simulated scenario, organization, or network infrastructure. The team comprises of a small number of experts. They must be well conscious of so-called TTP. TTP tactics, techniques, and procedures of the attackers. Then there is a blue team. Their task is to defend the scenario, organization, or network infrastructure from unauthorized or illegal activity. The team members are required to have the mentality of the defenders. Blue teams are trained to detect, respond, mitigate the attacks and potential vulnerability instigated by red team's members. The capabilities and expertise of blue teams strongly affect the whole exercise scenario. Then there is a white team. Their task is to design and construct the simulated scenario, organization, or network infrastructure for the cybersecurity exercises. It is responsible for supervising the exercises and to ensure that the exercise is conducted according to scenario and objective. Then there is an admin team. Admin team tasks are to supervise the entire cyber range, monitor the simulation, and assign scores to each team participating inside the simulation. Then there is a design team. Their task is to design the reference infrastructure on which the cyber range is based. There are three types of cyber ranges. So we can, based on the architecture or based on the designing approach, physical, hybrid, and virtual. But based on the usage, there are three types of cyber ranges: military cyber ranges, academic cyber ranges, commercial cyber ranges. Military cyber ranges. On a national level, cyber attacks can exploit the vulnerabilities of critical infrastructure such as the energy, transportation, and communication sectors and seriously undermine military mission success since the infrastructure are critical in supporting the conduct of military operations. Some of the most commonly used cyber engines used by the military for simulation of military exercises are listed: Simtex, CAAJED, SAST, SteelSmith. Academic cyber engines. Academic cyber engines help students to visualize the technique they are learning in classroom through simulation, competition, or lab drills. This is essential for cyber education as it helps the student to identify vulnerabilities, properly secure application, and build and test firewalls. Some of the most commonly used cyber engines used in academics are listed below: SecuSIM, RINS, Arena, Lariat. Then there is a commercial cyber engine. Established vendors see the cyber end market as an opportunity to gain access to client executive and stakeholders with immersive breach responses exercise, add value to incident response retainer beyond simple tabletop exercises, and cultivate and shape cybersecurity talents. Some of the most commonly used cyber engines used in academic are listed below: Breaking Point, Exata, Omnet++. And this is my PhD topic. When I completed my PhD, I designed a training environment that was an emulator of water supply system in Turin node of Italian cyber engines. So my PhD supervisor, Professor Paolo Prinetto from Politecnico di Torino, he was the cybersecurity advisor of Italian PM, but he can't able to get permission to attack on their existing system in Turin city for water supply. So we make an emulator of water supply system of Turin city in the lab of Politecnico di Torino. So now my lecture is speech is over, and you may ask any question.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Bishwajit Pandey, for the presentation. Now the house is open for the question. If anyone has question, please.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Taha Hassan. Dr. Bishwajit, could you just explain the educational usage once more and in a bit more detail if you can? Yes, because I'm interested.
So in our semester classes, we can assign our student into two teams. One may be blue team and other may be red team. We can assign that. We can also develop a server, or we can assign a server and we can assign one IP address that may be public IP address, and then we can ask or give a task to our red team: attack on this PC or on this server, which IP address is this. So red team will start attacking on this server. Similarly, you can ask your team, blue team, to defend it. Okay, you can give the list. These are the list of attacks which the red team are going to do. Blue team, now it's your duty to defend this system. For example, red team are going to do an attack, maybe the DOS attack, that may be denial of service attack, then the server will off. So blue team, it is our duty to avoid the attack. Then blue team will try their best to defend their system. So we'll create some simulated environment without going to the actual environment. And then when our student will learn the technique to attack and technique to defend, then we can deploy them in a real environment. Then we can assign them a task to defend any system in our university, in any company, or any organization.
Thank you. Yes, any other question from the audience? Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. I'm Dr. Zahid Majid. I'm working as Director Academic Planning in Allama Iqbal Open University. It's just like a IGNO that you have in Indira Gandhi National Open University. We have deployed the CMS with the Oracle, and that fulfilled the requirement of the university. But recently we have noticed that the cybersecurity is a big issue for the CMS as well as for the online and e-learning programs that we are having. I'm not sure about what you have suggested to IGNOU, but what you suggest to us that on Oracle, what type of cybersecurity we can deploy over there?
In order to protect your Oracle, first you have to do the port scanning of your server. How many ports are open? If some ports are open, then attacker can use that port in order to access your system. So try to close that port. Then there may be some accessible folders. Try to find the way from the users get the access of remote login, because the attackers try to do some fingerprinting, they try to some reconnaissance steps, they try to do as many information they try to gather from about your Oracle server, and if they find some loophole, they try to enter it. So it's your duty to patch all the loopholes. So first you may do some port scanning, then you can do the network scanning. So port scanning of your server or your PC, then you can do the network scanning of your whole network. Then after that, you can try to patch one. And there are so many attacks possible. So in order to be ensure that you have already your software are up to date, there are no any vulnerability or zero-day exploits are possible that may be taken by. So there are so many way to make your system more secure, and for that you can do some exercise of scanning. So first you have to do a scan and then try to find the list of vulnerability, and then when you find the list of vulnerability, then you will patch it. Otherwise, attackers are free, they can exploit it.
Yes, any other question from the audience? Dr. Pandey, I would like to ask one question. What are the future perspective of these cyber ranges into the database that currently we are existing in comparison with the existing cybersecurity networks?
Yes. For example, if I want to become a pilot, I go to some flying school. They can't give me the aeroplane. Okay, take it and fly it, because I can crash it and they will lose a millions of dollars. So the cyber ranges is just a training environment of cyber security exercises. Here we make the emulators of real servers, not the real server. We can't put the whole banking server, original banking server here, but we make the emulators of banking server. And then we can say, okay, attack on it, try to get some fund from the account, existing account, and try to transfer the fund to your accounts. So these are the simulated practice. So the flight pilot, when they go to flying school, they get first training on simulator, then they go to the next step, that will be the physical aeroplane. Similarly, in order to go to attack on the physical or real system or real cyber physical system, we make cyber rangers in order to give the trainings. So what I have told, there was a Italy in a Turin city, there was a water supply system, existing water supply system, but we can't attack on the existing water supply system, because if we can attack on it and we can change the composition of chlorine ion in water, then the whole city may suffering from some disease or there may be some health problem. Simulator of water supply system in our lab, and then we're trying to make a take on it, and then when we find some loophole or vulnerability, then we inform the real water supply system of Turin. They patch the vulnerability available.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Pandey, for your presentation, and please share your presentation with the officials so that we can share among our audience.
Okay, I will share with Professor Sadiq Khan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Bhande. Dear participants, we'll take a 10 minutes break for tea, and let's try to be back here on time then. So 10 minutes break for tea.
ये check कर लो।
Okay, Bismillah. And Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello. Say hello. Okay, welcome again. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Professor Dr. Kashif Nisar from University Malaysia Sabah. This session, after tea break session, basically I will chair. So now we have another distinguished keynote speaker. His name is Professor Dr. D.M. Akbar Hussain. Basically, his profile is he's working as an associate professor in Department of Engineering, Aalborg University, Denmark. He hold his PhD degree in Control Engineering from Faculty of Engineering, Applied Science, University of Sussex, England. And basically, he has experience of working on multiple countries, for example, continent as well as Asia, Europe, North America, with different culture, heritage, and fields. Basically, he's a very well-known keynote speaker and advisor, consultants throughout the world, as well as basically, apart from academic and interest and activity, he loves sports, especially cricket and football as well as. Now, Prof, you can start your talk. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this presentation. The topic is latest digital technology systems and the challenges. The presentation roadmap, I will have introduction, discussion of digital technologies, how Pakistan is doing. I have come from Denmark, so how the Danes are progressing or what they have achieved. They have taken very clear initiative and very focused approach in dealing with digital technologies. And then we have a brief conclusion. What are digital technologies? Digital technologies are electronic tools. It could be systems, it could be devices and resources that create, store or process data. And you could find many definitions, more or less saying the same thing. I selected another one, an area of scientific or engineering expertise that deals with the creation and practical use of digital and computerized knowledge. In my humble opinion, I have devised my own definition to the digital technologies. Digital technology is a facilitation process provided by these systems to individuals, to organizations as standalone systems or as an interface with other systems, including data processing of various kinds with security. Digitization in Pakistan context, there are 173 million mobile connections up till 2020. And only in 1 year, from 2020 to 2021, 6.9 million more connections. Internet access was a Rolls Royce in the late 90s and early 2000. According to the data reporter statistics, there are 61 million net users now. By just these numbers, one could say that digital technology is doing very well. It is not. It is not just the number of mobile users or net users. At the core, it is the access to all data, quality data, complete data or information, efficient and reliable and secure systems which constitute the real digital technology systems. Some examples in their own right, they are all digital technologies: Facebook, aircraft, WhatsApp, online shopping, Twitter, ATM machine, IMO, drones, Google, you name it. I've just put some of those here. Continuing on the digitization of Pakistan context, countries like Pakistan having, we all hear, management and administrative problems, digital technology is the answer. And if we look at make the analysis, then the two top candidates which has mismanagement or administrative issues are education and healthcare in Pakistan. Other issues like non-commitment and non-ownership, these are also very important to be eradicated to achieve the required level of success for Pakistan. In the context of Pakistan, the above issues must be resolved. Apart from that, we need to improve on network connectivity and the price of connectivity, whether people can afford it or not. Quality connections, data access, and keeping the privacy and security. Digitization, now I've come from Denmark, so from the Danes' perspective, how they started. They took some initiatives in early 2000. The central point which they have taken, that if one has to achieve the public sector digitization, then intimate and binding collaboration is a must condition between local, regional, and central governments. Another collaboration is required between autonomous local organizations, authorities, individually. In this way, a balanced approach is adopted for main government organization and the local grassroots level organizations. NGOs, private businesses, and trade unions should also practically participate in these strategic initiatives. They define a very clear, clear objectives or narratives. How they define this: human-friendly systems, high quality and computationally fast. Convenience the public sector that digitization will bring real value to their living. They must elevate quality of public services, better and focus information sharing when it comes to individual person or business. These objectives also make a reverse effect as it brings efficiency in public sector. If you follow the guidance or the objectives, then this reverse effect will also benefit the technology. Conditions for growth by public sector digitization. The government wanted to minimize the administrative burden on businesses. Instead of manual reporting to public authorities like income tax, automatic reporting has to be implemented. And they created a portal which is called work.dk. In Danish, it is VIRK, work. In English, we pronounce and write like WRK. So this portal exists, which provides all business solutions. So it makes it easier for the businesses to adopt or take information if they are developing or bringing a new business initiative. The business community have more freedom in accessing data from more public sector authorities for a new business opportunity and innovation. Security has always been a positive thing for Danes. By inheritance, they have the confidence individually on each other, but also among public sector, which is the basis of Denmark as a true welfare state in the world. Therefore, security may even be better in the digitization. A digital infrastructure must withstand firm against any kind of foul play. With that kind of security, one could imagine that all citizens can contribute, whether digitized or not digitized, or even without access to required public sector. So now I'm going to give you the latest digital technology system which Denmark has implemented and which they started in early 2000. A huge system for a very small country. You know, Denmark is 5 million people. So even smaller than Lahore. So this allows to log in to all local government departments, banks, insurance companies. Nothing is missing. Each and every bit is recorded or maintained. Without name ID, it's called name ID, name taken from the name ID basically. Name ID, you cannot get any money, cannot correspond with the doctor or with the any government organization. No one will receive you. So as income tax, immigration services, essentially you are nobody. If you have name ID, if you don't have name ID, you are nobody. Nobody will recognize you. So few departments which are linked, there is a long list, but I have just taken most common: income tax, health, municipality, which we call it corporation, bank, insurance companies, customs, immigrations, e-box. That is a little bit different than the other departments where whatever government corresponds, all those correspondence comes through the e-box. So I'm taking the first one as health. where all information about your health is maintained or kept. So this is the front end, and you can see that there is, sorry. You can see there is a login tab. So if you have NEM ID, you basically log in from here. And let's look at inside what information is stored. So if you have any kind of agreements, it will be listed there. National Patient Register, which contains all your health conditions, laboratory answers, general practitioners, diagnostic, vaccination. You can also see on the right side, it's COVID-19 details, if you have vaccination or not. All these minute, even minor details are recorded in this department. I'm taking a bank now. So same thing, you can log in to the bank with NEM ID if you have NEM ID, and you can see all the detailed transactions which you are having in your account. Then this is the basic information regarding where you live, what kind of house it is, all your personal detail, telephone, which place you go on, all those related to you only information is stored in this portal. You can see child care, recycling, primary school, all these job vacancies. Are you moving, passport, doctor's charge, coronavirus, and all these information is stored in this portal. So the question is how to get the NEM ID. So at the NEM ID site, there is a portal. One has to register with all your biodata, and then you receive a 10-digit number after a few days. This 10-digit number is a unique number for ladies, for female and males. And the interesting thing is if it's called CPR, which is Central Person Register, and it is, as I said, 10-digit. So the first 6 digits, like in this case, if you look at the left side, 180677, that is the date of birth of a person. Then there are 4 numbers, 4456. If the last digit is even, this means that this is a female number. And if the last digit is an odd number, then this means it is a male. Once you receive this number, then you can log in to all these departments, which I showed you earlier. And once you log in, the template you can see is allow you to enter first this 10-digit number and then the password which you have selected earlier. Similarly, for bank, this is one example. If you look at the left side where NEM ID word is written, just below that, if you see, there is a 4-number number with 688. I think my eyesight is not that very good. And then on the right side, there is a T symbol. So you cannot get log in or get to the system unless you have this key. And this key is also issued by the government. You receive a card, something like this, by mail in your e-box or in your home address. There are 156 codes. So you can see that there is 6-number code in front of each 4-number digit, which you have seen earlier here. So the key you enter corresponds to this number 6888, and then you enter that number and you get into the system. You can see first left column, these are the 4 numbers which correspond to this 6-number key. So this example was taken. It's a huge system. In 5 or 10 minutes, I cannot show all the functionality, but the whole idea is that they have created a system which is so compact, it is secure, security is guaranteed by the Danish government. So we should also think in terms of that to implement not necessarily the same way, but which can handle our big nation. My conclusion is that Pakistan is doing reasonably good. However, due to huge problem in the management and administration, so the progress is not that great. NADRA, PTA, and many others are very good examples of digital technology systems. And due to security threats and connectivity is sometimes compromised or stopped, and sometimes it may be poor transmission. The whole idea is basically the access to the data to individual, to business people. So things have to be made easier, not red tape like things. Only then you can progress. Pakistan is not to worry too much. They are doing fine, but a lot of effort and compromise has to be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Akbar, for your informative and knowledgeable talk. Any question from, okay, yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Professor. This is me, Arsalan from University of Karachi. My question is related to the data security and integrity of the digital systems as we are going to implement in each and every sector. For example, we are going to implement the digital system on the economic system of Pakistan, the agriculture system of Pakistan, and so on and so forth. But the question is how we can secure these the databases of these systems, because I am quoting the Express Tribune, and I have seen so many cyber attacks are occurring in Pakistan. For instance, the State Bank of Pakistan has experienced the cyber attack. The Mizan Bank of Pakistan has also experienced the cyber attack, where the Mizan Bank suggested his users they change their PIN codes to minimize the loss of the data and another loss. So as Pakistani, 2 different embassies are also experiencing the cyber attacks. So this thing is going is growing exponentially. How we can secure these databases? And apart from that, Google has also launched Google Zero Day Team or Google Zero Project. The main focus of this project is to secure each and every system from zero-day vulnerability, where the problem identification occurs and the experienced cybersecurity analysts sit and find out the solution, and we can secure the integrity of the data. Thank you so much.
Is only one question?
Yeah.
Okay, first thing, I think we all hear there is no, word to say that we can stop everything. There is no such thing. Because we are developing, we means not me, means people who are developing these systems, they are trying their best to make it secure. But still, the other side is also making progress. So we cannot guarantee, although if you follow the protocols or the way they have asked you to, select the passwords, all these guidelines, they are very, very important. But I think, in my personal opinion, we don't put any kind of attention to these guidelines. We just say brute force. I mean, if the system is asking you 8-digit password with a special word, with a capital letter, with a small letter, but we just, do it the way we want. So all these risky things are also to be avoided. So my simple answer is, yes, there is still possibility that these systems cannot be secure. Even I'm talking about Danish, their e-box were also hacked.
Yes, sir.
So that will continue. I think as long as people, good people who are developing system and bad people who are trying to destroy the system. So nothing is secure. Even Americans, they have admitted that whatever their Homeland Security is saying, nothing will happen. They have secure everything. You cannot say 100% that it is guaranteed.
Yes, sir. So you mean that we can secure our systems by creating an awareness in public?
Also,
just like we had defeated COVID by providing awareness, we can also overcome this problem by creating an awareness in the local public for layman.
I told my children when they have the password that always when they are typing it, change the order. For example, the password is Bilal, B-I-L-A-L. So first write L-A-L and then B-I. So because keylogger is the simplest of the hacker, so they just log the keys. So if somebody is continuously using the same word, which is the password, they can access or get that password. So my advice to you is also to make this order change. When you are entering username or when you are entering the actual password, make the shuffle.
Okay, thank you.
I hope it answers.
Yes.
Okay, that is good. Long question, long answer. Okay, next. Yes, from there.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam.
I am Bari Ahmed from Department of Computer Science, University of Karachi.
Oh,
sir, as
my
you
second home.
Sorry, sir.
My second home.
Oh yes, sir. As you already mentioned that digital technologies is already doing well. I second this, but sir, I want to know that how long these digital technology will sustain. As you know, technology is growing by every day, day by day. So what do you think about digital technologies will sustain? How long it will sustain?
I don't know really. I don't know. Because it's very difficult to really predict. One thing you all have seen is every commodity has increased in the price, but which commodity is going downwards? The prices, all electronics things, their prices are going down. They are getting better and better, but they are going down. So who knows? I can't answer this.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, next question.
Sir, I want to just add something. Cybersecurity expert.
MashaAllah.
Sir, actually, this is only just a 0.0. I can't fractionize it, but it's very little aspect of just client-side attacks, vulnerabilities. The actual problem with the companies, with the government, with the corporations is not
client awareness. It is there, but very rare, very few. Actual problem where it lies. I'm just quoting the case of Pakistan. Our developers who are developing the systems in the government in the are being taught from the university, and the universities still, most of the universities don't have the cybersecurity concerns. There is no course like that in their curriculum. They teach they train the students how to develop, how to code, how to program, but they don't teach how to write a secure code. Actually, we need to focus that ethical hackers, we need to build the ethical hackers. We need to groom the developers to how to close the backdoors, how to close the vulnerabilities. Actually, developers are just focusing on the functionality side, and the security side is all blank. The main reason for the systems hacking is that developers are not well aware of the threats, attacks, and it's upgrading, it's changing day by day. So there should be a dire need of transforming the curriculum of the university, curriculum of the degrees, certification programs. They should be enlisted in the curriculum of the universities. I think so. It would serve the better to tackle the hacking issues of the organizations. Thank you.
I totally agree with you, but something I want to share with you. It's a common culture in Pakistan that if I know something, I will hardly tell my colleague or my subordinate. I want to keep it to myself. That's kind of maybe in our society. In Danish perspective, it's totally different. There are rights for the student and for the teacher, and they are equal rights. If you have a board constituted, if there are 5 teachers, then there are 5 students. So it's equal reporting, and they are very blunt. Students are very straightforward. If they want to learn something and which teacher has not taught during the course, then they can, there are 3 meetings in a semester, and they can complain, and the teacher is warned, or not in a rude sense, but politely, sometimes to guide him or her that he or she should take the course. And the role of the teacher is, I mentioned yesterday, is a facilitator. He facilitates the things. The decisions are taken by the students. So maybe we need to change, as you said, the curriculum, or the way we work. Maybe we need to tune small things.
Yes, next question.
Assalamualaikum. It's Dr. Mudassir from Comstech University. I will be presenting some type of suggestion here rather than a question. That
Sure.
We are talking about digital Pakistan. You have also discussed here what things are going on here. Like you said, PTA is very good organization and they have digitized the system. NADRA is also one.
But in the context of only the information.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, so my point is that creating a separate system, digital system for every organization is a good way to implement technologies in government organizations, and it will result good to the public. We should also take care about interlink of these technologies and interlink of these systems rather. So we have a system of NADRA, we have a system of PTA, we have a system of taxation. So there should be a policy talk or whatsoever idea, as some person might be sitting here, they can proceed these points to the agencies or governments and whatsoever. So they should have been interlinked with each other so that other departments can get benefit of these systems in all.
But if we are not interlinking these systems, we are not getting benefit as a whole of the system. Like telecom companies are getting benefit from the PTA. So if this PTA links these things with the NADRA, so everyone can get benefit from the telecom companies and from the database of the PTA. So there should be consensus or linking of these systems and digital technologies, so that overall benefit of the computing systems can be obtained in all over the society in the Pakistan. Thank you.
I totally agree. If you look at my slides later on, you'll see the first point when the Danes started about the digitization. The first point is the intimate binding correspondence or relationship between the local, regional, and the main government. Without that, it is not possible. So you are saying rightly that NADRA or PTA, all these organizations has to be discussing things to improve or to move further in the current state of the world. So it is very, very important.
Okay, another question? Maybe from females? Okay, thank you, Prof. again. Basically, it was very good session, question, answer, suggestions, and discussion as well as. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And God bless you all.
Okay, now we have again very good keynote talk from a very leading university from China, Peking University. Basically, Professor Dr. Zi Jin, and her title for today's talk is Safety, the First Class Concern of Autonomous System. Basically, more or more application asks for basically her profile like this. She's in software engineering department in Peking University. Her work in concern with the requirements engineering and knowledge-based software engineering. She is co-author of 4 books and authors more than 50 high impact factor journal conferences in leading journals as well as. She served as a IEEE RE 2016 as a journal chair conference, IEEE Congress of Service as PC or co-chair in chief, and many others as well as. She is executive editor in chief of Chinese Journal of Software Engineering, associate editor of IEEE TSC. Basically, IEEE is the world biggest professional organization. In IEEE, more than 500,000 members throughout the world. And now I think I pass to Prof. Dr. Zi Jin. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear it.
Oh, and under the screen, you can see the slides perfectly. You can see the slides.
You can go to slides sharing modes, I think.
This way?
Yes, now it's okay. And
okay.
we can hear you properly.
Okay,
move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the introduction, and good morning for you and good afternoon for me. So yeah, I'm very glad to be here to give a talk about my recent research on the safety for the autonomous systems. First, I would like to introduce, I cannot, oh yes, here. Oh, yes, here. A little bit, introduction for myself. I'm a professor in the School of Computer Science at Peking University. And you can see the picture. This is the most famous scene in the campus of Peking University. This picture I took a couple of hours ago it snows in China, in Beijing, and you can see the snow on the surface of the lake water, lake ice. So yes, lake ice is very cold now in China, in Beijing. And I'm a deputy director of the key lab of high confidence software technologies. And also I am the chair of technical committee of system software of CCIF. And I also am on the I'm also associate editors for IEEE, TSE, IEEE, RE, and ACM transactions on autonomous and adaptive systems. So I'm going to talk, my talk will be in three sections. The first, I would like to show you a survey on the safety of the autonomous system. And then I give two case studies that had been done in by my students. And also I will present give you some conclusions. The first, this is, I just found this document from the IEEE website that is a technical prediction for 2022. And from here, from this document, the section 4 is about safety, reliability, and resilience for intelligent autonomous systems. So that this this topic is very much matched to this talk of my talk today. And this picture shows the context, show the whole picture of the technical prediction by the IEEE. You can see there are several levels of this technical prediction. The reliability is just in the middle, and with some others. And you can see here, this is that is a picture to show in the comparing prediction. You can see the safety for autonomous system is just on the upright section, the circle, the red circle inside, and you can see on the aspect of desirability is get score A, and on the aspect of prediction likelihood is on between A and B. So it's kind of very important topics in currently. So this is about the safety. What about the autonomous system? We just give some keywords about this. That is a system to integration of perception, decision making, and communication, and actuation, and embodying machine capability to handle the complexity of the real world. That is a kind of a definition of the autonomous system. And this such kind of system has many application scenarios. This system can work and avoid harmful situations for an extended period without the need of any direct assistance or intervention by human. So such kind of system can be used. It can be very useful in scientific discovery, search and rescue, infrastructure management, delivery, visual detection and tracking, etc. There are lots of applications. So the second words in my talk, the second term in my talk is about the safety. safety, in fact, is is one of the long-lasting concerns. You can find, I mean, even in the 1980s, you can find the words of the safety. You can find the concern about safety in robots. The Graham gave a definition. He said, robot safety involves both issues in the design and the implementation of the robot itself, and the issues of human factors relevant to the human-robot interaction. So this the issue in the robot itself, and also the issue in the human-robot interaction. And also in software engineering, Larson in 1995 gave a definition about the safety. It's a very abstract definition. It's called safety is freedom from accidents or losses. It's very abstractive. So currently, there are lots of safety critical system in general. It calls the failures could result in loss of life, significant property damage, or damage to the environment. So these are features about the safety of the system. So for the autonomous system, you can find lots of usage. For example, in delivery and in industry and manufacturing factors. And you can also see the many damages around that cause many damages, like the self-driving cars. And there is, I mean, statistics about the accidents by years of the U.S. military drone crashes. The numbers of the accident is increasing as long as the drone, more and more drone has been deployed into use into real world scenario for use. So the safety issue becomes a very important issue right now. So that's why we want to conduct a survey about the safety of the autonomous systems. The purpose for doing the survey is trying to find the features, the necessary features for the safe autonomous systems. That means for do some researches on the design for safety. Yeah, we make the survey trying to identify two kinds of things: the safety threat, like undesired or unplanned events bringing about side effects. And the second thing we want to identify is a countermeasure or solutions that has been used in the existing work. That means we find this solution to eliminate safety threats or bring it to an acceptable level. And from the definition of the safety, we have captured the feature. The safety is an issue about apart from the system itself, and also the issue of the interaction, human system interaction. So we consider the runtime features that contains scenario and the adaptation modes and the interaction between the system and its environment. When I doing the survey, we design three research questions. The first is what are the runtime scenarios of autonomous system and the constraints. The second question is what are the safety concerns during the interaction between autonomous system and the environment. The third question is, what are the countermeasures applied in autonomous system to deal with the safety concerns? So these are three research questions when we're doing the survey. And of course, when doing the survey, we in fact did the literature review. That means counting the papers. We use two sets of keywords to search in the famous digital library. The first set of keywords is about threat, and the second set of keywords is about system. Is which kind of system? So these are two sets of keywords, and we found plenty of papers, and then we choose these papers. We choose from the whole set of papers. We choose, in fact, more than 80 papers, and to do the detailed research. And among the selected papers, we found we can divide these papers. We can divide this research in four aspects. The first aspect is about adaptation mode. Among the paper, they have 68% is about the open adaptation. That means the system will run in an open environment, so open uncertainty scenario, and the others is closed adaptation. And about the second aspect is about the runtime scenario. This you can see the most of the study take the uncertain and unsteady into account. There are 54% is about the uncertain and unsteady. And the third aspect is about the system architecture. Among this work, and almost 87% is about a single agent currently, and 30% is about multi-agent. And the fourth aspect is about obstacles in environment. And so from the picture, you can see 40% is about unknown and dynamic obstacles, and 36 is unknown and static. So this the challenging things is unknown environment and uncertain scenario. So that is and that brings in result in the open adaptation. So that is by counting the paper, you can find these facts. So we are doing further insight into the multiple features. From this table, you can see the environment condition is the certain and uncertain, static or dynamic. And the scenario is land, air, sport, land, and sea. You can find the sub scenario. The work have indoor, deal with the indoor indoor scenario, low airspace scenario, high airspace scenario, and undersea, outside, etc. And for the system architecture, this work, you can find the work on robots, UAV drone, and UAS, AUV, a self-driving car, and etc. So these are the main scenario and the environment features. And then from this literature, we developed the high-level taxonomy for the safety concerns about the autonomous system. We have the first level is safety, and the second level is about the 4 aspects: the system architecture, the long-term feature and the constraints, the threats, and the countermeasure. And in the research for the system architecture, you can find the work about the component of system and the structure of the system. And the threats, there are threats arising from autonomous system. Threats exist in the environment, and the threats of the post to environment by the autonomous system. So 3 kinds of threats. And for the countermeasures, you can find in the existing research, there are design time countermeasure and runtime countermeasure. So that is a high level taxonomy for this research. And then we can summarize that the safety of the autonomous system related to the 3 aspects. The system itself, there are threats from the system, and the environment the system were located in. There are threats from the environment, and also there are issues from the interaction between the system and the environment. So this the safety is closely related to the system and the environment. And based on this thinking, we go detail into the sub aspects. The first is architecture, the system architecture related concerns, and then we can divide it, the features into the runtime scenario, system architecture, and agent component. And then we can see the long-term scenario. You can use uncertain or dynamic to describe the features, the environment features. And for the system architecture, the research there are researches about the inter-agent features and the inter-agent features. For the inter-agent features like open adaptation and closed adaptation or a closed adaptation. For inter-agent, they have research about on the centralized system, hybrid system, or decentralized system. That is for the multi-agent system. And for the component, the single agent component, they have features about the sensor, the controller, the effector, and also the communication links. That is because the autonomous system the four main capabilities is the autonomous system have 4 main capabilities: the perception and the controlling and the decision making and the communication. So that is for single agent component, they have such kind of features. So this is architecture related concerns. And the second aspect is the safety threats at the runtime. And safety as we showed in previous slides, we can have threats inside the system, the internal threats, and the threats from the environment, the threats from external, like obstacle, other system, and the security attack. And also the threats to external. That means the autonomous system bring risks to the environment. That is a very, the issues that is very important for the autonomous system. They don't need they don't allow to bring risks to the environment, like human safety, property, equipment damage, and also damaging the ecosystems. So that is a safety threat at the runtime. And the distribution about these features, this picture shows the distribution about these features, and this picture shows the distribution about the reasons for different safety threats. So it's going details. And then the next aspect is countermeasure for safety threat. As we have mentioned, the countermeasure can be divided into the countermeasure in design time and the countermeasure in runtime. For countermeasure in design time, we use such kind of design pattern. There's 3 steps. The first step is hazard analysis, and the second step is for identify the risks, the possible risks. And the second step is hazard limitation and elimination. And so that is for bringing the design patterns for limiting the risks. And the third step is about the verification and validation, and to show the design pattern can be applicable. So that is a verification. That is a countermeasure in the design time. And for the runtime, they have They have 2 strategies. The first is the main strategy is about self-adaptation, and the first kind of self-adaptation is reactive adaptation. That means the first detect if there is a risk ahead, and then control the risks. And the second kind of adaptation is a proactive adaptation. That is predict the risk ahead and then do the strategies to avoid the risk. So that is the 2 kinds of runtime countermeasure for avoiding the risk. So this picture shows the distribution of different safety countermeasure in the literature. So yeah, you can see here. And then design for safety. This picture shows the safety requirements and the safety threats and the countermeasure, the relationship between these 3 groups of concerns. For these two is in the system level, and this one is in the component level, and this is a content level. That means information content level, and this is interaction level. So this 3 set of concerns located in concerns the system level, interaction level, component level, and the content level. And the right-hand side listed all the countermeasures that have been proposed in the literature. So that is for design. And from this we build a majority of the existing solution. You can see here the black point means productivity, and the empty circle point is the trigger. So, and you can see here, this set of features has a lacks of fully researched, and we can put efforts on this aspect. So from here, we bring in some open problems and challenges. The first is imagine emerging safety critical scenarios, lots of emerging safety critical scenarios. In this scenario, they have less degrees of fault tolerance and have privacy issue and human joint interaction, the risks between human and joint interaction. And there are many protected areas and also others. The lots of emerging scenario. And the second is perception and detection needs to, for example, the inter-system collision and conflicts perception and the perception on the uncertain or disturbed environment, and also cyber attack detection. So they need advanced techniques and algorithms. And the third program is about the platforms and experimentation. That is, for example, we need the simulation environments. We need to simulate the real world scenarios. So they need new simulators or test beds. The third program is about the trade-off, the strategy for the trade-off between the safety and the efficiency. For example, many applications, they need time efficiency and also some resource limited device, they need computation efficiency. So when we design the system, we need to design the design trade-off strategies or something. So these are lots of open problems and challenges. So that is the first part. And then the second, we just show two case studies. We have just quickly show it. The first I would like, before we show the case, I would like to propose the system architecture as shown in the left-hand side. That is a three-level strategies, a three-level architecture. From the bottom level, the bottom at the bottom is about the environment and the application environment, and then the control, the system is the functional system level that is for implementing capabilities to be done, the system to be done. And the autonomous controller level, that is adaptive control layer. On the one hand, it will monitors the environment threats, On the other hand, is monitor the system threats and adjust the system behavior, the control the system behavior on the basis of the analysis and decision maker. This is two controller. For the first is a feed-forward controller. The second is a feedback controller. The feed-forward controller is for monitoring and detecting the risk from the environment, and the feedback controller is for monitor the threats from the system and do the control the system behavior. And the super control layer, there is a human controller. We on the assumption the system cannot do anything, that we need to assign a human to be the super controller. It will monitor, the human controller will monitor and control the adaptive control layer based on the operation environment and the system behavior. Then that is a system architecture I want to propose to be the single agent architecture. Then based on this, we do some case study. The first case is about the privacy-aware self-adaptation. So you can see there are lots of applications about deliver the goods deliver. This things shows the good deliver Amazon, but they has get criticized about criticized from public because they leaks of privacy. They may have the risk of leakage of private information. For example, when they fly over the resident's house. And also they may interfere with private space, and also they have a possibility to conflict with other requirements. So that's it's criticized by the public. And then we design for dealing with such a challenge, we design a system that's called dynamic adaptive configuration system, that's to support the privacy award crews. They have some sensor in the drone, and then this sensor take the picture from the ground, and then they have then we design a restricted area detector. When the detector underneath there is there will be a restricted area. They will tell the controller to mention this risk regions, and then the self-adaptive motion planner will doing some motion plan, and then the adapter configure the drone's configuration and the behavior, and then avoid the restricted area. So that is this shows the picture that when they fly in behind the restricted area, the blue one shows restricted area. They just take a picture of the sky. See here, this is a picture. And when we do not reconfigure the system, they just take the picture of the blue one. So that is not privacy aware, and this one is privacy aware, as is published here. And the second case study is about the safety requirement testing. That is for self-driving car. This shows the simulator, the testing scenario, and there's the testing the parameters, and these are the autonomous driving scenarios. So this just keep, and the testing, we design the such kind of testing strategies, the environment and the testing vehicle, and we have a sensor, we have a control system, and we have actuator. And the research question is which combination of the requirements while just testing is just for developing the key issues is about enumerate the scenarios in the environment that may violate the requirements. So normally there are multiple requirements, and so this system will produce the combination of the requirements violation scenario, and then how to find the possible combination automatically and efficiency. These are multiple requirements that the self-driving car will satisfy. Yes, there's stability, safety, compliance, and comfort. And this is a picture. And then we develop guided testing based on scenario where requirements are valid. We design the evolutionary multi-objective optimization, the algorithm to enumerate the critical scenario to the test self-driving car, and to see if this car can avoid such kind of risks. So that is in fact the best testing scenario ranking algorithm. So these are two case. And then the final, the third part is about the challenge. And the first one is how to identify and model the system boundary. We can see here for the autonomous system, the system boundary and the interaction between the system environment is very important for the safety. So we need to have many methods to identify the boundary, and also the interaction between on the boundary. And then the second is how to deal with the time and the space consistency among the environment entity and in the real world, because the time and the space, when we do the simulation, we needed to make the time and the space consistent with the time and the space in the real world. So that are two challenges currently. And then conclusion of the future work, this is because tighter interaction with the reality brings in the complexity of the solution, of the software solution. So we need to deal with the continuous and the mixture of continuous and components, and also discretization and verification of such a hybrid models. And also the mobility of the moving entity along the space topology means the location or context changes. When we modeling and design, we need to realize the mobility of the moving entity of the system. The system is moving, and also the obstacle is also moving. We needed to model the relationship, the changing of the relationship, and the location awareness, and the prediction of the changes. And the last one is the environment friendly, the issue of the environment friendly. We don't need to, we design system, the system don't allow to bring risks to the environment. So that is what I want to talk with you, and thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Prof. Jin. Your informative and very latest technology talk. Basically, you have discussed in detail comprehensive literature review, taxonomy, and also comparison. I really like your presentation. Okay, any question? Okay, wait for 1 minute. We can take this.
Greetings, Dr. Jin. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Mohammed Taha Hassan, and I'm doing various things, but one of the things that I'm doing right now is that I'm collaborating with TBSI, the Tsinghua Berkeley Institute, the community there, to ensure that the best graduates make their way into the project. That's one thing. Secondly, what I would like to ask you is that how far are we to government level autonomous systems? Because, in Pakistan, even, monitored systems are very vulnerable when it comes to security in the current world. So, how far are we from government level security in autonomous systems? Because, it would be very efficient to have such systems in the government, right? So.
Well, thank you for your question. And autonomous system is, very advanced technology currently at this. So there's currently, I just have seen such kind of in a very limited scenario that can be and rarely used in very limited scenario. And also, they probably take very little capabilities to do. We allow them to because we are not sure currently how they are safe. Yeah, currently we lack of relax of the technologies for making sure they can do the right things currently. Yes, we have not confident about that, I think. And the limited usage scenario, it's like, for example, in China, we just allow the self-driving car in a very regulated place, like no many human inside in this place, and very just follow very restrict the rules. So that's not allowed. They do very I mean, not allowed to do the autonomous capability. Yeah, not much. It's because we don't. But of course, in some in some military usage, they have some advanced technologies to do, but they are only. I mean, I think they only. Yeah, they probably have a very advanced technology, but currently in normal usage, we just very limited scenario to use autonomous systems. They need lots of innovation techniques and to make sure they can do the right things. I think if we cannot make sure they can do the right things, I don't think they can be used very. Yeah. I don't know if I answered your question. So. But that is very challenging. And I think we need these words to pursue the new technology. And we also, on the other hand side, we need to make the technology and I mean friendly and I mean environment friendly, society friendly. Yeah, this is.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response.
Okay, next question.
Hello, Dr. Jin.
Yes.
This is Muhammad Hamad Hassan from University of Karachi, Department of Computer Science. My question to you is that, well, you mentioned the safety efficiency trade-off, all right? And as far as we know, we can't have it all. So yeah, what is the general level of rubric definition for this?
You mean the trade-off?
Yes.
Oh, yes. That's it. Obviously, we need a trade-off because when we do the risk detection and do the decision making, we need the time. We need computing. We need the computing. We need the computation to do that. But sometimes but the system itself needs to deliver other functionality, and some functionality need a certain performance, need a quickly response, and then these two requirements, the safety ensure and also the normal functionality. These two are, some kind of conflicts with each other. They compete to the resource, they compete to the time. So when we need to do the trade-off, and sometimes the priority, we need to assign priority to different tasks. The functionality or the safety issue. So when the safety issue is the first, for example, in the self-driving car, there is a human before the car. We just stop the car and stop the normal functionality of the car, but we need to avoid collision with the human. So in this scenario, in this situation, the safety is the very first the first we need to deal with immediately. But the driving is not necessary. Is not necessary to satisfy this situation. So this when we design the safe driving car, we need to distinguish. I mean, at the wrong time, which are the urgent things we need to satisfy, and which are the second or not very urgent things we need to satisfy. So this is also an issue that we need to take into account.
Thank you very much. I have one last question for you. Well, humans are interacting with an autonomous system, all right, at some level. So yeah, there could be some human errors in the, and that's one factor of how an autonomous system could go wrong. All right. So yeah, what are we doing about that? We should, in my perspective, we should set awareness about how to interact with these autonomous systems.
You mean the loop, the human super? So that is why I include a human at the super controller, the human as a super controller. So they need when the human detect the system do the wrong things, they just stop the system. When we design the autonomous, we need to have we don't allow the system totally. I mean, autonomy. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, next question from here.
पहले नहीं था दोबारा करूं knitting 我的说话吗喂
我听得见
我叫拉希德我从中国药科大学南京毕业的
哦你好
你好你好你的 presentation 很好
谢谢
第一个问题是在我看过了北京大学是最好大学还有最好看
对对对是 top university yeah
谢谢我第一个问题是在北京不冷
在北京
冷还是不冷？
不冷
不冷
现在在屋里不冷，在外面有点冷。
第二个问题是this technology can be used in patient safety or not, and if it is, then how? In healthcare system.
Healthcare, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. When we design some sensors of the human inside, and we detect the behavior of the human, and then we deliver the services to the human in the room, in the home. Yes, yeah, that is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think that is a beauty for Park China. Now we can speak also Chinese. Okay, next question from there.
Professor, thank you for your presentation. I'm a researcher from CISSS. I'm working on AI. Ma'am, as you know that there is a emerging global conversation on laws, right? The UN Secretary General has said that these killer robots have to be stopped. You know, there is a conversation on that. We also know and understand that the Chinese, the Americans and the Russians are all building these weapons at the same time. And as we speak now, there is no international treaty on these subjects. So my question is, in your understanding as an expert on these systems, do you think that the great powers at some stage will bring laws under some legal sanction, or would we actually see an explosion in these systems? And we all, I read a report that perhaps in Libya, the first strike from an autonomous system has already been carried out. So, I mean, for the sake, I mean, for the sake of everyone in this room, do you think these weapons can be brought under some international sanction? Thank you.
Oh, that is very difficult, but I would like to say I cannot answer. I don't know if it's real or not real. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, another question. Last but not least.
Thanks.
Okay, last question from here. After that, we have lunch from here.
Hello, thanks for the nice presentation and sharing your research work with us. The two main components you said about in the presentation of the autonomous system are the system and the environment. So for an optimized or for an efficient say environment, what factor should be more adaptive, like the system or the environment? Because the system has to work in the environment and the environment should adapt with the system. So where should be the more adaptability? Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your question. Yes, this is the scenes of the two sides of the scenes, yes, the environment and the system. So, but when we design the system, I think the task is for design the system to adapt to response to the changes of the environment. So we assume we cannot change the environment. We only can change we only can equip the capability of to the system to adapt to the change of the environment. So that is when we means for design for adaptation. Yes. Of course, the environment and also system and the system are the two sides of these things. Yes. Of the one thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for your talk. Really appreciate it. Now we have lunch break and we will meet again sharp 2 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone, please leave your feedback forms at the desk and let's be back here by 2 o'clock sharp.
Now going to start our next session, that is after the lunch. For this, our next speaker is Dr. Bhagwan Das. Currently, Dr. Bhagwan Das is working in Associate Professor, Department of Electronic Engineering, Quest, Pakistan. Dr. Bhagwan Das succeeded in filing a patent and achieved 8 copyright for his research and innovation. Dr. Bhagwan Das is the recipient of Best Men Inventor 2016 award given by International Federation of Investor Association, Geneva, Switzerland. He won Commercial Award given by University of Tun, Malaysia in 2016. He also received Special Award from Malaysia Research Innovation Society, MIRIS, in IMT at UWM, Malaysia. Dr. Bhagwan Das has won 8 gold medals in international innovative competition for research work, and he has presented his research and innovation work in Denmark, Sweden, Spain, France, Italy, Switzerland, and other many countries. So Dr. Bhagwan Das is currently a chair of Computer Society IEEE Karachi section. So now I invite Dr. Bhagwan Das to be on the stage and share his talk.
Thank you, Dr. Sadiq, for introducing me, and good afternoon, everyone. My introduction has already been given by Dr. Sadiq, so we will be proceeding for the today's session, which is based on innovation of optical signal processing. We are talking about the digital technologies, and without talking optical into the digital technology, this digital term remains to be, unsatisfied. So I will try to explore you that how optics or optical signal processing can be contributing in having the emerging technologies, and what will be the impact when you will choosing optics as a career or optical signal processing as a career, and what are the domains in which you can proceed your research, or you may also transfer your existing work to the optical signal processing as well, because optics is almost covering every part, whether it's security, whether it's home, whatever you will name it, you will find the optics there. So we will be trying to go for this. I have kept my presentation very, very selective, so that we can be on the objective why we are here. So we will be, I will be giving the introduction about what's actually the optical signal processing and what the innovation we can do with the optical signal processing. And I will also tell you something about what I have contributed into the optical signal processing, and then we will be moving towards the last one. So basic, the optics is not the new for you. If we will go beyond to our BC 800 BC, we used to give this concept of optics in order to, introducing ourselves by giving the fires or something like that. If we will move ahead of that into 150 BC, that light trend has been changed. And instead of light, we will going to, give the signals via smoke. Maybe you will see that the smoke has been defined, and we can intimate it by that. And as the development going on, technology going on, we move from telegraph. From after telegraph, we move to the telephone, and then we move to the radio frequency, and ultimately we are utilizing the optical fiber for high bandwidth applications, right? So I will try to explore all these things. This is a very typical confusion coming into the mind whenever we listen the optics or optical. You think it's a cable, right? So it's not only the cable, it's we may also you have to utilize optical in terms of wireless as well, and that field is called optical wireless communication. From this figure, you will observe that this portion is definitely the cable one that is duct inside to the land, and this portion is going to be the wireless one, right? So here you will see that the transmitter here, it is called optical wireless transmitter, and here the receiver is also the wireless one. The main issue is that the transmitter and receiver both should be, line of sight. The only issue is that. Otherwise, the bandwidth, the advantages are more than your existing 5G. Right, whatever the bandwidth that not accommodated by 5G and 6G, anyhow we have to move towards the optical. There is none other than solution than opticals ahead of that. Even though we are talking about the emerging, we are talking about the big data, but for all these big data, we need a high bandwidth. And without optics, without optical, it's not possible to achieve the bandwidth of, gigahertz, terahertz, and so on. So we will be focusing more on that. Here you will see I have given an example that into the field experiment, we can go to the data rate of 1.28 terabytes, right? It's not about the giga, it's about the tera. You can see that what is the impact of optical when we are utilizing this. So what's the reason behind that we are moving from the existing radio frequency networks to the optical? So from this, you will be having the idea that what's the reason behind that. The first reason you will maybe see that the bandwidth regulation, I already talked. Yes, it's for using the wireless communication, you have to utilize the bandwidth license, right? For example, civil aviations, they are also utilizing certain kind of bandwidth again, you can't utilize because you have to ask or you have to take the permission with that. But in case of optical, there is nothing like the license, right? All you have the domain from, the visible light band to the ultraviolet bandwidth. You can utilize all the frequency that are easily available. You can utilize them. There is no license issue. There is no permission issue, right? And in comparison to that, if you are focusing on radio frequencies, you need to go for the license terms. You need to go take the permission of surrounding that, how much frequency is utilized by other channels and so on. And after that, again, the power limitation, again, we have to focus on the limitation, because radio frequency transmitter or those transmitter that are designed using the 5G or 6G or 4G, they are highly, power consumptive. That's why maybe you have listened the term energy efficient, right? Why we call them energy efficient or green communication, because we also need such kind of radio frequency transmitter that consume a very less power. So optical resolve this problem. When you are having the optical transmitter, they consume a very low power, although they consume power, but there are certain techniques. We can also introduce this green concept into the optical as well. I have also work on the 2 projects where we have tried to compensate the green optical communication so that we can reduce the power when we have the bandwidth of around gigahertz and so on. And after that, we have the multipath fading, because RF frequency means antenna. And at antenna, at the multiple time or at one time, you having a different, signals, the signals of the operators as well, and signal from the surrounding as well, because these radio frequency are highly reflected. If you have a reflected surround you, all the signals will be captured by this antenna. So this fading effect is, you have to mitigate the fading effect into the radio frequency. While if you are utilizing the optics, there is no issue for the fading, right? Because either you are having the cable or either you having the wireless, line of sight communication that has no fading impact on that. And after that, detection type, we have to utilize the coherent or incoherent detection in radio. And here we have some of the restriction into the optics. Here we have the light should be incoherent, right? This is a technical term. If anyone asks question incoherent, I will be explaining later on. So these are some applications that we are utilizing, but our our attention is very much limited. For example, if we are getting enter to the gate, the gates are automatically opening and closing. Why? This is because of optics. Right, a laser is connected that detects you are present, and the reflection goes back, and the door is getting closed automatically and opened automatically. These are the very smaller things, they are surrounding to us, but its interpretation is very not, because this optics field has been a very less attention into especially into our Asia region. If you have a chance to go to the Europe, they invest a lot in optics and photonics. I will tell you some of the meetings that I have attended into the Sweden, because I have been part of the European Horizon 22 project, and I have worked there for around 1 year. I will sharing my experience as well. So here I will try to give you some of the focus here. Here you will be seeing into this particular picture here. Here you will be seeing that instead of Wi-Fi, we will be into the future moving towards the Li-Fi. Right, means whatever the communication is there, that will be utilizing the light. Now the existing Ethernet routers will be transformed into the light routers. Right, so this you will be seeing into the future, although this already has been implemented into the Denmark, into the Sweden, where I have been worked there, into the labs instead of ordinary Ethernet, because if someone remember last presentation of a speaker from the Azerbaijan, Adamon, he told that if we want to transfer the file of 1 terabyte, what will be the process? So instead of high computing, we can utilize the optical signal processing in order to transfer the 1 terabyte or whatever the storage you have within a second of time, right? Because at least we have the data rate, not megabyte per second, but we have the data rate, or we have the speed of 3 into 10 raised to power 8 meter per second, which is a lot. Right, so we can utilize the power of that light into our data specification. And here I will give focus on the second one. This application is already, you are very much familiar about light, like underwater communication. Right, this is not possible without the optics. And here you are having into the future, again, the communication will be via light. Here you will see that light is on each customer, it means this is going to be have the carrier, right? Instead of your radio frequency carrier, the light will be utilized as a carrier so that you can transform or share your data accordingly. And here, this one is also a very crucial part into the traffic systems or into the autonomous system. Opticals plays a very vital role. I think the presentation given by Professor Zen just before the lunch, she was talking about the autonomous, and all these autonomous system, when they are designed into the real-time system, they need a high frequency carrier, and optical signal or optical carrier is one of them. If you have a very bulk quantity, because into the autonomous system you required a very high mobility. For that, optical supports the bandwidth, not 5G and so on. Although 5G supports, but again, the issues of mobility, or for example, if vehicle is moving at the speed of 100 km/h or more than that, then 5G won't be able to, tackle from one tower to another tower. In that case, we have to go for the optical signal processing. So, I am talking about the advantages, and also there are disadvantages as well, because life without the, these ups and downs, it's not possible. So a part of these advantages, there are also disadvantages are, well, we have to, utilize some of the techniques in order to improve the data rate, because noise is also present there if we are utilizing the optical wireless communication, because line of sight is there. If something is coming into between that line of sight, definitely your data rate is going to be disturbed, right? So we have to utilize some of the improved detection techniques so that we can improve that data rate. And after that, we have to provide the uplink option as well, and then compatibility, because for example, at the back end you have the Ethernet, and at the front end you have the optical. What you will do? So we need an interface device. I have also worked on that. I will show you at the end that I have designed a media converter that can transfer your Ethernet signal to the optical fiber and optical fiber to the Ethernet system. And I will give you the real-time demonstration for that. And also, if we are utilizing the visible light communication, then some of the non-negligible impact are there, such as buildings, such as towers, trees, and all these weather conditions. So this is some of the evolution that we have gone through, that you will see there. You will see that into the 2025, all the radio frequency will be transferred over the optical carriers, because we need the high bandwidth, we need to transfer the high transmission, we need to transfer our all these, HD videos, 4K videos. For that, this 5G and all these bandwidth is not supported by the existing network. We have to move towards the optical carrier. So this impact, I want to, take your focus on that. We all are familiar that we are utilizing the optical mouse, yes? So this one, this specifically figure has been utilized, that how optical carrier has been transformed. Into the first picture, you will be seeing that we have the optical mouse. And after that, there is a picture that will tell you somehow the storage, right? All your hard disk like SSD, we are talking about all these high 1 terabyte, 10 terabyte hard disk, in which we have SSD technologies and other technologies. All these are mounted or based upon the optical, all the data that has been written, that is based on your optical processing. And after that, the third one, which is called quantum computing, right? The third one, it is called the optical carrier, which application quantum computing. And into the background of quantum computing, the optical processing is there. Without optical processing, quantum computing is not there, because into the quantum computing, we have high power optical transmitter, high power optical receiver, so that you can achieve a high performance computing and so on. And you have also gone through these high performance computing since yesterday. So these are some, commercial breakthroughs that we can explore via optical processing. We can focus this optical processing into the communication networks. I have work into this part. Here we have optical equalizer, optical power systems, and so on. I will show you that how I have utilized this optical signal processing into that particular application. A part of that, you can utilize this optical processing into the radar applications, such as you can track the issues of by having the high power carrier. Your 3D images, for example, into the medical technology, if optical is not there, these the easy surgeries are not possible. Right now you will see a simple glass fiber is injected into the your veins, and they can easily easily detect that how much blockage in your veins are there. This is again the power of optical processing, right? So you can also take this advantage of optical fiber into the IT domain as well in order to having the high bandwidth and so on. Some of the innovation I will also discuss with you. So this is somehow the misconception that whenever that we hear the term optical, we used to think that this is only related to the telecommunication, right? So I am here to change your perception that this is not the case. Optics is going to be utilized into every field, whether it's a medical, whether it's your biological science, whatever is there, optics application is there. And today we will be having this impact. So these are some of the innovation that I have, shortlisted for you so that you can bring your attention that what optics can do for you. We will be, having each application one by one. So I will be focusing on the first impact, which is called the security, metrology, and sensors, right? I hope you all are familiar with the metrology. Now everyone watching at the mobile that after 2 days, rain is going to be here, or after, evening, the temperature is going to be very cold or somehow, right? All these terms are utilized using this metrology. Now, I already giving you the reference of one of the meeting that is held into the Europe, right? So I have been the part of this Horizon 2020 project, and they set their target into two domains. Some of the target they kept it at the short term, right? That can be achieved with the time of 1 to 2 years. And some of the project they shortlist for the long term. They carry around 4 to 5 years, and they invest, and at the end they having the product and they develop their system like in this manner, right? So all these the priorities are set into the long term and short term goals. So here you will see that how optics can be utilized in order to measure the weather condition with the improved, instead of having the radio frequency or satellite communication for your weather monitoring, we can easily utilize the optical signal processing to having a very accurate measurement of your upcoming earthquakes, of your weather, whatsoever information related to the sensors and your meteorology. The optics can be utilized in a very efficient manner, right? Some of the application also here, the same technology can be utilized to surveillance for your ships, right? And here into the air traffic control, the optics is heavily utilized into not into our civil aviation system, but into the foreign world. And this is also one of the key technique to utilize the optical. Here you will see that some of the portion has been red, right? I think here the color is not shown, but into my slide you will see this portion. Can you imagine what the portion is this? Definitely the engine part, right? When you will inject, the fuel and it will heat up, and that will tell, you can also measure the intensity via optical signal processing, that into which machine, which part will be radiating the heat, right? So here you will see that the spectrum is different. Here the heat will be also there because this silencer is going to be, very heat when the engine is going to be ignited, right? So from this you can see sensing the information, the where the heat is available and not, right? So this is one of the application you can utilize here. And also this application technology is also already utilized into the, with the Chinese government, that they implement the, high HD cameras at the end, and they can detect every object by their certain code, right? So this technology already has been implemented, right? Maybe some of the talk about that, we are making the AI system object detection, but AI system only will work when you have the data. And for the data, you required a high resolution camera so that it can detect every component surrounding by you. Like, for example, a human, a cycle, what information are there. For that artificial intelligence, we require the data, and that optics is giving you the HD data so that you can transform your data by your meanings. And again, these examples, self-driving cars, they are already functional into the Abu Dhabi, that you will call without driverless. You will send the addresses and they will drop you up to that destination, and you will be surprised that there will be no driver inside that, and that going to be autonomous. How this is performed? This is based upon the application of this optics, right? These optical cameras that track you, that what are the again, not only this one, because this optics will tell you, the yellow lines right, behind your road that tell you that this is your line, you won't be across it and so on. So there are several mechanisms in addition with the optics we are utilizing in order to having the self-driving cars. And this is one of the most important mechanism that currently is utilized into the US market, because they are not the agriculture land, they are not the agriculture supportive systems. So what they do, they utilize the concept of vertical farming. Right, again, into the vertical farming, you required a specific light, you required a specific spectrum in order to grow those plants, right? So this is where the optics play its role. You can generate a sufficient light that will help you in order to grow that particular plant, so that you can having the relative growth accordingly. And again, we will be moving towards the next application, which is called the robotics one. And robots without the camera, without the optics is not possible, right? Whether you have developed the application of object detection, whether you have detect the system of collision detection, again, you need the optics in order to utilize all these applications, right? And one of the important application of the robot, which is called robotic vision. Right here, you will see that this vision part, this computer vision, machine vision is not possible without your optical processing. You need again here cameras, you need the optical computers, you need the optical processor in order to process your HD information, your image information, and so on. Like this one here, you will be utilizing that again, optical processing is playing its role. It will tell you that what is the empty path from inside the room, and we can locate all these. Also, without maybe those who are related to the electrical side, right? They will know that how this power grid work, right? So we can develop the smart power grid system without the optical fiber. It's not possible. Here you will see that these different connections of the power grid are connected using the optical fiber, right? For example, here you have some parking systems. Here the homes are there, smart buildings are there. All these information will be going into the central part via the link of optical communication, right? And let me tell you one more thing. The experiments are already going on in order to transfer the 220 volt over the optical fiber, right? I'm repeating again so that you can process this information well. The experiments are already going on to transfer the 220 volt electrical signal over the optical fiber, right? So if this happens into the future, your all grid system will be moved toward the optical fiber, right? Because that optical fiber will be delivering the power as well, and that optical fiber will be delivering your data as well, right? So it will going to smooth all your works. Now, this is the part where, the physics, all those people who belongs from the biological sciences or from the physics source, they can take the benefit from this. These microchips or these biological chips can be developed using the optical processing, so that you can inject these chips into the body, maybe the body of humans, or maybe to the body of any, organic thing, so that you can take the data, right? For example, you have maybe gone through some of the videos that they are taking the measurement from the player's body. Sensors are attached everywhere, and they are checking the capability of the sportsman, that how much energy they have, how much maybe there's one video viral for Ronaldo, right? They have checked from this optical sensor that how much physical energy he has when he used to be at the field. When he kicked the ball, how much energy he has. So all these, measurements are possible using this optical chip, because one of the specific field is associated with this optical ICs, right? We call them as a photonics ICs, right? And these are from that the beginning of your nanotechnology begins, right? The nanotechnology begins from this stage where you develop all these nanochips and microchips.
So these things are categorized, all upon the spectrum, right? If you recall that a few time ago, I told you that there is a spectrum range from optical fiber, right? So the range starts from the visible range to the ultraviolet range. It depends upon the application. If you are utilizing for the communication, mostly we will utilize the visible. But if you will go for the nano applications or biological application, you need the more light spectrum. Like you have to utilize maybe the ultraviolet or maybe infrared. Sometimes we also utilize the infrared in order to sensing the presence of the people and so on. This part is very important, that distinguish between the existing electronics, photonics and plasmonics, right? I will try to, give you some of the information, those who are from the biological science or those who, want to enhance their measurement and so on. So the existing, the existing electronics, they are work on the size of the material should be upon 1 micrometer, right? And if you will move towards ahead of that, the photonic size is still less than that. But here, if you will see that plasmonics, it has the same the width of the material is again similar to the electronic devices, but its frequency range is more than that, right? Let me give you the example for that. Here, for example, if you want to know the characteristics of a rat, right? What you will do, you will induce a plasmonic chip inside that rat. If you want to measure its muscular activity, you will inject that chip near around the muscular activity. If you want to utilize or extract its brain activity, you will induce that plasmonic chips into that rat mind, so that you can all its brain activity, MRI activities and so on. And a part of that, we can also mimic the behavior, right? For example, the computing people give this terminology as a machine to human, right? We call them at MHI interface, right? Means we are going from machine to humans and from humans to machine, right? Humans means we consider every living being thing, right? So with the help of these plasmonics, we can also see the behavior of all those living beings via these plasmonic chips, right? And again, for this, you have to design a specific IC, specific photonic IC in order to develop all these photonics impact. And these will be at the nano level, these IC or its connection or its, the behavior, electronic behavior will be looking like that, where every bond will be associated with this. These are called the nanoparticle in order to, again, the impact of light and so on. Again, this you are already familiar, a light disk now has been obsoleted. But again, if you will having the storage of quantum computing, you need to utilize all these kind of optics disks so that you can store a huge amount of data for your quantum computing and optical processors. Again, we will be moving towards the application of a home. Now, at least we are moving towards the, FTTH. I hope many of you can recall this fiber take to home. At the back end of your home, the fiber is coming, and then your fiber light signal is converted into, the ordinary Ethernet network. So this application we are already utilizing, but with a different name. Its technical name is called GPON. Right, we called it as a passive optical networks, where the huge amount of optical, transmitters are connected with the optical domain. And you will find this GPON almost everywhere, because now in order to achieve the huge bandwidth from the gateway, means our international transmission, like we have one gateway in Karachi and one, I think both are in Karachi, if I remember correctly. If anyone has information, he can or she can correct me. Right. So one of the gateways at Karachi, where all these data is connected via submarine optical fiber, and where the GPON plays its role. Right. And I have also seen through the PTCL advertisement that they are also giving the optical connection as well, fiber connection as well. So this particular technology is called FTTH, fiber take to home. Right. So this is again the application of fiber into the home. Well, optics is not behind when we have the concept of, sensors, artificial intelligence and MEMS. We are already utilizing, like I hope you have gone whenever you have opening account into the banks, or maybe you give your fingerprints, via a thumb impression or via the thumb scanner. This is again based upon your based on the opticals, right? Where you have shown, you put your finger and you extract the information based on the information that is variable into the light. So again, we are utilizing the different sensors, right? These sensors, I will tell you its application, that how much we are lagging behind from the international community, right? What they are doing and what we are not doing, right? So I will give you one of the most important example for that, right? So we can also measure the temperature, humidity, and real-time parameters from these fiber sensors as well. I will give you the demonstration for that, right? Like similar, if you want to measure the pressure, if you want to measure the displacement, all you can avail from this optical sensors as well. These are some applications that are utilizing in order to, measure all the gas plants and so on. These are again the example of Fabry parrot sensors that measures the temperature. This is the example I am going to give you, that how optical fibers, optical sensors are utilized for, the further sensing information. Here you will see that we have some kind of geographic information. Here we have hills area and this road is there. Right here, we can duct the fiber sensor that will tell you that how much rain has been, rain into the particular time. What is the temperature? For example, right now, if I ask someone that what is the current temperature around the motorway, anyone can tell? Right? We can't tell. But if we have fiber sensor included at the roadside, within a few time, we can measure that what currently temperature is there, whether the vehicle should be allowed at the motorway or not. Now, again, we are, rely on the information of our officers. Sometimes they give us the right information. Sometimes they give us maybe they are also not aware because they have to go to physically there and physically check what's happening. Maybe they can take the information from the meteorology department, but in order to get the accurate information, we can mount or we can duct the fiber sensors over the road, and we may have also a very easy information whether you want to measure the temperature, or even we can count also a very interesting information that on a one day, how much travelers has been commuted over the motorway. If I take you the information that in yesterday's day, how many vehicles has been gone through the motorway, can anyone calculate? Not possible. So in order to having all sensors included on those road, on those placement, we can all those crucial information on our fingertip, right? This is one of the mechanism that we can use. Here we will be ducting this information over the land, and they will be working on that. Now, this is how we, categorize this one. We, plan or we structure the land like this one, and we mount on specific places, we mount these fiber sensors and so on. I will give you one of the example that will clear our concept. This is, you can see, can we place these sensors into the, right now we have few days ago a issue of, Murray, right? The several peoples has been, have been, what to say, it's very difficult, right? So if all these sensors or all these technology has been adopted there, I hope we may counter back all these impacts, right? All those areas where human access is not possible. Although what was the reason given behind the Murray incidents? They were telling that there was heavy snowfall. Was meteorology department not aware of that? There was no machinery there, right? There were no people were there. There were no communication system there. Right? If we include a single, application of optical, we may all this information that how much rain is there, how much ice has been, fallen there, and the issue of the communication also won't be there, because mostly we are utilizing, all these wireless communication, radio communication that is stuck when we have the issues of radio frequency and so on, right? So these are some, physical example of how these sensors are look like. So these are the measurement that from these sensors, we can get the information of temperature. We can send all these information we can easily generate from these sensors, right? So the future of optics will be almost everywhere, because whether it's a e-commerce, again, every product you having the barcode. And in order to read the barcode, you need a barcode reader that has what? That has a red light, means optics is there, right? So almost this part will be replaced by every Wi-Fi will be moved towards the Li-Fi, right? Instead of wireless router, we will be moving towards the light routers, right? And here, smart homes, I'm giving you the example of smart grid, right? We can connect our homes and so on. I will share one picture after that, how we can develop a smart home using the optical technology, right? Everywhere, almost your optics will be replacing into the future. This is how the smart home will be looking like. You will be including optical fiber somehow around, whether into the hotels, whether into your resorts, whether into your home as well, right? It will solve all your problems, whether how much temperature is there, how much fire is there. For example, you need to transfer the data from one place, or either you want to see the HD movies, whatsoever is there, optical will solve all your problems accordingly based on your applications. This one is point where we need to, it's a concerning point, right? Here you will see that into the optical field, the Japan is at the most of that. Many optical patterns has been originated from the Japan, and US is leading, and almost we are as a third country found nowhere. Right. So even though this technology is growing technology, emerging technology, still it's need a lot of support from all young people like you, right? So now I will tell you some of my contribution that I have generated via this optical field. I have developed all optical signal regenerator. Now these are very complicated term. I will try to help you to get the understanding at the very normal level, right? Previously, for example, into the optical fiber, whatever noise is coming at the optical end, what we will do, we used to convert that optical signal into the electrical one, and we utilize the existing filters, existing digital signal processing, and we remove the noise, and again at the end we convert the signal from electrical to optical, and then we can transfer the signal to the somewhere to our destination. We call this as a repeater or regenerator. Hope you have listened this, right? So with this technology, what I have utilized a type of special fiber which is called non-linear fiber, right? With a unique kind of fiber that gives you all those similar applications that are previously has been utilized via conversion. But here there is no conversion is there. We can achieve all those operations like amplification, like regeneration, like wavelength using this optical signal processing, all optical, right? I will show you the demonstration here. Here you will see that we have the input signal that has been included into this nonlinear part, and the amplification has been achieved, right? So specialized optical filters will be utilized in order to extract our information. So this whole process is in all optical domain. So the whole process utilize the optical signal processing domain, and there is no conversion for that. Again, we have proved this concept first with the mathematical, and then we will go for the simulation. That's why we having the pattern already for this. And these are some simulation results are there. I have tested this system for 150 kilometer. I have transferred one signal, and that has been converted into the electrical. After the distance of 150 kilometer, the signal has been corrupted, and I have to recover this signal by all optical, not converting into the optical domain, right? So these are some the non-linear fiber results that has been generated, that we have achieved amplification using the proposed techniques, and then we have applied the filtration technique in order to recover our improved signal. And also some of the locking mechanism have to be utilized, because at every instant of optical fiber, remember I give you that optical fiber is incoherent, right? That's the term where it's played, because in incoherent, at every instant of wavelength, you have different phase, right? So in order to tackle that phase information, we have to lock the phase, and then we have to detect the error, and we have to follow this pattern after every instant. Right? That's why we have to utilize this locking mechanism, and we have tested this system over the FPGA. Right? I am showing you right away the physical part, because Dr. Sadiq is gazing at me. These are the results that has been, experimentally calculated. These are the before noise, right? Means noise is there into the system. And we proposed our system. You will see the blue part has been scattered. It means the information has been easily recovered using the proposed technique. And this is our hardware that we have developed into our technique, right? We have tested the system via this FPGA, means optical FPGA. And these are some awards that I have, achieved commercial award. This product already has been commercialized into the Malaysian telecom, TM Malaysia. Already they have utilized, and they have generated around, till now they have tell me the information of around 3 million ringgit. They have already, taken this from. Also, I have participated into the international exhibitions. These are awards from there, Inventors Association. These grants I have received from Ministry of Higher Education and also Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation, Malaysia, and also Horizon 2020. I was, and a part of that, I have also completed second project, which is, I already told you that we are making a media converter from this same device, right? So from this existing, you have to utilize these Ethernets, and then your Ethernet information will be converted into the optical converter. So we solve this problem using this device. Our device is, removes the option for this conversion, and it's very lightly into the weight. It also offers a very high data rate, and the troubleshooting is easy. These are its design, and these are its, proven concept that we are taking the data here in terms of optical, and we have checked over, an arbitrary IP that 100 gigabit per second is coming from optical fiber to the local area network. System validations also perform this. This is all about me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhagwan Das, for a nice, informative talk. So we will have a very short of time. So we will collect only 1 or 2 short questions. Rest of the audience may ask the question to Bhagwan Das in the tea time, please. Just 1 or 2 questions.
Greetings, Dr. Bhagwan Das. What I wanted to ask was, all of this optics, can it be used on a, on the processor level, on a commercial basis? Is it replicable? Because you've talked about quantum computing, and you've said that it is being used on a, processor level in those systems. So is it possible to make it commercial? Is there a project that's going on to, because this could replace the processors that we use in our computers on a commercial scale. And if it does, then we would have no need for conversion at all.
Yeah, because, our existing systems are all on electronic base, right? So whatever the technology is there, whether it's the, IoT, 5G, whatever information is there, it's already in electrical. So at the moment, we need to require those, converters in order to convert the information from electrical to the optical. But after, when these optical processors are very rapidly available into the market, surely this, 5G won't be available. All the concept of optical will be. That's why I'm telling you that our young generation, especially the Pakistani people, we need to focus this field. And this field has a huge scope in terms of job, in terms of commercialization, in terms of patent, because, instead of going to the places that already has been saturated, we should go for these emerging fields so that we can grow our career. So there's a lot of, commercialized potential if we are moving towards this optical technologies. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, it's working here.
It's working. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, and we have learned so many things, and I've got multiple questions, but I don't know whether I have time or not, but I would like to ask you a few questions which are very important, that are very important, as with whom Pakistan can have a Pakistan is lagging behind, and technology is so expensive that Pakistan is not, implementing or adopting it. Like you mentioned, the marine incident. I think if this technology was, if it was in use, it have, you know, a in this regard.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I would like to, you know, the very interesting question, and I would like to answer both of them. First of all, I will go for the first thing, that what are the areas we can focus on, especially the in emerging technologies, right? That's why this special workshop has been placed here, so that you can come to know your interest area. For example, you have a skill of the computer science, you have wide domain to work into the artificial intelligence, into the big data, into the data science, and so on. For example, if you have a skill into the engineering in hardware, you have so many works to do into the sensors, into this optical field, into the antennas, you know, whatever field you will name it, because these research is kind of drop, right? Somewhere, some drop has been placed here, some drop has been placed here, but when the drops, you know, they combine all, they generate a very huge impact. Now you have to find a specific point that where you have the focus and where, what is your passion, right? Again, you will all create your energy towards your interest. So it's better to find that interest. And I think people are asking that हमारे पाकिस्तान में तो we have all the problems and problems, right? We have a lot of things to do. We are surrounded by the problems. Now it's all up to us. We are finding solution into the problems or problems to the solutions. And for your second questions, that why Pakistan is on which country Pakistan, I think if we're talking about the optics, because I belong to that, the Denmark especially, and the UK and US, these three countries, if you are having the career into the optics, that whatever the softwares are there, I will name it 3 or 4 softwares. One is OptiSystem, second one VPI Photonics. All these softwares are available with the US, UK, and Sweden and Denmark laboratories. They will be having a very great collaboration with these countries if you want to make your career with the optics.
Yes, one more question.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. I am Asif Nawaz from Karachi University, Department of Computer Science. I have just one question. Basically, infrared being an optical technology was replaced by a Bluetooth, which is a wireless technology. I have this question: is it still too immature technology, still developing, in my opinion, to implement it in a domestic environment? So like Li-Fi is highly bidirectional to use in a domestic environment, whereas Wi-Fi is omnidirectional. So I would like some opinion on this regard for domestic implementation of these devices.
Very good question. If I will try to demonstrate with the example, you know, if you will remember that in around 10 years ago, we used to transfer the data from the infrared, right, into our mobile's head. We have some, you know, the infrared, and then we used to connect those mobiles together, and then we have to wait until we getting the transfer, right? So this is here the drawbacks came, because infrared has a very short range, right? So that's why, although that has been absoluted from the communication, but not from the sensing point of view. From the sensing point of view, infrared is very much critical, because that infrared tell you the amount of heat. For example, if I get a thermal radiation of my body, all those parts from the energy collision or my chemical bonding is there, that area will be specifically red, and that is only extracted from the infrared, no other frequency. Right. So for answer of that, it depends upon the application, how you are utilizing. For your second question, that Li-Fi is a bidirectional, again, it's come on the application, because we need a high bandwidth signal. For that, we have to utilize the visible light instead of the infrared. So basically, this optical spectrum is all based upon your application. Medical application can be go for the infrared, ultra wide. For the specific communication, we have to go for the visible and somehow to the above visible range.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Thank you.
Bhavandar. So our next speaker is Dr. Kashif Nisar. Dr. Kashif Nisar currently is serving as an associate professor at the Faculty of Computing and Informatics at University of Malaysia, Sabah. Dr. Kashif Nisar completed his PhD from University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. with a major in computer networks and information technology. He has done his postdoctorate from Auckland University of Technology, Auckland, New Zealand in 2014. He holds a number of visiting professor positions at well-known universities. Dr. Nisar has published over 200 plus research papers in many high impact factor journals, and international conference and other proceedings. His research interests include future internet, information-centric network, content-centric networking, name data networking, software-defined network, IoT, IoE, and double IoT. Fourth industrial revolution, quantum network, information security and privacy, and applied cryptography, vehicular cloud, and cloud and edge computing, and blockchain, and lots of other. He is working on currently on machine learning and deep learning for IoT security and API security, and he's also working closely with the industry. So I would like to welcome him to be on the stage and share his talk. Professor Dr. Kashif Nisar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Associate Professor Dr. Kashif Nisar from University Malaysia Sabah. This is a public university. Today, my talk title, basically, I would like to talk about quantum computing and as well as future directions, current status, and open research as well as. Let's move forward. Before my talk, I would like to introduce my university. Basically, my university is a 10th public university in Malaysia. We have total 22 public universities in Malaysia. Hello, now? So I think maybe off. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Maybe volume is less. We can wait for, okay. Hello, hello. Can you just go ahead? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, hello again. Can you hear me? Okay, we can start again. Redo. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Associate Professor Dr. Kashif Nisar from University Malaysia Sabah. It is a public university in Malaysia. Today, my talk title is Quantum Computing, Future Technology Trends, Current Issues, and Open Research Areas as well as. Let's move forward. Okay, this one is basically overview of my university. Basically, it's look like resort. Am I right? Rather than university, because it is the only university we have a beach, and it's look like a sunny or beautiful beach, because we have a marine and fishery departments. That's why we have our campus nearby sea. And it is the 10th largest university in Malaysia out of 22 public universities. And normally public universities in Malaysia as boarding school style, because students live at campus. So we have 30,000 students at our campus. It's looked like a small township, as like a township. Basically, main purpose to come up with this idea, because student will be always student at campus, because 24 hour, if they are at class, also student. If they are at their hostel, also student. If they are go for lunch or dinner, also student, because their friends, maybe their roommates or other friends, also their maybe classmate. That's why 24 hour they are student. Rather than in Pakistan, maybe after 2 p.m., 3 p.m. you go back to home and then maybe focus on your personal matters. So that's an idea, depend on country to country. I think that is a good idea. And we have almost 40 public, private universities as well as, and 10 international universities such as Monash, Curtin, Swinburne, Northumbria University, and other universities as well as their own campuses. Right now in Southeast Asia, Malaysia is one of the education hub compared to other countries. It's called like an industry, education industry. About more than 10,000 students, postgraduate students, I'm talking about only postgraduate students, they are studying in Malaysian public and private universities. Majority of them University Technology Petronas, that is, it's provide fully funded scholarships for postgraduate students, as well as they have 5 research universities in Malaysia, others are public universities. My university basically more on a general faculty university, because we have many faculties. For example, we have an engineering faculty, we have management, computer science, and also we have medical faculty. As per my understanding, if we have a medical faculty and university, it is one of the biggest universities, because they have medical, hospital, and other things as well as. And in mosque, basically 5,000 people can pray. It's mean like a Jamia mosque. So you can imagine, it's a very big university. Let's move forward. Today, basically, my talk title about future technology, not specifically one area, but we will talk about quantum networks, information scientific networks, content scientific networks, software-defined networks, Internet of Things, and other things as well as. Basically, in 1969, Department of Defense came up with Internet. That is only for security purposes, like TCP IP layer, 5 layers. Basically, our all Internet depend on these 5 layers, from physical layer to application layer, but majority layers like network and transport layer. Still, we are using same template, same TCP IP model for public or private or security purposes. So that's why we have to change, or we have to come up with an alternate internet or parallel internet, or maybe new internet, because internet needs IP addresses, means device need IP addresses. For example, then I used to in my undergrad, I think 1.44 MB floppy drive was enough, more than enough. I'm not as like old, but I can say in 2004, 2003, we can use floppy drives, but now no more floppy drives. For your generation, I think 1 terabyte, not enough. Am I right? So you can see, not only for songs or other things, because you have simulation tools. You have like due to this these 2 years pandemic, you have online lectures. You have other things as well as. That's why you need more space, means more bandwidth, fast internet. Just now, Dr. Bhagwan Das was talking about fiber optics. Basically, we need fiber optic, FTTH, fiber to home. In Malaysia, basically, we are fully fiber optic. Basically, normally we use fiber optic for backbone, like marines. But in Malaysia, we are using for FTTH. That is basically fiber can go directly to home. So I will talk about these things as well as. So basically, quantum is a combination of physics, computer science, statistics, and other things as well as. Basically, I will cover more about wireless technologies, 5G, 6G, and other things as well as. For example, 6G. In Malaysia, basically, we have already tested 5G. And I believe that 4G or LTE, if we compare with 5G, more than 100 times faster than 4G. And 6G is thousands times faster than 5G. China already, I think they said they already started 6G, but we are talking about still 5G. And I believe that like I already tested this 5G in Korea, Seoul. Basically, they already implemented 5G. And I believe that in Pakistan also, Zong, I think they already tested, only tested. There is no public testing, but they already tested 5G as well as. So you can see if a metric only maybe FSC or metric student, if they know how to use mobile, they can earn maybe more than 50,000 rupees. Why? Because they can use Food Panda, or they can run a taxi like InDrive or other things. So means future is mobile. If you know how to utilize mobile, how to use mobile, I think you can earn more than if you will work for any company or maybe industry or maybe any factory as a layman. The future is basically mobile, but only we need fast internet. Let's move forward. Basically, if we say quantum computing, basically we have qubits, broadband capacity, and incremental using of architecture for qubits. And that's basically also bit that obey quantum theory as well as. And we need, of course, broadband high-speed connections as well as. You can see here by 2022, we are already at 2022, our 90% traffic, our network video. Basically, I'm talking about RTP traffic, real-time transmission protocol. Right now, we are using full duplex communication in mobile technologies. You know, we can SMS, MMS, or maybe we can go for video conferences. For example, we have Skype, we have Zoom, what we are doing right now, we have Google Meet, and we are teaching our students also on video conferences. Sometimes we present our PowerPoint slides. So that's why we need faster internet, not traditional internet. For example, right now we are using IP-based internet. IP-based as human population. We have we already increased number of IP devices. For example, each person has at least 2 devices, minimum, or maximum maybe 4. For example, your mobile phone or maybe your laptop or other things. That's why maybe IPv4 or IPv6 will finish soon. We need alternate internet. Alternate internet, basically, Cisco former director, Van Jacobson, introduced basically information-centric network in 2010. I will discuss also this matter also. Basically, if we will simplify information-centric network, so we need storage overlay, we need security and mobility. So these things very important. If you can see right now, we are using more our wireless devices rather than wired devices. Basically, we are using mobile devices, means like portable devices, laptop, mobile phones, and other things as well as. That's why we need more security. As much as we are using more internet, we need more security as well as. For example, I seldomly visit bank, and I always go for online banking. If you will go for online banking, we need secure internet, reliable internet. Okay, internet play very important role in our society. Without internet nowadays, I think life is incomplete. I believe that. In 2018, Auckland, New Zealand, they had one survey. Okay, if anything happened or earthquake came or any disaster came, what you need? You need ambulance, doctor, hospital. They said we need Wi-Fi, because they have to inform their family, okay, they are safe, they are okay, because they need internet. Without internet, very difficult. Basically, that is why we have information-centric network. Basically, ICN is an approach to have where the internet infrastructure to directly support addressing named data objects. The named data objects also they can work on. For example, they can use named data networking and content-centric networking as well as. This one is a layman diagram, basically for TCP/IP. What is the difference between current internet and information-centric network? Basically, only from instead of IP, we can use content, we can use centric, we can use name. So basically, in normal internet, we can say, okay, everything over IP, IP over everything. But our information-centric network, we can say everything over content, content over everything. That is only a difference. We are not changing basically throughout TCP/IP layer. So that's only changing. I will discuss more detailed diagram for upcoming slides. These are basically TCP/IP and NDN, CCN, content-centric network, named data network differences. Like in TCP/IP, we can say packet search routing. Of course, here also similar thing. Address host in TCP/IP and NDN, we have address data. No source address needed. Basically, of course, TCP/IP is reliable, readable, and transport. No perceptible transport expect between neighbor nodes as well as asymmetric routers here in TCP/IP and NDN. We have semantic router. Then we have further other things as well as. So basically, what different exactly? We are changing only IP compared to content-centric network. This one is more technical diagram, a very detailed diagram of TCP/IP. You can see here from physical layer to application layer. We have a TCP/IP model, which protocol working for which pattern. So basically in IP packets, instead of IP packets, we are using data chunks or data information or centric or other things as well as. That is only a difference between current internet and information-centric network. And we can use for quantum computing as well as because or quantum networks as well as because in future is quantum computing. You can see here in transmission process in quantum networks, basically a little bit of different between quantum computing and quantum networks. Quantum networks for more on our transmission and quantum computing is covering everything. So you can see here, basically, we have different type of layers and process from sender to receiver, end-to-end communication. Basically, in real-time transmission, it's very delay sensitive. Either we will receive packet or not. We have to know either positive acknowledgement or negative acknowledgement from sender to receiver. This one is an overview of named data networking. Basically, that is how multicasting works in named data networking. It is a sub-layer of information-centric network. You can see here data reply packets and interest packets request. So that is a difference between IP and named data networking. For example, we have user 1 and user 2, content A and content A again. Basically, you can see here. We have FIB, PIT basically pending interest table. That is basically a topic for upcoming postgrad students and PhD scholar. Then we have NDN routers, and these NDN routers can from source to destination again. They can bring their information from here. And cache is also one of the research problem for postgrad student or maybe FYP students, because this one is one of the future technology. I would like to say that if we have no problem in our research or anything, then we cannot start any project, cannot start maybe FYP or cannot start MS or PhD by thesis. If we have some research problem, and these research problem need to solve, and after that we can come up with some solution, algorithms, methodology, or other things as well as. Then we have multicast. Deployment of ICN, basically how we deploy this information-centric network. That is also under discussion. Basically, IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force, and ICANN also, Internet Corporation for Name and Numerics. Basically, IETF, for example, they are making recipe for internet, because they will recognize this protocol or other things as well as after that I can cook this internet or present to us. Basically, that's the criteria. I am already fellow for ITF and ICANN. I already attended few meetings. So basically how it's worked, many of you know already. If we want to start any protocol, anything like, for example, information scientific network, RTP, UDP, or other protocol, they used to be approved by ITF, or normally we say RFCs. So these are like a proposed documents. After that, they approve. Then they have working groups. You can join also. These are working groups, freely join. And after that, you can also contribute in this working group as per your understanding or interest. For example, we have, that's my own conceptual model. Basically, that's my idea. ICN introduced by Venture Capson, but that's my idea, already published also. Maybe we can use ICN as a overlay mode. For example, in a TCP IP layer, we can go for above than TCP IP, and then we have access layers or other things. Or maybe we can use for, go for hybrid ICN. For example, we can combine both technologies or both protocols. You can see here ICN, TCP IP, we can combine. Or we can go for clean salt mode. Basically, we can use only ICN. I think that is not possible because we are using current internet, but that's another idea. And we can use for ICN as an underlay as well as, like, only we can just swipe from upper to underlay. We can use it, or we can use for ICN as a slice in 5G also, because future is 5G or 6G basically, and we are very close to China also. We have very good friendship, so maybe because due to CPEC, we can maybe full implement in Pakistan 5G. Okay, let's move forward. Then we will move towards to Internet of Things, because everything on internet nowadays, if we have heterogeneous environment, for example, laptop, desktop, regardless any brand, iPhone or Android phones, if these things connect with internet, we can say Internet of Things, either routers, switches, or everything, basically. If we have Internet of Things, then we have to, how we can connect these things, because we need internet. Without internet or IP address, we cannot connect. So luckily, basically one flavor for information scientific network, NDN, name data network, it supports basically Internet of Things and current devices as well as, because if we have to change any software or anything, for example, I would like to give you an example. If you want to move towards from IPv4 to IPv6, we have to change devices or upgrade hardware. That is very difficult because we cannot change suddenly, because our real-time things on the network. That's why in between IPv4 and IPv6, IPv5 die inside lab. They cannot introduce IPv5. If you go for Wikipedia or Google, then you can find. You can see it's very delayed. Still in Malaysia, we are not fully on IPv6. Hopefully soon, fully on IPv6. Same like here. If we want to change our mobile phones or things, it is very expensive. Nowadays, Samsung phone, Note Galaxy 21, it came with 5G support. Means we go for 5G support. Because why? Because maybe in upcoming future, 5G will arrive, then our mobile can support. It can support. That's why we go for 5G support. So we have to go for these things as well as, and I believe that 85% of our mobile phones are Android, regardless any brand. Then we have about 10% iPhones and 5% unknown phones, basically. You can see Android phones are very common, because I also moved from iPhones to Android, because Android is very easy and flexible, specifically in our pandemic era, because last 2 years we use a lot of applications, lot of things. That's why I think Android is better, but I'm not saying which one is better or not, but I believe that Android is more usable and flexible. So it can support basically, sorry, name data, anycast, multicast, in network cache, content-based security, and connectionless modes as well as. So it's already published also. You can also search from my Google Scholar. Let's move forward. In future, basically, okay. In future, internet research, quantum is very important. You know, in future, we will use wearable devices. That is a body area network. We can use these things, and like, for example, we are using iWatch or other things. We can use multiple sensors. Sensors are very cheap, tiny, and easily connect with our body. We can use for temperature, blood pressure, heartbeat, and other things as well as. We can use multiple things for fitness as well as. Then building and home automations. Also, we can use these future internet, like for example, smart homes. Recently, we had a smart home for elderly people. Maybe I will show in my upcoming slide if it's available. Then smart cities. That is also future basically research interest. Smart cities. Recently, I gave one talk to Muscat, basically Oman. They have basically industry for smart city. Soon they will transform Muscat to a smart city as well as, and smart manufacturing, of course, from industry to consumer. It must be smart manufacturing. That's why we have tags. If you can, shopkeeper can sell by tags or barcodes, then they can easily know how many things they sold and how many things they need in upcoming days. Smart healthcare, that is very important. Human is very important. Ashraful Makhlukat. Basically, if we will help to human, how we can use these things or sensor and other things for human, that is very beneficial and useful. Then automobile, who use automobile, also humans. A lot of accidents happen due to very small things. For example, we can use vehicle to vehicle network, and we can use information centric network and quantum computing and networks as well as. And for example, any accident happen, then vehicle to vehicle connect with each other. They can communicate, they can inform to vehicle, and then other vehicles can transfer to another track, or they can move to another track, and they can save their time and other things as well as. For example, Germany already started driverless trucks, Mercedes trucks. They already did experiments, and also Tesla also basically they are going to be driverless. And Seoul National University already visited there. They also started driverless cars as well as, because Korea, Japan, they are very famous for vehicles as well as. Today's basically digital technologies, if you will say Internet of Things, nowadays everything on Internet. If we have IP things, means it is on Internet. We have different type of scenario. Wi-Fi, IEEE 802.11. IEEE is the world biggest organization, basically more than half million members throughout the world. In Pakistan, one of the pioneer member for IEEE Region 10, 1969, from UIT Lahore, they started this IEEE. We have, I think, 3 sections. One in Karachi, Islamabad, Lahore, and other, I think, subsections as well as. So they have sections, they have standards. For example, they have about more than 2,000 standards. Wi-Fi also one of these standards, and they are earning a lot of money from Wi-Fi. You can see everywhere Wi-Fi, hospital, campus, or other places as well as. Then we can use for 6-low band. Also, then we have physical and possessions worlds, cyber worlds also, internet data servers. We can use Internet of Things, processing server, web server, because web server also real-time portals we have to update. That's why we need Internet of Things, mobile application servers also, a lot of apps now, open source apps, and wireless sensor and actuator networks as well as. Let's move forward. quantum technology and 9-pillar IR 4.0. Normally, basically, IR is one of the future directions for each country, but name is changed depend on country to country. First time, basically, World Economic Forum, they came up with this IR 4.0. So basically, IR 4.0 more relate to computer science. If we merge everything like artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and these are basically 9 pillars for IR 4.0, and these relate to also quantum computing and other things as well as. Our future society basically, as like in 2025, very near, we are 10% of people wearing clothes, reading glasses connect to the internet, for example, Google Glasses. 1 trillion sensors connected to the internet. The sensors are very tiny, very cheap, easily accessed in remote places. For example, in Malaysia, basically Malaysia population 30 million. It is almost same like Karachi. Sometime I inform to my Malaysian colleague, okay, your whole population live in Karachi. So they cannot basically understand, okay, basically we have 200, more than 200 population in our country, and still we have remote places. But in Malaysia, basically it's a very tropical country, mountains, and some places they live very scattered. So that's why we can use these sensors to get data also, because they are these are very cheap. And the first robotics pharmaceutics in US by 2025. Of course, 3D printer we will produce, that is like 3D printer levers, as well as driverless cars, equally 10% of all cars in US. Basically, this one is, I'm talking about US based. In future, basically in Pakistan also similar things. Globally, more trips, journey via car sharing than in private car. For example, we have InDrive, train, similar. The first city with more than 50,000 people and no traffic lights. These are again impacting all aspects of value chains. Of course, we have to come up with workforce that can align with quantum computing, Internet of Things, information scientific network, name data networking, software-defined networks. So basically, we have to collaborate with these 9 pillars with industry graduates and some technical institutes as well. This one is basically one of my student. He completed an Android application for a smart home. How we can use a smart home for elderly people. Basically, you know, elderly people, they live in old houses and they maybe stay themselves. Sometimes they cannot travel, they cannot walk. That's why Android is basically free or open source basically app, easily available regardless any brand. So that's basically we use different sensor for smart homes. And this one is basically how we can differentiate between the classic network and quantum networks. Of course, we have traditional networks that is still basically we are using. And these are some feature and classical and quantum details. For example, information link theory, information transmission, and error management. These are comparison. Later, I will share my PPT to Dr. Sadiq, and maybe those students basically register, they can get easily my PPTs. Last but not least, conclusion. Basically, quantum network must be designed according to quantum mechanism. Requirement for the benefit of the quantum information can be optimally realized in the quantum system also. And we can integrate this quantum network with Internet of Things and IR 4.0. And this one is one of the ecosystem of Internet of Things, basically how it's work with or how it's connect with our other things as well as Internet of Things can connect with everything of Internet, industrial Internet of Things, IR 4.0 Internet of Things, quantum networks, and other things as well as. Thank you. Question or suggestions are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Kashmir sir. There any question from the audience?
Assalamualaikum, sir. This is Bari Ahmed from Department of Computer Science of University of Karachi. सर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपने आईओटी की बात करी, ये मेरा एक इंटरेस्ट टॉपिक है और जोन भी है। लेकिन सर आईओटी जहाँ पे इन्वॉल्व है, ऑफ कोर्स वहाँ पे गैजेट्स, हार्डवेयर और फिजिकल स्ट्रक्चर इन्वॉल्व है, और वहाँ पे ट्रांसमिशन ऑफ सिग्नल्स, मतलब मुख्तलिफ फ्रीक्वेंसीज के रेंज के, वो भी मौजूद है। सर ये मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि क्या ये कंटिन्यूस जो सिग्नल ट्रांसमिशन हो रही है, क्योंकि हम स्मार्ट सिटी की तरफ जा रहे हैं, ये ह्यूमन हेल्थ पे कितना असरअंदाज हो सकते हैं? क्योंकि मैंने ये सुना है कि लाइक वी हैव अ सेल फोन इन आवर पॉकेट, this is also emitting wave frequency or whatever you can say. This is somehow harmful for human health or something like that. So kindly, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. तो उर्दू में ही मैं जवाब दे देता हूँ इसका आपको। तो बेसिकली ऑफ कोर्स हार्मफुल तो है, क्योंकि इसमें रेस भी होती है और लिथियम बैटरी भी होती है। तो इनका अपकमिंग जो फ्यूचर है ना, उसमें जो है ना लिथियम बैटरी को जो है ना हम इस तरह कर रहे हैं कि लेस चार्ज करें, मतलब लाइफ टाइम चार्ज कर दें या मंथली हम चार्ज करें। एक तो ये मतलब उसका बेनिफिट होगा अपकमिंग। बैटरी इज वन ऑफ द इशू कि अब देखें अगर ये 5G अगर आ जाता है तो बैटरी तो हमारी जो है ना 1 घंटे में खत्म हो जाएगी, क्योंकि हम लोग यूज करते हैं मतलब डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशन और अदर थिंग्स। तो एक तो ये है बैटरी को सॉल्व होना चाहिए कि परमानेंटली मतलब उसको जो है ना इंचार्ज हो जाए। और इसके अलावा जो है एक और टेक्नोलॉजी जिसको हम बोलते हैं सॉफ्टवेयर डिफाइंड नेटवर्क, स्टैनफोर्ड में जो है ये रिसेंटली इंट्रोड्यूस हुई है। तो इसका एक और वर्जन है जिसको हम सॉफ्टवेयर डिफाइंड रेडियो बोलते हैं। तो उसमें क्या है कि हमें जो है ना मोबाइल फोन्स जो है चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो जो है जो भी ऐप है या जो प्रोटोकॉल है या सॉफ्ट साइट है, वो उसको हम डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं तो वो ही सपोर्ट करेगा। 4G भी 5G को सपोर्ट कर लेगा। तो ये एक है। लेकिन फिर वही जो है इंडस्ट्री जैसे आईफोन और सैमसंग, तो ये भी एक कहते हैं मोनोपोली है। कहते हैं कि भाई हमें अगर ये चेंज नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कैसे जो है हम सेल करेंगे। तो ये सारी चीजें ना डिसीजन मेकिंग में, तो इसीलिए मैंने ITF का जिक्र किया है। अगर आप लोग ITF और ICANN को जो है थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लोर करें तो आप फ्रीली ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं ये सेशंस, तो इनमें देख लें। लेकिन हार्मफुल है ये तो है, लेकिन ये कि उसको हम लेस कर सकते हैं, बैटरी का सोल्यूशन सॉल्व कर सकते हैं और फाइबर ऑप्टिक को यूज कर सकते हैं, FTTH को एटलीस्ट एंड यूजर तक। मींस अभी तो हमारे पास जो है ना एंड यूजर तक तो नहीं है ना थ्रू आउट फाइबर ऑप्टिक। थैंक यू।
Dr. Nice talk. You earlier talked about quantum computing, and we all know that the current systems are based on binary representation of data, but when it goes to quantum, its processing and storage power is going to increase exponentially. So are there any current systems or can we see these in practical life in the near future?
Yes, of course. Basically, that's why I gave you quantum computing, quantum networks flavor. That one, basically, we are going to publish one research paper about it that is directly linked to real-time transmission protocols. Basically, you know, our real-time traffic is delay sensitive. If we have less than 500 millisecond delay, our full duplex communication, we cannot understand each other and we can say service is bad. That's why we have to come up with some scheduling. Maybe how we can solve, we can use some real-time scheduling. For example, our any express or roads, we have maybe daytime very less traffic, but at evening or morning we have heavy traffic. Why not we can give priority to real-time traffic? The same like same like real-time traffic, we have our internet broadcast, SMS, real-time traffic. So we can give priority and we can solve due to this quantum network this matter. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Kashif. I'm Mohammed Hassan, and my question is, my question is that I'm not really informed on quantum computing that much, but a few years ago, I was told by professors that we don't really have a benchmark for assessing the limits of quantum computing yet. Because the thing is that it is very, when we make a system for that uses quantum computing, we make a specialized system most of the time. They're not general purpose computers. So my question is that how far are we from a general purpose quantum computer? Is there any system that supports that? Okay. So one more thing is that I think I don't mean to be redundant, but I think personally, the main bottleneck here is not the cost of of quantum computing. It is rather the lack of information that we have on the limits of quantum computing. Is that true?
Yes, I agreed with you. Basically, if we'll say computing, it's related to computer science. If you say quantum, then it's related to physics, basically. And if you will go for further history, basically electrical engineering is mother of computer science. And then physics also very related, and of course maths also relate. So for quantum computing, if basically my specialization on wireless technologies, of course we have done very good collaboration with physics department and general science, and of course computer science and electrical engineering. If we will work together in a group, because we cannot work standalone. For example, this laptop I disconnect with Ethernet cable or Wi-Fi. It is only personal computer. Personal computer means we can do only MS Word or PowerPoint. If we connect with this laptop with Wi-Fi or Ethernet, we can connect throughout the world. So same like in quantum networks or quantum computing, basically it's not only for computer scientists to solve this matter or maybe introduce in upcoming future. It's a combination of multiple faculties. In 2015, I went to McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada. So my basically professor, he brought me each day different faculty. Okay, we have to go for civil, we have to go for medical. I said, why we have to go for other faculties? He said, we have multidisciplinary collaboration. In Pakistan, maybe I don't know, but in Malaysia, we can do. So maybe we have to cross disciplinary or multidisciplinary. We have to start with such collaboration. After that, we can solve it.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मुझे डॉक्टर अब्दुल रशीद कहते हैं। मैं थोड़ा सा आपको जो पाकिस्तान की सिचुएशन है वो बताना चाहता हूँ। ये तमाम
पाकिस्तान का मुझे इतना पता नहीं, हूँ तो मैं पाकिस्तानी, लेकिन मुझे इतना आइडिया नहीं कि क्या हो रहा है।
मैं यही आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ कि ये एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं और हम रेगुलेटर हैं, हेल्थ से मेरा ताल्लुक है, फार्मेसी मेरा सब्जेक्ट है। तो ये दुनिया का 5वां बड़ा मुल्क है, उसके बाद ही जो है 22 करोड़ है। यहाँ जो एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं इनको पाकिस्तान में अमल दरामद कराना इतना मुश्किल है जिसके इंतहा बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है। यहाँ के जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी से जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, जैसे भगवान दास साहब ने लेक्चर दिया है, जो एकेडमिया है, जो रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जो रेगुलेटर्स हैं या पब्लिक हेल्थ के लोग में, वो पाकिस्तान में जो इस वक्त करंटली है वो इंडिपेंडेंटली काम करें, आपस में कोई कोऑर्डिनेशन ही नहीं है, कोई मिलजुल के चलने वाली कोई तरीक़ाकार ही नहीं है। तो ये हमारा पाकिस्तान के हेल्थ सिस्टम में प्रेसिडेंट पाकिस्तान ने कहा कि नुस्खा लिखा गया, उसमें 21 दवाइयाँ थी और मेजॉरिटी जब डॉक्टर नुस्खा लिखता है तो मेडिकल स्टोर पे जाते तो पढ़ी ही नहीं जाती। तो ये जो चीज़ें हैं, हम कैसे इसको ई प्रिस्क्राइबिंग के जरिए या ई डिस्पेंसिंग के जरिए इन चीज़ों को बेहतर किया जा सकता है। हम करना चाहते हैं, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी को यूटिलाइज करना चाहते हैं, डिजिटल सोल्यूशन चाहते हैं। एक तो उसके लिए हमें खुद पाकिस्तान में 4 सूबे हैं, ICT इस्लामाबाद है, AJK है, GB है। मैं कहता हूं कि वहाँ इवन मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता बिकॉज हमारे लिए सब बराबर हैं। कई ऐसे सूबे हैं या ऐसे एरियाज हैं जहाँ उनकी प्रोफेशनल कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है, तो हाउ टू इम्प्लीमेंट दीज थिंग्स बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। देखिए इस टेक्नोलॉजी में जो कोरोना ने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखाया है, मेड सेफ्टी मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस हमने पाकिस्तान में मैंने इंट्रोड्यूस कराई थी, तो वो दुनिया का 8वां मुल्क था जिसने वो टेक्नोलॉजी इस्तेमाल की। इस वक्त 22 करोड़ में से कोई भी अपने एंड्रॉयड के जरिए या आईफोन के जरिए कोई भी कोरोना की वैक्सीन के एडवर्स इवेंट फॉर्मेशन उसमें डाउनलोड करके और हमें सेंड कर सकता है।
उसमें नादरा का रोल था, उसमें मुख्तलिफ इदारे थे, ड्रग रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी पाकिस्तान का रोल था, मैं उस वक्त फोकल पॉइंट था। ये चीजें हैं। देखिए हमारे पास 70,000 मेडिकल स्टोर हैं, हमें उसके पास IT सिस्टम होगा तो हम करेंगे ना। तो ये चीजें जो है ये इस मुल्क में बहुत मुश्किल हो जाती।
It's depend on basically internet. If we have backbone, basically what I am saying, backbone may be fiber optic FTTH throughout Pakistan. I would like to give you example. In Malaysia, they have one university, University Utara Malaysia. It's a public university also. It is on a border of Thailand and Malaysia. Like they have a dispute area, so they made university there. Now all disputes solved. So basically education is very important, and also internet is very important because technologies are coming. For example, I would like to give you example. I think in freelancing, Pakistan is 5th or 6th number throughout world. It means we are using this freelancing, but how we solve, basically we have to contribute our own. Means, like, for example, I am an academician. I can contribute as a Pakistani. I can contribute to only education. For example, I am a visiting professor in a few universities in Pakistan. I evaluated more than 30 PhD and master student from Pakistan. That is only Pakistan experience. Also, I contributed in Karachi section, as well as I always give keynote talk to Karachi section. So these things, because we have to contribute what our expertise. I think sometimes people contribute another expertise, basically these not relate to them. That's, I think, my understanding.
Thank you, Dr. Pasha. Thank you. So our next speaker is Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz. He is a professor of artificial intelligence and robotics at NUST University. He is also the chairman, central project director of artificial intelligence with a funding of 1 billion. He is the founder and president of IEEE Robotics and Automation Society in Pakistan and bears the honorary title of specially appointed of professor at Tokyo University, Japan. He launched Pakistan's first MS and PhD program in the field of robotics and intelligent machine engineering in 2011. In May 2014, Professor Yasser was conferred with President Gold Medal by President of Pakistan for being overall best teacher of NUST. He has also been named among the top 100 educators of the world by the International Biographical Center of Cambridge, UK. He awarded Presidential Award in 2021 on recognition of his services. So we are very fortunate enough that we have such kind of a resource person with us, Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, am I audible now? Maybe this will help. वैसे तो इतने से हॉल में मेरी आवाज वैसे भी आती है. So as he opens the document, right. So formally, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak to all of you. Such gatherings are becoming a rarity these days, especially because of the prevailing pandemic. And who knows, we are like entering into another wave right now. So may Allah keep us, all of us, safe from this. My topic today is artificial intelligence on the leading edge. And first, a little bit, already my introduction is done. This is a little bit about myself. So I did my PhD from Japan in 2009. I'm still affiliated with the same university, in Tohoku University in Japan, as a specially appointed professor as well. So I was leading the Department of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence for more than 10 years at NUST. I made the first curriculum and set up this first department in Pakistan. You might have heard the name of RISE Lab, the Robotics and Intelligence System Engineering Laboratory. So that was also my brainchild. I formed that lab back in 2010. And alhamdulillah, there are several things that we've been doing. So right now, I'm leading the National Center of Artificial Intelligence. This was a competitive grant, won through like Government of Pakistan. Like it was announced in September 2016, and through rigorous competition that lasted more than 1 year and 7 months. So in 2018, finally the center came into being, and I was, through competition, selected to lead the center as the national chair.
Good.
So with me, there are like sections in. Thank you very much. So there are sections working with me. There are segments of National Center of Artificial Intelligence in Islamabad, Lahore, Peshawar, and Karachi. And there are very senior professors and faculty members from very major universities who are like part of the center. We've also funded other projects at various other universities. So in totality, we are like the total group of researchers are about 400. I think more than 400 that is connected to us in various projects, etc. And we're doing a lot of various kinds of work. So I was also lucky to be awarded the Pride of Performance by Government of Pakistan in 2021. This is just my brief introduction. So I also contribute to various aspects of national strategy. And as you'll realize, AI is becoming more and more significant in these. For example, just this morning, we had a meeting with President of Pakistan, and this was about water resource management for Pakistan. So you see, like, for example, there is IRSA, and we have like, for example, there's a water distribution mechanism between provinces and also between countries. For example, several rivers start from India and they come over to Pakistan. So there are agreements between Pakistan and India regarding what sort of water sharing mechanism there has to be. And similarly for provinces as well. But there is no hard and fast mechanism by which, foolproof mechanism by which we can know how much water is actually going where, right? So through artificial intelligence and satellite data, perhaps it could be possible to develop this kind of a system. So this is what we were brainstorming about, and with a lot of experts from Sparco, from National Center for Cybersecurity and other various universities, we were together and brainstorming on finding a solution for this. So you see, AI is becoming very fast, becoming the backbone for Pakistan. So I forgot that I had actually I directly jumped to AI, but this is a glimpse of some of my projects that I've done at NUSC. So these are all my own projects. On the rightmost, on your right, or you're on your left actually, you can see the RoboCup team, for example, robots that play autonomous soccer. So this is 5 robots on one side, 5 robots on the other, and they play soccer completely autonomously without any human intervention or even a computer connecting from outside with the robot. So each robot behaves independently as a separate player, conceives the environment, perceives the environment on its own, detects where the other robots are, where the ball is, where the goal is, then makes a strategy, thinking individually as a single robot and while planning as a whole team, because there is limited communication allowed by RoboCup rules. So this is actually one of the highest, actually the biggest competition, and often referred to as the World Cup of robotics in the world. And we are actually the first and the only team from the South Asian region who have made it to the topmost league of the RoboCup. It's a standard platform league of this competition. So also we do several other projects, like in mobile robotics, we worked on like the autonomous wheelchair project. We've made this kind of prosthetic limbs as well. We worked in soft robotics, etc. So I with my bachelor's in mechatronics, my master's in electrical engineering and control, and then my PhD in artificial intelligence for robots. So I have experienced all these 3 domains: designing robots, controlling robots, and then designing intelligence for these robots. So vision, control, mechanical design, I've studied these things in my various degrees and experienced them during my PhD in Japan as well. So this is what I was talking about, that AI is actually becoming more and more significant as the time goes by. So you might have heard Forbes, actually, they published an article in 2019. In January 2019, it was titled AI Wars, Will China Beat the US, right? So there are various statistics which talk about which country is more active. For us, of course, whether China is bigger or US is bigger carries little significance. What matters more for us is where we stand in artificial intelligence and where we can use AI for our benefit and for the benefit of our nation. So the important thing is that in Forbes article, they said that, just like in today's world, like nothing works without electricity, in the future, AI is expected to plug into every system. This is going to be the new electricity. Whether you are a researcher in chemistry, you're studying botany, you're studying zoology, you're studying social sciences, you're studying music, you're studying judiciary, some law or some other area like that, AI is very much relevant for you. And I will tell you about projects that we are doing for a lot of fields, a lot of people, like for the judiciary of Pakistan, for various other fields and domains, that one will not we will be bewildered by that. We will not be thinking that these are technical areas where there are applications of computer science and engineering, but actually AI permeates into all of these areas. And whether, in Pakistan, we may think that AI is, like it's going to be a game of tomorrow and it's not a game of today. But let me tell you that there are so many jobs of AI even right now that people are struggling. They're trying to find, good professionals of AI and to give them jobs. And it's going to create more and more jobs as time goes by. I know what question might be coming into your minds, but I'll wait to answer that in the question and answer session. So there are various predictions about artificial intelligence. I just put two of them here, that the business value created by artificial intelligence just by 2022 is expected to be $3.9 trillion US, right? And the International Data Corporation predicts that the worldwide spending on cognitive and artificial intelligence systems will reach 77.4 billion in 2022. This is the worldwide spending. So if you talk about the overall contribution of AI to the global GDP, it says there's a prediction by Forbes that by the year 2030, it's going to contribute around $15.7 trillion US, $15.7 trillion US to the global GDP by the year 2030. So that's a huge, amount of money flowing in one area. And definitely in Pakistan, we need to reap benefits from this area. So various countries have put together their strategies, and in China, they've already declared, the State Council of China has declared that they're going to invest $150 billion US into artificial intelligence. In US, just the banking sector wants to invest $300 billion. So we've worked on a project related to the banking sector regarding bank failure prediction. It's not there in my presentation, but we worked on it, so I can mention it. So that's like, we worked on the data of, I think, 1,134 banks from G7 countries plus Australia, to predict the reasons for bank failure in the period 2003 to 2013. So that's when the Lehman Bank crisis actually happened, and a lot of the financial world was going through its ebbs and lows, right? So in the data that we had, there were 34% of the banks were actually ending up in bank failure. But why machine learning gives an answer to that where human intelligence couldn't, is that there are lots of variables, for example, which we may not until now have discovered, that in economics, these variables also matter, or we also need to look at these particular points in the banking sector. But AI implicitly observes them. Those variables may not have a name, but deep learning, through its own classification methods, may identify that these variables are there, and these numbers contribute to the bank failure in this particular way. Later on, of course, the science of economics will evolve on its own. The economists will sit and evaluate what those variables need to be called, how these things are contributing, but the effects are clear, and we were able to predict bank failure using our algorithm in that data set with 94% accuracy. Same is the case with a lot of other researches that have been done in the US, in other places, for example, regarding emergency C-sections that women need, for example. So more than 400 variables actually contribute to that over a period of 9 months. And it's not easy for a human doctor to just comprehend even that, what sort of situation is going. The total number reported in research is around 7% of women who actually will need emergency C-section in the end. But what factors from the beginning, for example, the fetal position, the fetal distress, what other factors are there which actually lead to emergency C-section in the end? There's a very well-known research by Tom Mitchell, Carnegie Mellon University in this. And with a lot of these things, by using data, by using, insights given by artificial intelligence, we can explore boundaries and make human life more convenient, safe, and, more livable, you could say, by predicting our disasters, etc., using artificial intelligence. So in Canada, they've already said 130 million they've set aside for artificial intelligence. In India, they are investing for 477 million. US, the Russian government has also put in 7.3 billion into artificial intelligence. UK is putting in $1 billion as well. In Pakistan, there are several initiatives for artificial intelligence that are underway right now. The flagship initiative, the main one that has been launched by the government of Pakistan, is the National Center for Artificial Intelligence on this distributed model. We are not dedicated or limited to one university. It is coming through open competition. So HEC invited all the universities of Pakistan to submit their proposals on what they're going to do if they are granted funding in artificial intelligence, and evaluated various researchers, the work they have done, and what next work they're going to do and how it's going to impact the economy of Pakistan and the education sector in general as well. So they came up with this list of labs and this list of PIs. So I was also participating in the competition, and through competition, as I mentioned, I came up to the position of chairman. So I was leading the intelligent robotics lab at that time from the NUST side. So there are deep learning lab and intelligent robotics lab at NUST, the medical imaging and diagnostics lab at comstech in Islamabad. Then in Peshawar, we have the intelligent system design lab. This deals majorly with disaster management. And then we have the intelligent information processing lab, which deals with smart mining and healthcare. Then we have the in Lahore, we have agent-based computational modeling lab at Punjab University. So they do various kinds of make stuff which is logic-based, you could say, study, or logic-based, agent-based artificial intelligence. One of their major applications is simulation of traffic or simulation of cities. So you might have heard the concept of digital twins. Has anybody heard that? So digital twins, for example, is that, for example, you can create a model of the traffic artificially in the computer memory. And then, for example, if you want to change something in the city, so instead of experimenting that in, physically, you actually, for example, if you're going to close the road in one place, you close the road there and see what happens to the rest of the city. So that agent-based computer model in which several agents are driving around in the city and the model is existing on a map that you've extracted from the internet, let's say from Google Maps, actually tells you what will happen to the traffic. So we have this kind of systems. We also have driving training systems that, for example, you can wear a VR headset or you can look at a screen, whichever is more convenient for you, you could drive. And based on that, we actually create other agents. For example, another car which does something, and this kind of circumstances you cannot train a driver for in the real road by creating different kind of circumstances. And with this lab, we are doing it. So the Intelligent Criminology Lab has a lot of projects related to criminology. They're helping the Lahore Smart City, the Punjab Smart City, Safe City project as well, Lahore Safe City project. And other than the visual surveillance, they have sound-based surveillance as well. For example, if a gunshot is heard, for example, inside a house, and you don't have a camera, at least you should be able to identify where the gunshot came from. A lot of killings in Pakistan take place in rural areas where people don't do it in front of a camera, and they're not like in the main village or something. They're in a place where there's no one looking. So if a gunshot is heard, at least you should be able to triangulate and give an approximate location to the law enforcement agencies that go there and look. Something has happened, right? So they have this kind of technology we've developed. Also, we can do gesture-based and activity recognition-based surveillance. For example, that if somebody enters into an ATM booth, so if you want to generate an alarm on there being more than one person or a certain activity taking place, if someone has a weapon, that's easily something you can report to the police. But for example, if somebody does not have a weapon, but he is physically manhandling another person, or there's kidnapping taking place or another action happening and there's a camera, the camera should automatically be able to, because even in the most complex and you could say most readily monitored areas where there are a lot of cameras, you don't know which camera will come up on the screen at what time, because there are limited screens and limited eyeballs watching it. So at least AI has to be capable of identifying what action merits being focused on the screen so that the human can look at it and make a better decision. Right? So we have this kind of technology in the Intelligent Criminology Lab. The Neurocomputation Lab is working on development of neuromorphic hardware. So new kind of hardware for artificial intelligence-based processing, and also for developing systems like EEG and other brain-computer interfaces indigenously, and also processing the brain data to help the medical science make their way forward. The Smart City Lab, you're very well familiar with the Smart City concept, and also the presentation just now was about IoT. So IoT, and behind IoT, what do you do with all that data which IoT is sending you? So there has to be an AI behind it which processes the data and makes some intelligent decisions for you to actually make the city really smart, right? So there is a Smart City Lab which deals with that aspect. So I've already mentioned to you that these are the universities, and there's the NCI Secretariat. I'm dealing with this part, the Secretariat in the center, this one, the Secretariat in the center. And also we are guided by a National Steering Committee, which HEC has put above us. And this one comprises of the government entities as well as private entities and top level national experts, which are part of the National Steering Committee. And we have a Scientific Industrial Advisory Board, which is majorly international. So they are all from advanced countries, and they actually give their scientific point of view about our research. So this is the mechanism to evaluate whether the center is actually making contribution to the national side or not, whether the center is making scientific contributions or not. So there's a very good check and balance mechanism that we have in place. I could talk a lot about the center, but let's concentrate on the practical aspects. I've already covered the areas of the lab, so let's skip this. So I'll just come to the actual practical projects. So some of the successes that we've had so far and some of the major projects that we have done is like one of our prototype systems is now deployed with the Supreme Court of Pakistan. This one looks through the cases, various cases which are submitted to let's say the higher courts, the Supreme Court, for example. And like whenever a new case is submitted, we can actually relate this new case with other similar cases in the repository, in the history, and bring out that repository for better guidance of the judge, that he or she can have a better view of all those cases and make a better understanding that this is the more likely decision, or these are the aspects of the case that he or she needs to focus on. So for example, if some decision takes place in Karachi, let's say the day before yesterday, so today it is already a reference for another case, for example, which somebody is hearing, let's say in you could say Sawabi, right? So in law, for example, it's not just the book of law which is actually the reference, it's also the previous cases which have been decided. So without this kind of a system, there is very much a possibility that no judge would be able to read all the cases which are being decided on daily basis in so many courts in Pakistan. Same goes for medical science, that for example, if a new treatment of a disease is discovered in one part of the world, by the time it's yet doctors in another part of the world become familiar with that treatment, it gets published somewhere in the paper, that will take its own share of time, and afterwards it will become available to somebody else. So if there is some AI system which can actually go through a medical database and come up with various kinds of like solutions, various kinds of treatments with respect to illnesses, and like show this to the doctor, maybe this will enable the doctor to make a better decision about a certain case that comes up. So we've already developed the prototype of this. Prototype is deployed. Let's see how Supreme Court uses it, how their experience is, and if this thing can grow bigger and come to, and then it has various other aspects as well. So like for example, anonymizing the cases, that some cases information is put on the internet, right? So the names of for example the complainant and the person against whom the judgment was passed, these do not need to be declared in public, because the case is academic reference for the people to have a look at and prepare their own material when they're going to fight different cases, right? So they're going to contest different cases. So that material, when it is put on the internet, the names have to be erased. So our system with our OCR can go through the cases and erase the names, right? So this is a part of this technology which we've given them as well. So we've also partnered with the Pakistan Air Force in development of the Center for AI and Computing. I'll try not to take too long a time, and also for developing a training methodology which was supervised, overseen by the Governor of Punjab. Is called the National Institute of Artificial Intelligence and Information Security, National Initiative on Artificial Intelligence and Information Security. So we were part of designing some courses for them as well. Some of our projects, here is a glimpse of them, and you could say vehicular counting and classification. In AI projects, this is quite common, but some of the significant results you can see are on the top left, for example, where you can see that the lighting conditions are very dim and still we are able to classify the vehicles correctly. And the one below that, for example, where vehicle is visible from one side and then visible from another side, and it's quickly changing direction. So we are still able to classify them with a mean accuracy of 90%. So this is another system.
किसी का नाम ना blacklist में आ रहा है ना ECL में आ रहा है.
Okay, let me describe it first, and then you can see what's happening. So whenever this person is speaking on the television, so what happens is that we identify the speaker, we identify the person speaking, we read whatever is being said. Like for example, whatever is being said, we interpret that from the voice and we write that down in Urdu, right? So this is our own software which actually listens to Urdu and converts it into text, so voice to text in Urdu. And also we read all the tickers that are actually floating on the screen. So whatever is being presented in the news, we can actually go through that. Also, if 3 or 4 speakers are speaking, we can identify which speakers are which person, when there's a voice coming, which person is, speaking right now and whose voice it is. So we can classify that as well. So there's a most comprehensive database which you can actually put together for content analysis. In social sciences, this is a very important aspect, and a lot of social scientists that visit us and they see this application. So there was one lady that visited us recently, and she said that if you invented this before, maybe I would not have eyeglasses, because I had to sit in front of the television and do the content analysis physically all the time, right? So this is for comparative purposes as well. So you can have a look at it. So
किसी का नाम ना ब्लैक लिस्ट में आ रहा है ना ECL में आ रहा है अभी तक शाम तक. खतरे का मुझे नहीं पता, मेरे पास फाइल ही है, तो मेरे पास किसी का केस नहीं.
You see this text? This is what
मेरे
Majid Sahab
पास
is saying.
किसी
And
के
this is
खिलाफ
what's
कोई
written on
मुकदमा
the
नहीं
tickers
है.
beneath it.
मैं हामिद मीर से 10-12
The
साल से
overall
जितने भी
content
साल हुए हैं ना
analytics
कभी
regarding,
बात
for
की है ना
example, a
आपका
certain channel is like showing what kind of content or what kind of things there are. So this is now available. We've also made a startup on this. It's now a commercially available software. If you want to buy it, you want to use it somewhere, you can use it, right? So this is just a description of, for example, how a certain text can be picked up, and with a good accuracy, you can paste it. Our system, by the way, is faster and more accurate than the Google voice conversion tool, right? So this is another project. This is the simulation version, but we've done the physical version as well. This was for Sparko, and it was tested on actual robots in Karachi. So this is a single robot-based reconnaissance, single robot moving around and making map of the environment. Some of the applications may include, for example, if you have a household robot and you take it home. For example, there's a robot vacuum cleaner and you put it in your room, you want it to be able to clean the stuff. So it needs to learn the map of the room by itself. There can be no pre-programming of the map by the company when they are selling it to you to take it to your home. So that kind of thing can use it. Also for disaster management, this is another kind of system that we've developed for Sparko, in which multiple robots, they could be aerial, they could be ground robots. This has been tested on ground robots, but simulated for aerial ones as well. They can, go through an environment, they can fly over an environment, take the data and stitch that data together, mutually explore mutually develop the strategy, how to explore the environment in minimum time, for example. So this kind of thing we have developed as well. So this is just a comparison with the Google. So here's our system, here's Google's system, and
अदबी नसर
more
में
accurate
इस
and much faster.
इनफरादियत का इजहार कुछ ज्यादा ही शिद्दत के साथ होता है.
I'll not spend too much time on NLP. So also, we've given the system to the TPL tracker company for integrating with the maps. For example, for people who are driving all the way from Karachi to, let's say, north of Pakistan or all the way to China or other countries. So truck drivers, for example, many times are not familiar with the kind of interfaces that we are too familiar with, like, for example, the Google Maps, etc. So what the truck driver can do is that he can just speak to the map and tell it gully number, makan number, that this is the place that the person has to go. And then this map will speak back to it. This could be useful for Baikia, for Careem, for many other services, and not make English a mandatory requirement for people to be actually able to use these technologies. This is a system we've developed in collaboration with Qura University in Saudi Arabia, and this is for the use in Hajj. And this is for example, anomaly detection. You can see one person here walking across. This person, if you can notice, so he's walking across the crowd. So anyone who is doing something different from what the rest of the crowd is doing, in this case, it's prevention from a stampede. But for example, in I think, I don't remember the name of the place, but there has been terrorist attacks in crowded places in Jalsas as well. So I remember there was an attack in Karachi on Benazir's procession. So this kind of thing, for example, if somebody is doing something odd inside a crowd, so this could be monitored and apprehended in real time. So this is a real-time system as well. So this image is from Giga Mall from Islamabad, and this is for footfall detection, how many people are going where in the mall at any given time. This is for pickets, for example. We see people standing in pickets and law enforcement agencies, people from there who are all the time monitoring cars and looking at people. But how many suspicious cars could a human possibly remember? If a stolen vehicle comes in front, how many numbers, how many car numbers, for example, registration numbers do we expect the human to remember? So this is the AI-based system which picks out the car's make, model, number, all of that. And if this kind of systems are deployed in the pickets, we've already shared this with National Highway Authority, with various other agencies. So far, it's not deployed anywhere, but if it is deployed, it can magnanimously improve the security aspect in Pakistan. So this is also activity recognition, detecting reading or writing, and here's picking, for example, element of interest like a gun, for example, and also activity recognition. For example, this was requirement from one of the malls that they don't want. Many people, for example, who enter into a mall in today's environment, they are asymptomatic and they don't have a fever, and you check them in the entrance and they don't have a fever, but inside maybe somebody is coughing or something like that, they're doing another activity. So for COVID protection, so this system on the left is monitoring the following of SOPs, that if they're in the mall or in some place, a lot of people are moving around, and some people gather in one place and they're not wearing masks, like I'm not wearing a mask right now. So they would be identified as not following the SOP, and on the building's map, this kind of the circle that is drawn there along with the image, it would be drawn right there for the guard to see. that here is a violation taking place, go and apprehend it. We can't expect, with so many people moving around and so many people not following precautions, we can't expect the humans to be able to physically monitor every corridor at, you know, in all places simultaneously. So let AI do that job. Similarly, if somebody is, for example, coughing, or another like sign, for example, of somebody managed to get into the mall but he's coughing or something. One of the malls said to us that we don't want to check people explicitly when they are entering into the building, but when they enter, if somebody is showing a sign of COVID-19, we would like to catch them quickly. So in order to apprehend. So this kind of system was as a prototype for them as well. There isn't a video of that, but this is the activity recognition, that if two people are, for example, hugging, they're greeting each other, or two people are fighting, we can tell the difference between that using our AI algorithm. This is developed by the Intelligent Criminology Lab. So similarly, this is a UAV localization and GPS denial circumstance that, you know, we all know that Food Panda is going to serve us good food, but imagine if your burger lands in the neighbor's house and they enjoy the burger and you don't, well, you've made the payment, so it's a big issue, right? So this is like flying in a GPS denial circumstance where the drone, for example, loses connection with the GPS or getting wrong reading because of the environmental conditions like fog or smog or whatever. So if, for example, there's visibility and there's a camera that can see the place down there, even from close range, maybe they can detect the area and land at the right spot. So without GPS also, maybe using both things, the accuracy will increase, but this is for GPS denial circumstance. Also, this is the system which I was talking about for advanced driver training, that you can actually create various scenarios. There can be a simulated car, you can wear a VR headset. And let me take this forward, actually, it's a very big video. So if you're driving, so it can create various kind of scenarios and judge. You see other agents are also moving around, like this bus that was moving around. So there are other things also. It's not it's a created simulated scenario which creates scenarios that are actually insightful to judge the driving of the person who is actually driving, or to train for certain circumstances. And also this is another application for which we can actually cut parts of the map and actually make real situations based upon real cities and real maps, right? So for us to be able to simulate traffic for that particular region. So also this is a rice quality analyzer, a project which was done by the Smart City Lab at NADUT. So by looking at the grain size and the thickness and the length, etc., we can actually make like classification of the quality of rice. This is a smart energy fan developed by the Neural Computation Lab, interestingly, and this is for, like, for example, fans are not closed loop; they're mostly open loop control. That, you know, like the air conditioner at least has a thermostat, but the fan usually doesn't. So using a thermostat, it can like regulate its speed. For example, during the night the temperature drops and you feel cold, so this can actually reduce its speed accordingly to make it a better experience for you. So also, like, this is an energy monitoring system. This could be used in houses, this could be used in offices, for example, which like monitors which room is consuming how much energy, and it also tells you your predicted bill for that month. This will significantly reduce the usage of electricity, in our opinion, by giving you an idea that you're going to spend this much at the end of the month, so you'll shut off some of the lights by yourself. So using human intelligence with AI. And also this is BrainWiz. This was a brain MRI segmentation application. It was actually featured in a very major international competition in China. So our lab, the Medical Imaging and Diagnostics Lab, came third in the world in this competition in classifying life expectancy in the brain tumor analysis, right? So using brain MRI, they could tell like what's the life expectancy of the patient. This is for thalassemia, the whole system. This is a thalassemia screening device. In physically also, this device is also made by our lab in Peshawar, and like using neural networks, it can learn to better assess the samples using artificial intelligence. This is a breast cancer based application. Breast cancer is also one of those, even in the US, 50% of the cases that are like thought of as breast cancer, which are suspected as breast cancer cases, even after the mammography is done or ultrasound is done, because they are for different age groups. So once that is done and somebody is suspected of having breast cancer, the extraction of tissue sample actually indicates that 50% of the suspected cases were actually false positives. So the poor patient goes through that trauma, the mental trauma and the physical trauma, for no reason, while so we don't know what other technology we should use. So in that, for example, in the images, in the ultrasound images or in mammography images, artificial intelligence is being used all over the world to make better predictions and to make sense of data which is not yet understood by medical science or by humans. Ultimately, we should be able to understand it and doctors should be able to make better predictions. But right now, AI is giving that answer. So we've developed this system as well. So this is another for the pulmonary diseases, basically. So disease diagnosis for, you know, that TB and COPD are the topmost and fourth most major reasons for, you know, early death in Pakistan. And this is contributing to predicting that as well. So we've done another number of other contributions, like I was speaking to Dr. a short while back, and we've actually developed a curriculum, a master's and PhD curriculum with unified national course codes. And, you know, I've been part of various universities panels on designing the AI courses. And the problem is that every university has limited faculty, even us has limited faculty in limited areas. So they can't, you know, bring all the faculty together with so many expertise in so many areas that there could be a comprehensive curriculum. So using the platform of the National Center and, you know, bringing together 37 PhDs in various different fields of artificial intelligence who are experts and chosen by HEC on competitive grounds as the best researchers in Pakistan, we were able to come up with a curriculum that could be a national standard. We got it approved from HEC, from the National Steering Committee on Artificial Intelligence, which they have for the NCAI, and also shared it with various other universities. The curriculum is available free of cost. No one has to pay anything. It's on our website. If any university wants to benefit from it, please download it and use it. If you improve anything, please share back with us so that we can maintain that national repository and keep it updated for other universities to use as well, because we are a small community. Also, ICESCO contacted us some time back and we shared the curriculum with them as well. So we hope that they'll be able to use it as well. And if anybody, like the document and everything is in English, it should be interpretable by anybody. So I hope that some international audience will also make use of it. So okay, so apparently I have good time, and this is like my favorite part that I could this is the last slide actually, but I can keep talking to you and we can enjoy more in the question and answer session by talking from both sides. So and also two other opportunities that I would like to tell you about. One is that we are going to have an international conference on artificial intelligence. It's called ICAI 2022. You can have a look at that from on the page of our national center, nci.pk. So you please you can maybe take a snap of this, or you can have my contact. You can connect with me. I operate personally both pages, the Facebook and Insta as well. And this page of NCI you can also connect through. And you can look at the page of our conference as well. Do participate, because this is going to be the central. We had one last year as well, and we had overwhelming, even from South America, from Europe, from East Asia. There was heavy participation, and we got a national, a truly international interest into the conference. We organized the AI Techverse. AI Techverse is the AI tech universe kind of thing, with our analogy, which we organized in last September, which was the industry academia event for artificial intelligence. And we brought together various startups. We brought together industry. We brought together academia, and there was a really big, you could say, show of artificial intelligence of Pakistan in one place. Overwhelming response of more than 90 different startups came, and we picked 20 of them to actually display their products there. We are making a national hub, an AI national hub as well, in which we will connect laboratories working in AI. We'll connect startups working in AI, so that whenever industry comes to us with problems every day, some of them can be solved by our labs, some more are not in their areas of interest. So we can float them out to other people working in AI, and you can have projects from there. So this is a mutual win-win situation. As I always say, that for environments like Pakistan, we have very few scientists, we have very few people. If you just look at America, or you look at any other advanced country, maybe in one small region, they have more people with more expertise, compared to what we have in Pakistan. Of course, the people we do have are experts. We are qualified from the same universities. We are active in our research in the same way. And in some cases, let me boast that, for example, one of my researches, it was done by my undergrad students. It was upgraded into a PhD thesis at MIT back in 2015 in September. So the work we do in Pakistan is by no means inferior to anybody else in quality, but we are fewer in number, the researchers in Pakistan, because there are a lot of opportunities in countries abroad. So it is teamwork across the nation which can actually help us build bridges within institutions and achieve extraordinary objectives with these ordinary people who are working in the scientific areas. So that's what I have to say. You can connect with me here as well, and I'm open for questions as well. And apparently we have time to. So shoot.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. If you have any question from the audience.
Hello, I am Asif Nawaz from Karachi. I have two questions. First, the artificial intelligence we refer to is most likely the narrow artificial intelligence or special purpose artificial intelligence, like for a single purpose, built for single purpose. But there's also general purpose artificial intelligence, which I don't think is not that much researched upon. So I was just wanted to ask if there is still the possibility of general artificial intelligence coming to light or being researched about. And second, I like the idea of the smart city and the case. I think I don't know what was it called. I forgot.
You could say judicial assistance system.
Judicial assessment system. But I just wanted to add one thing to it. Why don't we just give the decision making to AI as well? Why don't we give the functionality to AI to call a verdict on someone to find him if he is not guilty? So it will save like human have emotions. So AI will minus that, subtract that human information from the cases. That's all. Thank you.
Both are very good questions. Thank you. So the first one, general purpose artificial intelligence. So in research, like when I was doing my PhD in Japan, I met people from a lot of other countries, and one of the postdoctoral researchers who were also associate professor in China, she was speaking to me one day, and she said that I mastered in MEMS, but when I went back to China, now I have to work in mining. Right? The reason is that the funding agencies fund projects in mining, they don't fund. And a lot of metrics which the academics are judged by, especially in the developed countries, are related to funding. In Pakistan, it's more research papers yet, and funding, like the criteria are yet coming in for the faculty, for the researchers. But in foreign countries, they are more linked with funding as well, with publications too, with metrics and publications, and with funding as well. So you see, research is many times driven by the directions which fund research, right? So this is why companies that require AI, for example, somebody needs artificial intelligence to monitor their vehicles. Somebody else needs, for example, for cure of a certain disease. So they fund that project in that particular aspect. They have no interest in funding in other areas. At the same time, there are a lot of scientists, geniuses who actually, and even the scientists working in NCI, the reason why I became an AI scientist is because I was genuinely interested in this field. It's not because I wanted funding from a certain funding body, right? So, and the same is the case with all of you, I think. When you're studying an aspect related to research, you genuinely want to study that area. So, with these people, there is a hope that general purpose artificial intelligence will come to life. And we see projects like Sophia, for example, which is the first robot to be given citizenship of a country, right? Saudi Arabia. So these kind of projects are more closer to the general purpose artificial intelligence. So the issue right now is that, of course, like the computational power, for example, as long as we don't develop very small processes that can be that don't require huge connectivity, and because, for example, if everything starts being processed by data, imagine how many data centers we're going to need around the world, right? All those data centers are also going to generate heat, for example. So what effect will that have on the global warming? Right? So a lot of aspects need to, but of course, this time, like the processes will be developed, technology will progress. And as the hardware also develops further and further, recently we have seen so many advancements in hardware that we have all the reasons to believe that this will happen, and we'll get we'll get quantum computers, we'll get neuromorphic hardware. So Intel, is already working on chips, for example, that are specific to smart driving, for instance, that run AI algorithms better. So when I've also worked on commercial applications. So like in one of my ventures where we put a hardware in the market, we discovered that not all of the single board computers work equally well on certain type of AI algorithms. So there's difference based on the hardware, right? So inshallah, in times to come, there is hope that we'll see some sort of general purpose artificial intelligence as well, though there is more business interest in application focused AI. This is why there's less chance that a lot of people will invest their energy totally on developing that kind of systems. So your second question was about the judicial system, judicial assistance system. There was an experiment in for example, they were in a European court, for example, that the data of this was about a burglar that came into a woman's house and stole something, and he got an injury while he was there stealing, and they had filed for a suit against that woman, and different, I don't exactly remember the full details of the case, but that case was actually brought to an AI judge before it went to one of the courts, and it went through series of judgments. One judge made one judgment, then a higher court overturned that judgment, and then the final court at the European level upheld the verdict of the woman, the woman who was the owner of the house, that she was not to be persecuted. And the AI judge had actually right in the beginning given the same judgment, which actually took a long process for the actual courts to come up with, and the top court to give. So it is true that AI can do that, but the human confidence in artificial intelligence, judging cases independently, will take its share of time before that really happens. Also, with AI, to be 100% accurate is yet, deep learning algorithms are 96% accurate, 94% accurate. So it's better to be on the safe side and put human intervention as well. When we have already told the judges in the Supreme Court, and our system is capable of proposing a verdict, but we want the human to be able to assess and give the verdict by himself or herself. When I think not the previous Chief Justice, the one before that, he gave a public statement on our system. He didn't mention the name of NCAI, but the statement regarding this AI-based artificial intelligence system was given. It's on my Facebook page as well. So in that, he specifically said that right now we don't want the computers to make a judgment completely independent on their own. The judgment will be made by the judge, but the judge will be better informed. And more you could say a hint regarding the judgment, the likely judgment can be given to the judge for him or her to see, what aspects of the case he or she can, focus on, and whether he or she would like to come up with the same judgment. I think if we take a vote in this room, even with our tech awareness, we will say that a human intervention in the middle of that case is good. But automating some part of that will reduce significant burden on the humans and may result in faster judgment processing for humans to actually process the case more quickly. That's my take on it.
Yes, please, another question.
Yes, please.
Hi, sir. Sir, absolute pleasure having you here. It's amazing. Sir, I'm a researcher. We work at a think tank in Karachi, CISSS. We're extensively focusing on AI. So you know that there is a global AI race at present. The China and the US, China wants to become #1. They're pumping lots of money in there. So
good for us.
Exactly.
That's for both of them. Like China should pump their money, US should pump, all of them should pump their money so that the technology develops.
Absolutely.
We as researchers will be happy with everyone pumping money.
Absolutely, sir. My point is, in what ways can the Chinese help us, right? We know that, you would know more about these things. There are issues of funding. I won't go into other aspects, but in what specific ways can the Chinese actually help us?
Right.
Thank you.
So I think that, first of all, if you ask me as a person, I always like to depend more on my own, zore bazu, like the strength of one's own arm rather than depending on another country. But, in the modern world, technology is so much interlinked. And many times, a certain type of facility, or you could say a supercomputer or another type of, for example, IoT-based system is not available in Pakistan. Sometimes it's cheaper to benefit. So this is why the whole world is moving into a global village kind of thing. So it's not one country; it's many countries. And here is a take-home thing that we can think about. You see, even in Europe, why are countries trying to unify their currencies, coming together, make a European Union, while they are independent, while they have their own governments and they're running really fine? The thing is actually that, for example, in Pakistan, even if I make a technology, the market that I'm limited to is only Pakistani market, right? And if I want to, for example, I was presenting one of my products in Barcelona in the Mobile World Congress, right? It was a smart camera that we could actually hang on the door. It was a company called Anzen. Anzen is still in the market, but now its product has changed. It's moved more toward IoT and AI behind it. So at that time, we had our first product. This was a smart camera, and this was the same time when the incident, the Zainab incident happened actually. So we were also on TV. There was a whole half-an-hour feature program done by PTV on that. That, for example, this kind of camera is very cheap. You can buy the cheaper version for 15,000. There was the expensive version for 30,000. The expensive version actually detects the faces as well, whereas the 15,000 one detects human skeleton. You can actually hang it outside your home. It will automatically learn faces of the people, the 30,000 version. It will automatically learn the faces of the people which are passing in front and automatically create a repository that you'll get to see in your phone. Now you just click on a picture and write down the name. Anytime any person who does not belong there shows up, it's going to raise an alarm, and you can have a look that there's something. We actually caught a real case in Lahore, in defense. Actually, there was a case where one person actually tried to jump into a house and he climbed over a wall. The owners were not there; they were in Sharjah, right? They were visiting their son in Sharjah, and actually, like, this was a test system which we had deployed. Of course, the better camera version. So the system immediately caught a picture and sent to Sharjah, to the house owners, and they saw it and they said, "Oh, somebody is there." They actually had a guard in their street as well. So they reached out to the person who looked after the guard, in the Mohalla committee, the person who looked after the guard, and asked them where it is. So because the guard is a human, he has to eat as well, he has to sleep as well, he has to pray as well, he has to need to go to the washroom as well. And of course, the thief is not stupid enough to come in front of the guard. He'll look for his opportunity, right? Immediately they were able to reach out to rangers, to police, and they came, and no theft took place, and the person escaped. But now they had a picture. So now the rangers and the police started looking from door to door who this person is, and they were able to identify that this was somebody's guest living in one of the houses in the same lane. And he said that we were playing in the street, the ball went in the house and I went inside. So of course it was not a criminal case, but we were able to detect a case of trespassing at the very least. And if it was going to be a robbery or whatever, it was prevented. This is a real case from the market. Remember, cases in the lab are one thing. Because your algorithm is 96% okay in the lab, wonderful. Take it to the field and you'll find that the sun is shining in your face in front of the camera, right? This happened to us. There's going to be rain. The environmental circumstances are going to change entirely, and your algorithm's accuracy will fall from 96% to 70%. Right, and then you have to deal with it. You have to train with real data sets, and every day a new kind of problem will come up. You have to deploy it in a different kind of circumstance. But okay, what I was saying is that we were in Barcelona, and when I went there, I thought that we are in an advanced country. Maybe our this camera would not be needed there. We're presenting in Mobile World Congress. Maybe some developing countries people will take interest, but we saw so much interest from European companies. Like one CEO actually stepped up to our booth and he said that I want 300 units of these because I want to mark the attendance of my employees in the morning. Right. So this is a new use which the visiting person, the CEO, came up with. There is more money out there in the world if we sell our technology abroad. And the way to do that is partnering with people in other countries as well. So it's not there in my intro yet, but I am also adjunct professor with Chinese University of Mining Technology, Beijing. Right. So similarly with Japan, we have a close connection as I'm a specially appointed professor there. We are also, like, every June, we actually have a conference that is chaired by one of our researchers, Dr. Umar Asghar in Pakistan. He's a Pakistani national living in Pakistan, but chairs one of the conferences. This year it's going to be in New York, so it's in the US. So this is a global village, and certainly we should benefit from all over the world. Instead of benefiting only from China or relying on only China, what I would say is that we should look at whichever country has whatever technology, connect to everyone, do mutual research with all of them. I am doing Horizon 2020 projects for Europe as well, for Norway, for Germany, for others. I'm doing projects with the Chinese as well. We are funded by DARD as well. So, whoever works, we are academics. It is our joint vision to make the world a safer place. So we jointly work on this kind, disaster management and human life is sacred in any part of the world, right? So let's collaborate with everyone. And like whoever has the technology, we should approach them if we need something. And whoever is willing to give us, we welcome that. Be it China, be it the US, or be it anyone. What do you think?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, another question.
Yes, hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
This is Dr. Sabah here, and I am from CISSS Karachi. Actually, my question is that in 2017, President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, he gave a statement that whosoever will excel in AI will become the global leader. And ever since he has given this statement, there is a race in AI dominance. And if it comes to the, international politics, every country is trying to, become the dominant in this domain. And there's no doubt that AI is actually affecting not only the life of a non-common man, but, in every domain, AI has been applicable and it is required as per the modern age. So my question is that how can we promote public and private partnership in Pakistan? Because for AI we need big data, and data is, without data we cannot of course run the algorithms. So my question is regarding the public private cooperation in AI. And secondly, I have a question regarding the labs you have mentioned that are working in various aspects and spheres of technology. I have a question that whether these labs, the work of these labs is just limited to the labs only, or whether it is being put into the for the public use as well. I mean, are they practically being used, or they are just limited to the labs? So this was my second question. And another question is that how these labs are working. I mean, is there any central unit or that is coordinating with these labs, or they are individually working? And this is what I want to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. 3 questions, all 3 very pertinent. So let me start with answering the last one first, because it's fresh in my mind. So I'm leading the central unit, which is actually coordinating all the labs, right? This is the NCI Secretariat, the National Secretariat of NCI, and we connect with all of the labs. We centrally monitor their progress. Whichever company, private or public, you could say private company or a public department comes to us, we are actually relaying that problem, or we are connecting those labs. Sometimes 2 or 3 labs come together to make a product. Sometimes they do it, one lab does it alone. And a lot of things have actually been deployed, like for example, the product for the judiciary. There's another system which was actually deployed in Karachi. I don't remember the name of the company, but they wanted a tool, a unit which could assess the quality of water in one of the this public water areas where you fill water, drinking water, for example, to assess the quality of that water and have a IoT unit. This was a smart city lab who did this. So the IoT unit, and behind that they could have the system with the analytics to actually assess the quality of water at various times. So there are several other as well. Let me give you the figure. Let me give you the numbers. So far, the National Center, we got funding from the government of about 198.237 million. So it's 1 billion PKR, 1.098 million, right? We have already generated the funds that we've generated or won from various places, including the private and public sector. This is about 427.9 million. This is over and above the PC1, which we have generated with our efforts, writing proposals here and there. A lot of this is international funding, right? So so this is how we are actually, and we continuously connect with public and private partners as well. So the chief guest is here.
So due to short of time, we conclude this session. You have the contact detail of Dr. Yasser Ayar. So keep in touch with him if you have any query. Thank you.
The chief guest is here.
Maybe in the tea break.
Mohammed Sadiq Ali Khan, please join us on the stage. Dear participants, we will formally start the concluding session now. To begin, I would invite His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry for his address.
Very dear sister, Executive Director Dr. Shaista Suhail of the Higher Education Commission, a very high caliber officer with great perseverance and commitment. And with this, she is leading Higher Education Commission of Pakistan in the most turbulent times. Madam, thank you very much for coming. And you certainly are a source of strength for all of us. You in your tenure has done lots of great things. And we are so grateful that you have served nation with excellence. Alhamdulillah. So thank you very much. We have with us several very prominent people. Dr. Malla, thank you very much for coming. Your field is AI, so your presence is very much relevant and required. We have Professor Dr. Jamshed Iqbal from ComSet's campus in Ahmedabad. We have Dr. Ayaz. We have Dr. Abdul Rashid and many more. And then we have, of course, many younger participants from different countries, including Africa. So all of you are very welcome to Comstech. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You see, Comstech is actually an abbreviation of Ministerial Standing Committee for Science and Technology. People used to make Comstech with ComSets. So it's not ComSets, it's Comstech. And this is the only intergovernment organization of the country. The only, emphasize again that this is the only intergovernment organization of Pakistan, which is chaired by the President of Pakistan and co-chaired by the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Like UN system, OIC has its own system. So almost every institution in UN has an equivalent in OIC also. For instance, Cisco is represented by similar like Cisco, primarily focusing on culture and primary education. World Bank or IMF is ComSec. CESRIC is an equivalent of United Nations Statistical Bureau. World Food Organization, there is also Inter-Islamic Federation for Food Security and others. Ministerial Standing Committees are the premier organization, which are among the top in the OIC system because of two reasons. Number one, they are always chaired by the president of the country, host country, which is Pakistan in this case, and also represented by the ministers of state. So we, in our case, there are 57 ministers of science and technology and higher education who are the member of this standing committee. So Comstech is a premier organization with a great mandate, and our mandate is to promote science and technology-based socio-economic development in the Muslim world. Now, Muslim world is in fact, by all true sense of meaning, is a world, because it is spread over 4 continents of the world. You would be surprised that we have membership from South America also. We have 2 member states in South America. We have, of course, many member states in Africa, many in Asia, and several in Europe also. So it is an organization spread over 4 continents and representing the collective vision, political will of 1.95 billion people. This is the second largest political group. Unfortunately, at the same time, it is extremely dissymmetrical. It is largely lowest in the developing cadre. Among 70% of the least developed countries of the world, 70% are actually in OIC. And of course, there are some very good countries with sufficient science and technological development like Turkey, Malaysia, Indonesia, Iran, Egypt, and to some extent Pakistan also. But one thing which is really lacking in in the entire scenario of OIC is inter-Islamic cooperation. So there are countries who are investing huge sum of money of sending missions to other planets, but when it comes to spending money on inter-Islamic cooperation, that is where we fail. Pakistan is absolutely unique in this sense because Pakistan offered its excellence, its individuals, and its intellect for the betterment of the Muslim world. And that is where our political leverage is. What we have done, Dr. Saba, that we have created many very unique mechanisms of work. First called Consortium of Excellence. So what we have done is that we have gathered the premier research and academic institutions of Pakistan and to some other countries and put them into comstech Consortium of Excellence. This is a top-class consortium meant to serve as focal centers for capacity building. Number two, our people have actually moved with great patience and commitment to help others. For instance, ours is the only country which has committed 500 fellowship for Palestinian students, 500 fellowships. And that is the largest offered by any country in OIC or outside to our Palestinian brothers and sisters. The third thing which we have done was that we have actually never relied on OIC resources. Of course, our largest donor is host country, Pakistan, but we have actually worked with many organizations outside OIC system. So we have a large program with the International Foundation of Science. We have a program with UNESCO, with the World Academy of Sciences, recently International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And our focus has been largely in areas where there is a real need of it. So for instance, we are working with LDC Africa. Please develop Africa. Africa, as you know, largely an OIC region. Most of West Africa, North Africa, East Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, except below the tropical belt. All majority of the countries are the OIC countries. And here we have launched several programs. For instance, there is a program for African women scientists, giving them opportunities of working together with their counterparts in other Muslim countries in top institutions. This is our service. This is something which we have offered. We also understand that our region, the OIC world, is actually inflicted with lots of different problems, from poverty to regional conflict, malnutrition, literacy, whole range of things. But one thing which is extremely typical of our region are the conflicts, armed conflict. As a result of it, you'll find at least 5 countries of the world which are war zones. And these war zones, from Libya to Syria to Iraq to Yemen to Afghanistan, these are the countries where we have so many displaced scientists. So we have initiated a program for displaced scientists. So put them at work, placing them in institutions where they can go and work. This is also a flagship program of comstech which we have recently launched. So there are many things which we are trying to do, but we never have forgotten the basic core mission of our organization, and that is capacity building of younger people. So in average, it's a very happening place. In average, every week, we have one event organized every week, either a conference or a course or something. So, and there are literally thousands of alumni of comstech efforts of developing capacity in different fields, from virology to different fields. Now, this particular seminar, which is organized by IEEE and comstech together, is certainly an extremely important one. We understand, as you know, that according to McKinsey's report 2021, there are 12 technologies which have been identified as disrupting technologies. And these disrupting technologies are meant to change the whole perception, complexion, future outlook of the world in a major way. where major driver of change would largely be technology and younger brain. So this is not going to be a capital intensive world. It's going to be intellectually driven world. And in that case, as Professor Atta mentioned yesterday, unleashing the potential of younger people is the key. And I think this is where we have a comparative advantage over others. Out of 1.95 billion people, over 8 billion are below the age of 20. This tremendous pool of creativity is what we have to address. And we cannot really address them by using conventional technologies. You know, it's not possible that we gather them in this auditorium. You can't do that anywhere, would never be possible. And for that, I think innovative technologies are required. And for that, we are actually working together with many partners. So thank you very much for being part of this exciting experience. Thank you that you have all came. I can see the energy, enthusiasm, and I can see that you would all want to learn more. And that is what the message of today. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have to close.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. With that, I would now like to invite Dr. Shaista Sohail, Executive Director, Higher Education Commission, for a few remarks. Please, ma'am.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Most Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry and I've forgotten your name, and all the august guests who've come here for this session. I'm really, really grateful to Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry for having invited me to this session, and it's really an honor and a pleasure. Earlier, I had a chance to visit this secretariat, but not this part of the secretariat building. And now I'd also like to welcome all the international guests who've come here today to attend the International Symposium on Digital Technologies for the Future World. So coming from the Higher Education Commission, I can share that we've been trying our best over the years to inculcate research in the most modern disciplines in various universities through funding of research programs and setting up of laboratories. So just now, Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry was talking about the youth bulge of the world. So Pakistan also has its share of the youth bulge, and we are a very youthful population. Between 65 to 70% of our population is youth. That is, they fall in the bracket of 15 to around 30 years. So it's very important that we turn them into our asset rather than our liability. And for that purpose, HEC over the years, since its inception 19 years ago in 2002, we came up with a very intensive research program, and also to send our faculty abroad to get PhDs. And up to now, we've spent around 540 billion rupees in that area, and we've been really blessed that our faculty, PhD faculty has increased, although we still have to traverse a long distance. And we've come up with focused strategies as well. and because of the heating, the throat gets dry. So for that purpose, we've set up centers of excellence, and at NAST, at other universities, we've made consortium of universities so that these centers can be fully utilized. These centers are specializing in artificial intelligence, in robotics, Internet of Things, and cybersecurity, and all these and the latest technologies are being imparted to the students and in state-of-the-art labs, so that we can, really gain. Our children can really gain and then go and impart this knowledge to their own students and become trainers in their own respective universities. So recently we've established, we've begun the establishment of an academy for imparting training in cybersecurity in the Air University. So similarly, we are also taking care of other initiatives in universities like Oryx and BIX. You may have heard of them. So through Oryx and BIX, we are trying to get the academia close to industry and trying to promote a culture where the research in fact turns into prototypes, and then the prototypes are commercialized. So Dr. Saab was talking about the OIC countries and Africa and sub-Saharan Africa and all. So the need of the hour is that we move towards doing research on issues which are confronting our populations, the deprived sections of our population, because we can only achieve higher levels of socioeconomic growth by addressing these issues and investing a lot in our higher education sector. And there, the digital technologies of the future world have a big role to play. The disruptive technologies, as we call them, will eventually, we will be shifting away from brick and mortar universities and more relying on online distance learning. For that purpose, HEC has come up with its online distance learning policy. And we are also trying to set up a whole full-fledged directorate, which will be taking care of, ensuring that quality and standards are adhered to. So similarly, in the areas of research, we are in the process of, showcasing our best research papers, because many times a lot of research papers are carried out, but they don't. We don't showcase them. We don't tell other students about them, so that they could be effectively replicated and used to build further research projects. So that would also be an inspiration for youngsters to, carry out their own similar projects. And another area of importance is that we at HEC are trying that in future, in the next 4 to 5 years to come, the education we are imparting to our students should be need-based, should be according to market demands. For that purpose, we've initiated consultative processes with all stakeholders in the public and private sectors. We are going to the chambers. We recently had a meeting with Quetta Chamber. We're going to have a meeting with Lahore Chamber now. So while there are Oryx and BIX, but there has not been a good, relationship between industry and academia so far. Because if there is a good relationship, then the industry issues are solved by the academics, and in return, they start generating an income for the university. Because if the industry finds out that its issues and problems can be resolved in an economical way by the youthful entrepreneurs and the students and the faculty in universities, then it turns into a win-win situation. So that is what we are trying to do. You may have heard that we've launched the Grand Challenge Fund, the Local Challenge Fund, and other such programs where again the focus is on the universities building consortiums and then addressing issues which are actually being faced in Pakistan, whether they are related to waste management, whether they are related to conservation of energy, and even like drinking water issues. As you know, our water table is going down and the recharging is an issue. So, and we have to, and an aspect on which we are focusing attention on is to, stop wastages, because a huge amount of resources can be generated if we stop wastages in all sectors, whether it is agriculture or energy. And once, about, I think a few years ago, I came across a study which said that if we plug the wastages in the energy sector, we don't need to build more, power generation plants. Then we've got solar energy. So in the modern world, our students need to get to work. And now we've come in line with the modern paradigms, and research is the main thing, and learn the best ways of research methodology, how it's taken care of abroad, and to focus on being original and focus on addressing our own issues. So those are a few of the things I'd like to talk about. And as I see that, I think there are some students here in the audience as well. Yes. So I'd like to encourage you to focus all your energies and time on your studies in this period, because this period won't come again. Then you will be thrown into actual real life. And then you don't have the luxury and time of devoting it to research and learning from all the, the great intellectuals who've come here all the way from various parts of the world. And I wish I was here earlier in the day and had been able to listen to their contributions. And now I think I won't take more of your time, but just, wish you all the best. And I hope that Comstech, which is playing such a significant role amongst the Organization of Islamic Countries, acting as its scientific platform, that it's incumbent on all of us, whether we are from Pakistan or other countries, Turkey, Somalia, whoever are, in this Islamic world. I think we're more than 40. 57. So a lot of, just imagine how many, how much human resource we have. So it's up to us to use our, our minds and all our faculties and our innate abilities to contribute towards making the Islamic world now, we need to rise like we were, and we need to touch the past glories, which are, the scientists, El-Baruni and all. I was the other day reading about it. And I hope that you will, inshallah, surpass them. And I wish you all the best. And I wish Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry and Comstech also all the very best from HEC and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind remarks. and for explaining us the functionalities and programs of Higher Education Commission. For the vote of thanks, I would now like to invite Dr. Muhammad Sadiq Ali Khan, Chair IEEE Educational Activities, Karachi Section, and Associate Professor, University of Karachi. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Shaista Sohail, Executive Director, Higher Education Commission, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, all the distinguished speakers and the participants, Assalamu alaikum. In these 2 days international symposium named Digital Technology for the Future World, our honorable resource person from all over the world talked about the importance of the future digital technologies and how these technologies help in their walk of life. Digital technologies are already having a positive impact on their sustainability goals. Today, digital technology are being used to measure and track sustainability progress, optimize the use of resources, and make possible a more circular economy. AI in design, additive manufacturing, and digital twins are some of the powerful tools enabling the next wave of climate change solutions. IoT enabled sensors, blockchain-based authentication, data sharing platform are example of technology that foster collaboration across the value chain and align participants on common metrics and goals. AI can detect cyber dangers and potentially criminal activities. In order to prevent malware, AI systems are being trained to detect using sophisticated algorithms. 6G will have on-air latency of less than 100 microseconds and operate at terahertz frequencies. In terms of network speed, 6G is predicted to be 100 times faster than 5G, will improve reliability and coverage. The healthcare sector is predicted to increase. According to recent estimate, the US market will grow by $808 billion by 2021. Leading causes include becoming health increase, business, and growing healthcare costs. We are fortunate to live in a time where science and technology can help us simplify our life and rethink our daily routines. In the end, on behalf of the Comstech, I am really thankful to Dr. Shaista Sohail, Executive Director, Higher Education Commission, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, our resource person from Pakistan, Dr. Bhavani Shankar Chaudhry, Dr. Shoaib Ahmad Khan, Dr. Shahid Mahmood, Dr. Yasir Ayaz, Dr. Bhagwan Das, Dr. Ghulam Ali Mullah, Tahir Chaudhry. Our foreign resource person, Dr. Kashif Nisar from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Adamov from Azerbaijan, Professor Andrew Weir from United Kingdom, Professor Ravidan Qasim from Malaysia, Professor Hui Wong from UK, Professor Dr. Manzoor Ahmed Hashwani from UAE, Professor Tang Donglu from Malaysia, Dr. Bishwajit Pandey from India, Professor Dr. Muhammad Akbar Hussain from Denmark, Professor Dr. Zijin from China, Professor Dr. Panas from UAE. I am really thankful to Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry for his untiring support and guidance. I also thankful to Haris, Program Manager Comstech, Mr. Hasib, and other members who provides their best support in organizing this mega event. I am really thankful to all the participants who were here since last 2 days. Hope you learned a lot, and Comstech will continue this kind of activity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sadiq. With that, now we will distribute shields and certificates to our resource persons and foreign participants. For that, I would like to invite our guest downstairs. To start, if you can kindly, sir, please present a seal to Dr. Shaista Sohail for being here with us today. Now for the resource persons. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Akbar Hussain, who has been so kind to travel all the way from Denmark here. And please, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Kashif Nisar from Malaysia. Dr. Bhagwan Das. Professor Dr. Yasir Ayaz. Dr. Ghulam Ali Malla, sir. And Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan. Sure. Now we'll give the certificates to the foreigners. So to start with, Mr. Toko Einstein from Cameroon. He'll be followed by Mr. Nola Cedric from Cameroon. Cameroon, sir. Miss Usman Shukrat from Nigeria. Miss Raisa Karel from Cameroon. Mr. Jean Foston from Cameroon. Dr. Al Tayyib from Sudan. Mr. Toluwanimi from Nigeria. Dr. Sadiq Sheena from Nigeria. And Ms. Yagut Yusifova from Azerbaijan. Thank you so much, sir, for the certificates. After that, we have tea in the lobby, so I would invite you all to visit for tea. To those participants that are staying in the guest house, your certificates have already been delivered at the reception, and you would get them from there. The rest of the physical participants, if you can just wait a bit, and I'll pass on your certificates.